next 10 months where this president who wants to be an autocrat is in the White House?
The consequences of the failure of oversight are enormous. This is not one of the checks and balances people often talk about. They talk about Congress having the responsibility to define which programs will be funded and how much, under what rules they'll operate on, and the president has to execute those programs, therefore a separation of powers. And by holding on to that responsibility, we serve as a check on the effort for an authoritarian to be the force that decides which programs are funded and how much they're funded at and how much rules or what the rules will be they operate under. And we're seeing that transfer of power right now from the Congress to the president, because the president's deeply engaged in essentially the equivalent of a line item veto by slow-walking funds, by freezing funds, by impounding funds, by slowly getting to the end of the year, and then by filing a rescission request at the end of the year, watching them magically evaporate when the last day of the fiscal year comes. This fancy term called a pocket rescission. Absolutely, all of these are part of a line item veto strategy, and the president just implementing the programs willy-nilly the way he wants, as opposed to following the instructions from Congress. So in 9 months, we have seen not just an attack on the freedoms, we've seen not just an attack on the cost of living through utilities and through food and through health care going up and up and up, but we have also seen this fundamental collapse of oversight that you've pointed to. If this much damage to the checks and balances can be done from January to October, if this much damage is being done to costs that Americans experience from January to October, if this much damage can be done to American freedoms from January to October, then that next 10 months, that's amplified, because the administration's in full gear now. They're not diverting attention trying to get a Secretary of Defense confirmed. They're not diverting attention trying to get the head of the FBI confirmed. No, they're in full gear now with this set of instructions that flow from this plan, Project 2025, developed by our current director of OMB, Russell Vought. And he is one capable individual who has a belief in the supreme primacy of the executive branch, calls it a unitary executive, and that the president should make the decisions about what's funded and how it's funded. The president should make the decisions about the rules for those programs. And that means the collective knowledge of these 100 senators, bringing their diverse life experience, their diverse education, their diverse knowledge of different parts of the country. All of that diverse experience is tossed out. The diverse experience from our 400-plus members of the House of Representatives is tossed out because, no, it's the president and his team saying these programs, at this amount of money under these rules, that is what the authoritarian rule is. And one way we can exercise a check on it is through oversight, is by holding those hearings to investigate in public and doing it in partnership, full partnership with our Republican colleagues. I mean, that should be a collective goal of us all together who believe in the vision of the Constitution, of this check and balance. And out of that information flows action items. When you oversight, you've got your eyes covered up, your hands over your ears, your head in the ground, and saying, I don't want to look at the administration. I know a lot of bad shit is going on over there, but man, that's the president of my party, and if I dig into that, he's going to be very upset. And we have seen how he is personally directing criminal investigations about people who have criticized him. There is concern by some of our colleagues, rightly so, that if they be the ones to speak up and say this is wrong, they will be next on the list, the enemies list. And when you think about the fact that on that enemies list is even our own fellow senator, like this is people who he was unhappy with because they said that the 2020 election wasn't stolen. And so now he's going after them. In one case, he lifted the security clearances, not just for the person who spoke up and said the president, Trump, is wrong about the government, the election being stolen, but they took the security clearance from all of his coworkers. So a collective punishment strategy. This idea of weaponizing the Department of Justice, this intimidation of free speech, that really does affect people in this chamber as well as outside this chamber for fear of being targeted. And indeed, one way they can be targeted is through their own folks back home. So when one of our senators said, this big, beautiful bill is a train wreck for health care, and I'm not voting for it, within hours, that colleague had been threatened with a primary and announced, you can't threaten me with the primary because I won't run for election. Everyone else looks at that and goes, that's the power that is being brought to bear to create a failure for there to be oversight, for there be people speaking up, because I know across the aisle as many people care about the vision of our Constitution and our responsibility to sustain that framework for our freedom, for our financial success, far into the future, for the generations to come. I know they care about it, but right now, they're looking, we've got a powerful executive who can bring the world down on me. And I'm hoping somehow we will have a few courageous folks to be at the front of the line and say, I'll take the hit. I'll stand up and say what everyone else is saying privately, that this is outrageous, an outrageous attack on freedom, an outrageous attack on the structure of our Constitution, an outrageous increase in the cost for ordinary families, that the vision of families lose and billionaires win is wrong for the people that I represent in my home state, regardless of it being blue or red. That the idea that health care is being slashed for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. That nutrition programs are being cut for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. We need our colleagues to join us in this effort so it is not partisan, it is bipartisan, and we're standing up for the core principles on which our country was founded. I thank so much my colleague from New Jersey. And I see my colleague has arrived from Illinois.
I want to thank, through the chair, I want to thank the senator from Oregon for his leadership in bringing this issue before us. We have something in common. Both of our states are facing militarization from the federal level of government. Nominally in Chicago, the president argues that the city is unsafe. I watched this last Saturday as 100,000 people gathered for the No Kings rally and parade, a peaceful, nonviolent gathering of Americans expressing their constitutional feelings and right to express themselves in this republic. I know that you're facing the same threat in the state of Oregon, and recent court decisions seem to suggest that there's more time in the courtroom ahead. I would just say to the senator from Oregon, thank you for leading this conversation. There are so many aspects of this presidency that you could address. And I'd like you to address, if you will, this militarization issue. We have carefully crafted in our existing laws prohibition against the use of military force for law enforcement. It makes sense on its face because these men and women, as good as they are in National Guard units around our country, are not trained primarily in law enforcement. Theirs is a much different type of training. And secondly, to overcome state and local sources of law enforcement is a major constitutional step. And yet this president has initiated it in my state of Illinois, in your state of Oregon, and in the state of California. Would you address this aspect of your comments this morning?
My colleague from Illinois, I so appreciate the question. And certainly you feel it very personally when the target of the president's militarization or the sending of the military into our states is your own state. And you see it with very clear eyes because you go and visit and witness and you understand what's going on. And I know in my state, I went down and I saw these 3 women protesting outside of the ICE building. I think they had a sign, I think it had a flower on it. And since that time, what has developed are a demonstration of joy and whimsy. Joy and whimsy. And what I mean by that is the protesters understood that Trump was trying to start a fight and then a riot, and then have that riot be a justification for federalizing the National Guard. And so we had many steps in this process. The first is, he said, I'm going to federalize the Oregon National Guard, and Oregon Attorney General appealed it, and the district attorney, not the district attorney, the district circuit judge, district judge, proceeded to say, wow, the administration's description of what's going on is untethered to the facts. This is not a rebellion. There is not an invasion, so no, you can't federalize. That's a test in the law. And a very similar decision, I think, was reached by a district judge in Illinois. And then it went to the circuit court. And the circuit court in Illinois, my understanding, is they backed up the district judge and said, yep, no rebellion, no invasion, you can't federalize. Well, in Oregon, the administration took another tack. They said, well, okay, we can't federalize the Oregon troops, but we will send in troops from Texas, or National Guard troops from Texas and California that have already been federalized. And the district judge in Oregon said, no, I'm sorry. Once federalized, it's not like you can just travel through the countryside doing whatever the hell you want. You have to have a rebellion, or you have to have an invasion, and you have neither. So no, you can't come. But here is what really worries me about this. When you have an authoritarian president, they have a playbook. And that playbook was carefully crafted for this president under Project 2025. It involves so many pieces of stealing the power purse from Congress, overriding due process, attacking the power of universities and law firms, attacking the ability of free press, including lawsuits against the Wall Street Journal and pressure created against our networks on what information they can air. And an additional part of this playbook is to be able to use the military to suppress domestic dissent. And to create the path for that, you want court decisions that say it's okay, and you want the military to get accustomed to being deployed, so when you tell them to go and suppress domestic dissent, they'll do it. And so here we have the fact that the president was stopped, but there is now 2 more steps coming that I'm really worried about. One is that in California, the Ninth Circuit, a 3-panel set of judges said, one of them said the district judge was just right. There is no rebellion, there is no invasion. But the other 2 said, well, you know what? Even though the district judge used the definition of rebellion that was considered at the time, basically that there has to be a sizable group that is well organized, that is weaponized, seeking to overturn the government. And we think maybe you should apply a looser definition of rebellion. And then, instead of looking at the facts on the ground at the time that the president wanted to federalize the troops, look back a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that's a justification to say there's something like rebellion. But most importantly, you should give high deference to the president. And this what terrifies me, because I'm afraid that the Supreme Court may issue a decision even soon on a shadow docket on the Seventh Circuit decision, and they'll say, yeah, it's a rebellion if the president says so. And that is insane. That opens the door to using the military anywhere the president wants, anytime, against our citizens, violating the fears of our founders who didn't want a standing army to begin with because they felt that it threatened freedom, because they knew chief executives are tempted to use standing armies against their own people. That's what kings do, and that's what authoritarians do. So they were terrified of having those standing armies. And then we had the whole concept developed after the military was used in Reconstruction, that's enough. Military needs to defend the nation, not be used. So we have the Posse Comitatus Law, and the Posse Comitatus Law says you can't use the military for domestic action. But there's an exception to it, the Insurgency Act, or Insurgency Act. And who knows what's going to happen with the interpretation of that act. So I really appreciate your bill that says the military cannot be used for law enforcement. Because right now, the courts could give the green light to the president to use troops and federalized National Guard in exactly that fashion. And we need to close that avenue down and do it fast, because we got an authoritarian president bent on being able to use military against the people of the United States.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for another question, you recall as I do how many times candidate Trump and even President Trump spoke before rallies supporting his cause and railed about the murderers, terrorists, rapists, criminally insane, and sexual predators who were coming across the border and threatening us. And his argument was that it was that fear of criminal activity by them that warranted his federal intervention in many states, including our own. I just wanted to give one example that is timely and tells the story. First, let me say that fewer than 30% of the people who are being detained by ICE, fewer than 30%, have any criminal conviction whatsoever. These people may be here out of status. For example, they came in on a student visa and stayed when they should have left, or came in here in a tourist visa and stayed when they should have left. But to brand these people that are being detained now in the streets of Chicago, for example, as criminals, violent criminals, as the president described them, is totally unfair. I tell the story of a church that I visited just a few days ago in Chicago, Christ Lutheran Church on Wilson Avenue in the Albany Park section, which is a largely Hispanic section of the city of Chicago. The pastor of that church, Tom Terrell, told me that after his service a few days before, it ended at noon, and as his parishioners were leaving to walk home in the neighborhood, as they do every Sunday, ICE arrived in an unmarked truck and stopped this gathering of his parishioners and started questioning them and asking them for identification and papers. This is becoming common in Chicago. When others noticed it, they came to their front porches and out their front doors and started blowing whistles to let people know that ICE was in the neighborhood conducting this. ICE panicked, and as a result of it, threw down a tear gas canister in front of these people who'd just come out of church and then got in their unmarked vehicle and left. This kind of activity is far beyond protecting us from the most dangerous criminals who might have come across the border in times past. It is an intimidation and an effort to have people so afraid that they will either not participate in the economy, that they will not be going to church, and many of them are afraid to send their kids to school. Where is this leading and why? I'll tell you, I think you share from what you said, the senator from Oregon, my feelings that this is not the end of it. It isn't a temporary thing. It is a long-term commitment by the president to militarize neighborhoods, particularly those in blue states and cities like Chicago. And what is the purpose? Not just to spread fear, but when the election comes, which is another few months away, of course, but when the election comes, to discourage people from voting in those neighborhoods, if not disqualify them. Does that sound like an outlandish idea from a president who refused to accept the fact that he lost an election? It doesn't to me, and it becomes a reality every time I come home. This president argues that there are dangers in the streets of Chicago. 2 weeks ago, the streets were overrun by 53,000 people who didn't live in Chicago. It's called the Chicago Marathon, and they had 53,000 participants and their supporters. A calm, peaceful, quiet, great day in the history of Chicago. And for him to characterize this as a criminal city and one that needs military occupation is totally unfair and doesn't reflect the reality. This last Saturday, as I mentioned, over 100,000 people gathered without violent incident. And a reminder that cities like that are being besmirched by the president are still solid places to live, with their challenges and problems, of course. But beyond that, it certainly doesn't merit the military presence the president is suggesting. So I'd ask the senator from Oregon, do you feel that there is a long-term plan to this militarization by the presidency?
Well, to my colleague from Illinois, the answer is absolutely yes. The president, as you mentioned, campaigned on the argument that there were violent criminals and they were going to be sent home, who were here without documentation. What we have seen is a wholesale attack based on people's accent and the color of their skin. And in fact, if I understood a recent court decision, he was given some permission to continue targeting people because of their skin color or their accent. And the idea that as we go around America, and we're mostly a few generations removed from being immigrants, more recent immigrants are going to have accents, and we have worked towards the vision of being a race-neutral society, that people are now being allowed to be targeted by ICE because of their skin color. It just is, to me, a horrific embedment of discrimination. And I think that the president intends to pursue this aggressively for every moment that he possibly can, as long as he is in office, and beyond, to the degree that he can help drive future administrations. We saw it through his entire first administration. My first real involvement over the immigration began when I read a speech by our then Attorney General, who said, what we're going to do is separate the children from the parents and send the message that you don't want to come to America. And I said to my team, I'm sure I didn't read that correctly. I'm sure I didn't understand that correctly, because no American administration, not a red administration, not a blue administration, would ever deliberately harm children in order to send some political message. And a member of my team said, well, there's one way to find out. You can go down to the border. And I thought, I've got this weekend free. So I went down to the border, and it's how I became the first member of Congress to go into a warehouse at the border and see the children being taken away from their parents. I will never forget this wire cage with about 8 or 9 kids in it, lined up by height because they were about to get a meal and they'd been told to line up by height. And the youngest was just knee-high to a grasshopper, basically tiny little guy, maybe 4 or 5. And I could see these kids looking through the wire screen, trying to see if they could see their aunt or uncle or their father or their mother or their sister in some other cage in this big warehouse. And I walked outside and talked to the press about it and was just stunned. And I think the nation was stunned. And the president formally reversed that policy a bit of time later. But he never reversed the drive to attack people based on their skin color. Who do we see he wants to allow a free pass into the United States? Basically, a wealthy white population from South Africa. And they're some of the most privileged population in the world. But the president says those are the folks. And remember his comments from his first term, where he said he really wanted people from those kind of Scandinavian-style companies. So I do feel that he wants to pursue this aggressively throughout his administration, and we are going to see a lot more terrorized neighborhoods.
I thank the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I see that my colleague from Washington State is here. Would she consider, I would welcome a question if you have one.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the senator from Oregon a question. I appreciate my Northwest colleague being here to bring attention to these important issues. And so much has transpired in the last few weeks, and so I just appreciate the fact that you are trying to bring part of the awareness. If we made a long list, there'd be many, many things here in this list of authoritarianism that we do not like, and appreciate you bringing specific attention. Although I do find some musings that people find a bicycle protest somewhat threatening, which it's just not we're kind of famous for our bicycle events in Northwest, so don't know why somebody finds that threatening when the authoritarianism is really the threat. So, but I have been so involved with my colleague, Senator Grassley, in making a really important point, and that is the president is abusing his power on tariffs. When you think about the actions of proposing tariffs, this is exactly why people said, we don't want kings to have this authority. Why? Because it's such an important constitutional authority given to Congress. It is not something that we think that the President of the United States should have to usher in economic impact in this dramatic way. And the IEEPA tariffs, the lower courts have already said, yes, we don't think that he has this authority. He's been abusing this authority. Now he's going to try to say there's other emergency powers, and hopefully the courts will continue to do their job. But when I think about all of the things he's done, and lots of them are big issues, to me, this one, to basically wield an economic impact on the cost of affordability for Americans, for housing, for food, for transportation cost, a whole myriad of things, when it's only the authority of Congress to do this, I think of how big this economic stick is that he is wielding. So all we've said here collectively, bipartisan group of senators, is that you should, if you think these things are so great, you should come to the Congress. But the constitutional authority is that only Congress has this authority. So I think it's a very dangerous precedent. I think it, in a global economy with a lot of economic activity to be had, I don't think it's a good idea to have somebody in the office of the presidency acting as if these tariff policies are their domain. And clearly, the cost of this on goods and services, particularly those that are really, really hurting us, like I said, affordable housing and things of that nature, are really the impacts. And I don't know to what degree, sorry to say I didn't stay up with you and watch all night, so I don't know what degree you covered tariffs, but I don't know what you think about this particular point in this debate of yours about the authoritarian power and how much is being abused on tariffs.
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Washington State, and I'm heartened to hear of your work across the aisle with Senator Grassley to try to address this question of tariffs. The very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. So you can imagine our 13 colonies, they got their 26 senators, they're gathered in a fairly small space, and they're going, no, I want for a jug of the tariff on a jug of molasses to be this, and on sugar to be that, and so on and so forth. And over the course of 3 weeks, they reached agreement on a couple hundred products, and the one person who kept notes through this whole thing, a daily diary, got frustrated by, now we're going back to the same product we considered 3 days earlier. But in 3 weeks, they considered a whole lot. But the point is, it was Congress that was deciding the tariffs. This was an inherent power to the president. And there is no law that has delegated power to the president to do a tariff. Tariffs have been done by law. That means they are a bill that occurs here, and it is a bill that becomes the actual tariff when it's signed by a president. But the president, we've never delegated that power, and I'm not even sure if we tried to, if the court would say you could delegate it, because the court sometimes says you have responsibilities as Congress that you can't delegate. You cannot delegate the design of how much money goes to certain programs and whether or not they can be canceled. You cannot delegate that. And so here we are with this enormously destructive tariff policy. Now, count me in if there is a slight tariff on goods from very low wage, low environmental, low labor standards countries. Count me in to encourage a little more of the factories to be in the U.S. But for people to make investment decisions, put those factories in the U.S., you have to have a stable tariff regime. You can't have the tariffs up one side and down the next. And so no companies are making decisions about building factories right now. They may say, well, for a few months, because there's this big whopping tariff on Vietnam, maybe we should build a factory here, but wait, that tariff may change. And it did change on Vietnam. And think about the chaos that comes in our foreign policy, because here's Vietnam, a country that we are trying to induce to be a significant manufacturing partner with us rather than products coming from China, and to be a force in the region to counterbalance China to somewhat, and we treat them in an arbitrary and capricious way. Well, there goes years and years and years, decades really, of rebuilding a relationship with them. Or Brazil, the president just says, I don't like the fact that their strong-arm former president is being put in prison for trying to overthrow their democracy. I mean, really? Okay, but you're going to put a tariff on them and 50% tariff? Or last week it was going to be 100% tariff on China after China said they were going to control their strategic minerals. It's chaos. And what I heard from small businesses yesterday, they said we've got two problems that are making Main Street into Pain Street. And the first is the tariffs. They are affecting either the inputs for our products or how we sell our products, or just the uncertainty that is causing people to buy less. And all of that's a problem. And they said the second problem is most of us buy our insurance on the exchange, and because of the not so beautiful, what I like to call the big ugly betrayal of a bill, the average cost of that's going to double across America. And this one owner said, I think I understood him to say he had 4 employees and that he'd talked to 3 of them. They had each said, I'm not going to buy insurance. I looked it up on the exchange, the price has doubled or done something like that. I'm not doing it. I'm going to take the risk. And we know where that leads. That leads to people not going to the doctor when they need to go. It leads to small problems being big problems. It begins to big problems being treated in the emergency room, the most expensive place. So I do think the tariffs are absolutely, we need to reclaim that power here in Congress and being rationality and a theory behind it, a theory that will help make America more prosperous, but not this crazy fluctuating up and down that leaves everybody struggling to know what plant should they grow in their field, what product should they produce in their factory, should they produce more, should they warehouse them, or should they shut down? I mean, no one knows.
Mr. President, if I could, the senator from Oregon, if he had time for another question on this point, you know that the Pacific Northwest is a big export economy. We have many ports. People may not know, but we probably export a significant amount of soybeans. And I don't know if the senator is aware that this is a crisis now. These growers, particularly in the Midwest, are on their heels over this. This is having huge economic impact, and it's a constitutional authority by Congress. And instead of our colleagues dealing with this authority and dealing with the fact that their own constituents are getting run over, they're still, ignoring the fact that the president is abusing these powers. So I don't know how much you're aware of this, but it is these kinds of activities that lose you shelf space, go to some other country, and then when you try to get it back, the country's already in business with somebody else. So this is affecting our growers across the United States. It's time for our colleagues to admit that this is an abuse of power and help us rein it back in. And so I so appreciate your efforts here to talk about authoritarianism, and I appreciate your comments on tariffs specifically. But this is, one side of it is the consumer impact, and the other side of it is the economic impact to growers who wonder why they send people here to vote and take care of their interests if you're going to have somebody at the White House who's just going to run over them. And I hope that we can continue to emphasize this. And of course, obviously, on the healthcare cost, we put out a report now I think 4 weeks ago, about the high cost of healthcare being implemented because of the lack of the ACA tax credits. But by the way, guess what was in that report? That tariffs were also having an impact on the cost of healthcare. So it is impacting us on healthcare, the very underlying issue of why we're here and trying to get some relief for the American consumer as now they start to see these bills and see the choices that they're going to have. But tariffs are affecting our economy in a very significant way, and it's time for our colleagues to say this is not not the authority. They have a chance to sign on to our bill. They certainly could sign on. There's 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. They certainly could sign on and say that they support that. I don't see anybody on the other side of it making a case that the president has this constitutional authority. It's more that they're just silent. And America needs to know that, that our economy is being hurt by tariffs, and it's an abuse of power by the White House. So thank you.
I appreciate my colleague's question regarding particularly the soybeans. And my understanding is that China was a major consumer of soybeans, and they have bought exactly 0 beans. Massive amount in the past. But now when you go from huge tonnage, ships and ships full of soybeans, and then you drop down to 0, wow, the overproduction of soybeans, how do I, price drops on them, what do I do, how do I store them, they're going to go bad, where else in the world can I find a market, can I get China back when all this fuss ends, and meanwhile, Brazil is stepping up in the soybean world to provide that supply, and once you lose that relationship and that trust, and the personal connections, it's very hard to get those customers back. So I understand the distress for our farmers. And just one example how the capricious tariffs, the massive fluctuations are so devastating. And you mentioned in your question that there is also the issue of how tariffs can affect health care. And I have heard that tariffs are being placed on a lot of the ingredients that come in, including from China, to make our medicines, and therefore that drives up the cost of drugs as a factor. That's at least one connection. I suspect there's others, maybe the cost of wheelchairs or medical devices, I'm sure more. So Washington is an extraordinary exporting state, coast on the Pacific Rim, as is Oregon. We're about the same size. We have kind of a friendly, competitive relationship between our 2 states, but we have the same issues, and it means that we often work together to try to solve those issues for our region of the country. And I thank so much for your leadership. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for a question, I appreciate that. I have a specific question, but I'd like to just actually follow up on the interesting conversation you were having with Senator Cantwell from Washington about soybeans, because I represent Minnesota, a very large soybean state, and when I was just home in Minnesota last weekend, I heard a lot about what's happening with soybeans, and you're exactly right. Senator Merkley, we're having a bumper crop of soybeans. The beans are pretty much out of the field, and Minnesota farmers and producers are trying to figure out what to do with those beans. And because of Trump tariffs, the market for China, the Chinese market for soybeans has been decimated. Trump tariffs have completely ruined that market. And as I think you said, Senator Merkley, these export markets for American agricultural products, it's not like an on-off switch. It's not like a pipe that you just open or close. These relationships in these export markets are incredibly important. And so what's happening here is American and Minnesota farmers are looking at this as they're seeing, okay, Trump tariffs have made U.S. Soybeans basically non-competitive. And so China, our biggest export market, is turning to South America, in particular turning to Argentina. And American soybean producers are literally wondering how they are going to pay the bills when their operating loans are coming due right now, and they're looking at the loans that they're going to need to take out, the working capital loans they're going to need to take out for this winter in order to buy fertilizer and seed and all of the things that they need to get crops in the ground in the springtime. And it is so offensive to them that at the same time that they have lost this market in Argentina, the President President Trump is sending billions of dollars to Argentina. So, and I think I've seen, Senator Merkley, that the amount of money that the president is sending to Argentina to bail out the Argentinian debt to resolve this capital crisis in Argentina, there's one group that we know for sure is going to benefit from this bailout. And these are the friends of Donald Trump in the United States of America, the big fund managers, the big private equity firms that made huge investments in Argentinian debt, hoping that it was going to go up, and sure enough, it will, because of what the current president is doing. So, helping big Wall Street fund managers, hurting American farmers. That's the story of what is happening with Donald Trump and his tariffs right now. Senator Merkley, I was listening last night to what you were talking about, and you gave a really powerful quote, or a paraphrase perhaps, from the book How Democracies Die. And one of the things that you highlighted, I want to just quote here, you said, there has to be a fierce reaction in the year that the authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution. Well, this is the year. And I was reflecting on this as I was thinking about what happened all across the country and what happened in my home state of Minnesota, I'm sure in Oregon as well, with these huge demonstrations that we saw all over the country. I'm going to ask you to reflect a little bit more on what you said last night and what we've seen here with this reaction to the authoritarian activities of the president. But I wanted to just share what I saw in Minnesota was really remarkable. By all accounts, nearly, maybe up to 100,000 people turned out just in Minneapolis, which is, the biggest city in my state. Minneapolis and St. Paul are roughly, 2.5 million people all in. But we had 80 of these events all over the state. And what I saw, and I'm wondering what you saw in the demonstrations in Oregon, what I saw was incredibly patriotic people showing up, people who love their country and want to keep it, people who understand that in this country we swear allegiance not to a king but to our democratic values and to our Constitution. And it was remarkable to me to see that love of country and that patriotism. And I also saw that, and I will love to hear your response to my question and comments. I also saw a lot of people turn out at these big events who don't typically come to these, don't come to political demonstrations. It's just not their thing. But they felt compelled to do this, maybe because of what you were talking about, Senator Merkley, earlier, which is they understand that there needs to be a fierce reaction. And the year that an authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution, and they were there to demonstrate their allegiance to our Constitution. So maybe I'll pause there, Senator Merkley, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Minnesota. And the commentary I was giving is more my distillment, my impression of the information in this book, rather than a straight-out quote from it. But that essentially you have in the past the death of democracy came at the hands of men with guns. Now it's coming through people who get elected. And after they get elected, they work to erase the separation of powers. They try to get a legislature that will be more of a rubber stamp and say, we'll do what you say. Well, suddenly the whole vision of Congress laying out the programs and the amount to be spent and the policies is supplanted by Congress just saying, oh, what did you want us to do? Okay, we'll do that. And then the Supreme Court hands more power, and we've seen that happen here in the U.S. as well. Certainly with the Trump versus United States, where the Supreme Court found invisible ink in our Constitution. I'm pretty sure neither of us can go through here and find anywhere in Article 1, and certainly not in Article 2, which addresses the executive, that there is any sign that they want the president to be considered above the law. And yet that's what the court said. So to the broader question of how, once you are in this authoritarian takeover, what are your odds of stopping it? And in general, the authoritarian works to entrench the authoritarian rule. So people get knocked down when they speak up, and then other people are afraid to stand up and become more timid. The press gets a little more careful after getting sued. Wall Street Journal got sued for $10 billion. Maybe gets a little more careful about what it says in its newspaper. The network, which is threatened with the possibility of losing its broadcast license, or the network that's threatened with the possibility of a merger opposition, may say, okay, we're going to change our programs. We're going to get rid of that program that Trump doesn't like, or we're going to get rid of that comedian that insulted Trump. And you start to see these effects pile up, and they grow over time. So in that first year, if there is not a reaction from the people, then people assume two things. Oh, that sounded outrageous to me, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe that telling universities what to teach, having the government tell them that isn't so bad. Maybe telling the broadcast news what to put on air isn't so bad, and so forth. It's like maybe kicking people out of the country for exercising their free speech on college campuses isn't so bad. No, if nobody's protesting, it's like, oh, well, maybe that's not so bad. And makes it easier for the authoritarian power to get a deeper and deeper grip on the system and become the status quo. And that's why you need a protest in the first year to say, no, this is breaking the norms. This is breaking the law. This is violating the Constitution. And we are not going to take this assault crushing our freedoms. We are going to stand up and say, hell no. And then people go, oh, well, I thought those things were pretty outrageous. And look, there's somebody or some group or some force I can get behind to help know that I'm not alone, because as a normal citizen, what power do I have? But if someone else is organizing and speaking out, and that's why this march, No King's March, was so important. 7 million people, 2,700 locations. You had an incredible set of demonstrations in Minnesota. We had a credible set of demonstrations in Oregon. And I went to one at a very small town. It's kind of just a few stores and gas stations, and it's in a pretty conservative county, and boy, 200 people were out on the road with their created signs, and I was really struck, especially by talking to veterans who said, I volunteered. I went to war overseas because my country asked me to do it, and it was framed as you have to defend this country and this set of freedoms that we cherish so much. And I'll be damned if a president of the United States is going to take away what we fought and died for, a president who never bothered to put on a uniform. And I thought those were powerful words that I appreciated from our veterans. But that's why that first year is so important, that people know that this is not okay, and that others are willing to organize and resist and push back. And then the second piece of that is the next election, because the goal of an authoritarian president is to make it more and more rigged, the elections. And if we want 3 examples, one right now is the president's trying to consolidate a voter registration list from states around the country, making it easier potentially to manipulate that list in the next election. A second factor is Trump's trying to get states to gerrymander in order to produce, basically divide up blue districts by attaching little pieces of it to red districts so that the blue district disappears and you get more Republican House members and less fair representation of the diversity of America. So the gerrymander. And then he's complaining about vote by mail. You have vote by mail. In Minnesota, we have vote by mail. You're one of the highest turnout states. We sometimes say we're the highest turnout state, and then sometimes I look at the stats and go, I think Minnesota might have beat us out a little bit on one election or another. But The point is that the integrity of vote by mail is so high because it cannot be manipulated on Election Day. And we see that manipulation in so many forms on Election Day, where precincts are moved so people don't know where to go. False information is put out where to go. They're put where there's no parking if you don't want people to vote. The machines don't work. The staff doesn't show up. The lines are long. People are intimidated. They're told they can't pass out water to people standing in line, which just seems like a horror of a possibility that people passing a law saying you can't give people water who are standing in line wanting to vote. And all of those factors really play a big role. That's why Trump wants us to vote on Election Day. More ability to manipulate the outcome of the election. So those are two incredibly important things. And then I wanted to just say, what is going on with Argentina? That we are sending them money, $20 billion and maybe $40 billion, in order to help them with their debt, which is owned by a bunch of Trump's friends. So they bought it for pennies on the dollar, and now they're going to become mega rich. And where did we pass a bill saying you can send $20 or $40 billion to Argentina? What happened to America First? This is Argentina first? I mean, this is the corruption of the president's friends first? What policy is that? I want to see that on a hat. It is, an outrageous. I mean, you think about $40 billion. That's approximately $100 for every single person in our country contributing to bail out Trump's friends who bought up Argentinian debt. No, hell no. I don't know what authority he's doing that under, but let's take it away. Let's get our Republican partners to join us in saying that we should take it away.
If the senator would yield to one more question.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
I want to just follow up on something that you talked about with the attempts by the Trump administration to consolidate and get some control over our voting process in this country. One of, I think, the strengths of our country is while we should have high national standards for free and fair elections, we have control over elections at the local level. And that gives our electoral system a lot of resilience. I want to just thank our Secretary of State in Minnesota, Secretary of State Steve Simon, for refusing to provide to the Trump people our voting rolls and data about our voters as a way of protecting our local control over our ballots. And I want to just follow up also with what the senator from Oregon was talking about with the way that the president is ignoring the rule of law, ignoring the Article 1, ignoring the powers of Congress. And I was thinking a lot about what the preamble of our Constitution says. I mean, the preamble of our Constitution says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." That is the promise that we all make each other in this great democracy. And what I think we see happening, I wonder if the senator would like to comment on this, what I think we see happening is that President Trump is trying to undermine that promise. And he's trying to exhaust us and distract us and make us feel like we actually don't have any power to have much of an impact on what he and Russell Vought and his administration does, and that will cause us to just give up and give in. But of course, Americans are stronger than that. About their democracy than perhaps Donald Trump believes or expects. And one of the powerful things that I see happening, that I saw happening this weekend and I see happening all over the country, is Americans standing up and saying, basically, we know a bully when we see him. He's not as strong as we think that he is, and he's not as strong as he wants us to believe that he is, and we're going to stand up to it. And that, Senator Merkley, gives me a sense of faith and a sense of hope as I see people put their faith in this democracy into action every single day in the ways that is meaningful for them personally.
Colleague from Minnesota, appreciate the question, but I particularly appreciate the recitation of the preamble. And I grabbed my pocket constitution here that I've been bringing up various points through the night. And the line that I have highlighted here from some previous time was, and secure the blessings of liberty. Secure the blessings of liberty. You know, psychologists may say there's a hierarchy of needs. You need food, you need water, you need shelter. But we're Americans, and I can tell you liberty is at the top of this list. Like the idea that I can't say what I want, the idea that a private university can't teach what it wants, the idea a private law firm can't provide its contributions to the legal help to the nonprofits it wants to provide help to. It goes on and on of the compression of liberty. People around the world have come here dreaming of liberty. They have seen Lady Liberty with her torch held high, welcoming people from around the world. Where you may be oppressed back home, but you come to this shore and you can say what you want, you can worship as you want, you can have your company operate within the law, making its own decisions without government oppression. And suddenly, all that is being challenged. And so I do appreciate a lot your emphasis about that this component, which may seem more abstract, if you're a family struggling with health care and your children are hungry, but even for families that are dealing with the challenge of getting onto their feet, the basic challenge, they still have the DNA of American liberty throughout their body, knowing that they may not have all the food they want, but they can say what they want. And they can criticize the President of the United States. And that president damn well better not put them on an enemies list and proceed to tell the Justice Department to go on some kind of a search to get them arrested or charged or tried or in prison. And yet that's happening right now. An enemies list. Let's be blunt about it. The president has been transparent about it. The other things he may not be transparent on. When it comes to an enemies list, he's transparent as hell. He lays it out to the press. These are the folks I'm going after. He does his tweet to Pam Bondi. Why haven't you acted yet? Why haven't you done it yet? I read one of those tweets sometime in the hours past. And it's stunning that the president clearly feels he has full ability to weaponize the Justice Department as his personal revenge factory. And he's all in on it, and we have to stop it. Thank you. And I noticed that my colleague from Massachusetts has arrived, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much for raising all of these issues about the threat to our democracy, authoritarianism run rampant, healthcare, education, our environment, all being threatened in violation of the United States Constitution. And so I would ask if the senator would yield for a question.
I would be delighted to yield for a question.
Thank you. So Republicans are shutting down the government to cut Americans' health care. In fact, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans have been shutting down our government since day one. We are witnessing a Robin Hood in reverse as Republicans make deep health care cuts and steal from those most in need, all to pay tax breaks to CEO billionaires in our country. And as a result of Trump's big ugly bill, over 320,000 Massachusetts residents could lose insurance coverage. That's almost 5% of the entire state. The Commonwealth could lose over $2 billion in Medicaid funding annually, with Massachusetts hospitals losing $424 million each year, erasing 19,000 healthcare jobs in the state of Massachusetts alone. And after ripping healthcare away from hundreds of thousands of Massachusetts residents, MAGA Republicans are now willing to dramatically raise health insurance costs for even more families. If the premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan expire at the end of this year, 337,000 additional Massachusetts residents will see their health insurance costs spike. And in the process, our residents collectively will lose $425 million in tax credits each and every year, averaging over $1,300 per enrollee each year. Some could see their premiums surge over $1,000 a month, leaving them an annual premium of more than $25,000. So this healthcare premium bomb is about to go off all across our country, on kitchen tables. Dramatic increases in the costs for healthcare for families. And that's just unacceptable. The price of groceries is up, the price of electricity is up, and now Trump and his MAGA Republicans want to jack up the cost of health insurance, forcing families from Boston to the Berkshires, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon, to make difficult choices to make ends meet. So right now, thanks to these tax credits, a couple in their 30s earning $50,000 in the city of Boston with 2 children could pay just $4 a month for their health insurance premiums. But soon, if Trump and MAGA Republicans decide to let these credits expire, that couple will receive a notice in the mail that they will have to pay $176 a month, a 4,000% increase, costing thousands of dollars more per year. A 62-year-old couple living in Watertown who earns $86,000 a year could pay $1,700 more each month. A 58-year-old living in the Berkshires making $32,000 a year could see their premiums increase by 170%. And last week, Democrats on the Small Business Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, released new data showing that over 10 million small business owners and their employees rely on the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits to afford health insurance. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our economy, but Republicans are turning Main Street into Pain Street. Republicans are making a Jenga tower out of our healthcare system. They remove one block, access to Medicaid, and then another, health insurance tax credits. They already have put us into a healthcare crisis. But they don't stop there. Republicans have cut or frozen over $1.3 billion in grants to Massachusetts from the National Institutes of Health for life-saving medical research and clinical trials. They're gutting our public health workforce by revoking temporary protected status for Haitians and Venezuelans and directing ICE to terrorize lawful immigrants who are disproportionately health care and human service workers. We know these cuts will have even worse impacts on Black and brown communities. Right now, 60% of Black children rely on Medicaid for their health care. 60% of Black children in our country rely upon Medicaid for their health care. If these cuts go through, millions could lose access to checkups, asthma treatments, and mental health care that keep families healthy and children in school. It would leave parents with impossible choices between medicine and meals, and restrictions on Medicaid don't just trim budgets, they cut into lives. And with each Jenga block Republicans remove from the tower, Americans' health care becomes more and more unstable. And we know how Jenga ends. The tower collapses. That's where we are heading right now. But Democrats are not going to let our health care system collapse. The Republicans want to loot the health care system of tens of billions of dollars and then hand it over in tax breaks to the Republican billionaires who are their supporters. Well, the Democrats are not going to drive the getaway car in the biggest health care financial heist in the history of our country. We are not going to do that. We're fighting to keep the premiums affordable. Republicans call it a government shutdown because they don't want to admit what they and Trump are doing. It's a healthcare shutdown. And Speaker Johnson has Republicans in a political witness protection program right now. They're scattered all over the country. We want them to come here so we can negotiate with them to solve this healthcare problem. We can solve the government shutdown and the healthcare crisis with one vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. It wouldn't take more than that. They just have to come here. Right now, what we have is a president saying, well, there's nothing to negotiate on the shutdown. And so ultimately, that's going to be the challenge which this country is going to be facing because the Republicans are refusing to come to negotiate. So we're calling on Donald Trump and Republicans to reverse their cruel cuts, return the funding they looted from our healthcare system, restore access to essential care for all Americans. So I have a question for my colleague. As this ticking healthcare time bomb gets closer to exploding, how will it hurt Americans' wallets and our national economy?
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague, who certainly laid out a lot of ways that it's going to have a huge impact across the country and in your state of Massachusetts. And I was thinking about several of the points that you were making, which really are parallel for Oregon, but they're parallel for every state. In some cases, the states that are most affected are not even states that are blue states. And that is certainly true for we're talking about these tax credits, because 75% of the folks who access the tax credits on the exchange are in states that President Trump won. So we're not advocating to restore affordability to health care because it's an issue in our states, although it is certainly an issue. We're advocating because it's the right thing for every American, that health care is a right. It is a foundation for a family to thrive. When I think about the things that enable a family to do well, it's health care. It's a decent home, a decent community, that is housing. It is education, the opportunity for good education, and it is a good paying job that sets your family on its feet. Health care, fundamental foundation. In my state, the projected loss of people because of the slashes to Medicaid is 235,000 people losing their insurance in my state. A projected increase that isn't as high as the rest of the country, and now that we're starting to get numbers directly from the exchange, from the insurers, maybe we'll find out it is as high. But the projection across the country was a more than doubling, 114% increase. And why is that? Because the premiums go up and the tax credit comes down. So a gap that was this big becomes a gap that is that big. 114%. In my state, projected 68%. Now, am I happy that that's less than 114? Yes, if it's true. But here's what I know about inflation in a fundamental item. People get pretty nervous when they have 5% inflation. They get really upset when they have 10% inflation. When they have 68% or 70% or 100% or more inflation, they're not going to buy the healthcare policies. And you mentioned Main Street is Pain Street. Maybe I heard you say that in the past. If so, thank you, because I've been using that phrase. I'll try to give you credit for it, because it may well have been in something I overheard you say. And I talked yesterday, because we had folks representing small businesses visiting here on Capitol Hill. And one of the individuals said there are two things that are causing us a lot of pain. And I couldn't resist. Main Street turned into Pain Street. And he said one is tariffs, and the second is the health care. He said so many of us small business owners, We don't have enough to negotiate with a Kaiser or Blue Cross. We have our folks, our employees, go to the exchange. And, he said he'd talked to 3 of his 4 employees, if I got the numbers right, and he said it doesn't sound like any of the 3 of them are going to buy health insurance. They're going, if it's that expensive as what it appears when I go online right now and I see the premiums up and the tax credits down and the gap in the middle that I have to fill in too big for what I earn, I'm just going to take the gamble. In various forms, it sounded like that's where his staff were in. And he knew that any one of them might win that gamble. They might get through a year without a health care problem. But if there's a group of them, a few of them are going to have significant problems. And then they're not going to go to the doctor because they don't have health insurance. And then the problem's going to get worse. And when they do go, a small problem becomes a big problem. And when they do go, they're in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to provide health care. And the preventive care disappears, which is such a big piece of what we tried to do on the exchange. Either you get insurance in which you are covered for pre-existing condition, insurance that your children can stay on your policy to age 26, insurance where preventive actions are free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and tax credits that make it affordable. You eliminate that affordability factor, we're back where we were. And I tell you, that impact on rural Oregon, it is devastating because rural Oregon is less affluent than urban Oregon. So there's a higher percentage of folks who are on Medicaid, our Oregon health plan. And when it comes to children, we're talking 70% of the children in rural Oregon have the Oregon health plan. What does knocking 235,000 people off do? And what does it do to the revenue of the clinics and the hospitals that have to shut down projects? Or according to the Sheps Institute, 300 hospitals across the country will probably be forced out of existence, and they won't even have a hospital. They won't have any programs. Where are you going to go 70 miles down the road to find your next hospital in rural America? So it is a very big deal indeed. I'm so glad you raised it. And there is a tie-in to the authoritarian structure that I just want to emphasize. And that is, when you have an authoritarian who starts their year with a speech backed up by billionaires, and then does a bill that's about savaging programs for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires, well, those two things are connected because an authoritarian doesn't feel like the need to pursue government by and for the people. If you're pursuing government by and for billionaires, then savage the programs for the people and fund the billionaires. They're your friends all around you, including friends who bought up Argentina debt that we're going to ship $20 billion or $40 billion off to. Outrageous.
Would the Senator yield for a question?
I would be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I'd just like you to follow up a little bit on that University of North Carolina Shep Center study. I requested them to do that study, and it came back, and it was a blistering, scalding indictment of the Republican support for these dramatic cuts to our healthcare system. And it concluded, as you said, that over 330 hospitals, rural hospitals in our country would close. That was 30 in Kentucky, 30 in Louisiana, disproportionately rural America. And so could you talk about that maybe a little bit more, especially in terms of your home state of Oregon, but what that portends for the rest of the country in terms of the provision of healthcare services and then the flooding of the other hospitals' emergency rooms, the increase in the premiums for those who can afford health insurance, but the costs are just going to skyrocket. And just elaborate, if you could, just a little bit more on that looming crisis.
On to your question, I want to repeat my main mission statement for being here through the night, and that's to ring the alarm bells of alarm at this authoritarian takeover and at this strategy of doing authoritarian bills in which families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care or their nutrition benefits or their Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But I am so glad you requested that study from the Sheps Institute at University of North Carolina. They're highly accredited, highly capable, a great place to go to for this sort of information. And I think back to a couple years ago where we had a hospital in Baker City, Oregon, and they announced very suddenly they were having to shut down their maternal care unit. Now, it's quite a ways down the highway to the next hospital. And depending on the roads you take, can you even get down those roads in winter when there's ice or there's snow if you're having to go 40 to 70 miles, depending on your undertaking. And boy, the idea that when you're trying to get prenatal care, you got to go that far, round trip, the idea that maybe it'll be harder to get classes that you're supposed to take to help you prepare for being a good parent. The idea that when you go into labor, you only got a limited time, and are you going to make it to the hospital? Anyway, it's a big deal to this medium-sized town to lose their maternal unit. But why'd they lose it? Well, that is inherently an expensive program. So what happens when hospitals are looking at increasing costs, and they've got significant personnel costs? They may now have increasing costs from the tariffs, because the tariffs affect some of the drug prices, and they're going, well, we're not balancing. We gotta, where are we losing the most? And so they cut a program like that. Or maybe they cut their drug addiction program, and folks who needed drug addiction just have nowhere to go. Or maybe they cut their mental health program. But the point is, sometimes they are so close to the line, they're like, we cannot make it anymore. We have to consolidate into a single hospital further down the road, or we have to partner with someone else, and we got to shut the whole thing down. And so that's where I think this 300, the possibility of using 300 or more hospitals comes in, particularly in rural Oregon. You have a whole bunch, or rural America, you have a whole bunch of families that don't have insurance. They're going to the hospital for care, they're going to get care, but then they can't pay the bill, and suddenly the crunch is too big. 235,000 people in Oregon lose health insurance through Oregon Health Plan and can't pay their bills. Maybe additional group, significant group, loses the ability to get health care through the exchange. That's a lot of uncompensated care, and maybe that hospital just can't make it. That's what's happening. We've been losing hospitals in rural America for that reason. They're already at the edge. And so this type of blow, which in the Republican bill was placed for January 2027. Now, that may have seemed like a long time from now, but that is basically 15 months from now, we're going to be seeing the implementation of this dramatic assault on health care. So that's why I see as it seems legitimate to me that we can see that sort of damage to health care across the country with hospitals in rural America shutting down. I appreciate so much my colleague having joined us. And I see my colleague from Connecticut. If you happen to, let me see what the right thing to say here is. If you have I'd be willing to yield for a question if you have one.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Merkley. And let me just say how much I appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, many Americans appreciate the labor that you have put in to raising these alarm bells tonight, and I would appreciate the chance to ask you a question. Listen,
Question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Having done this before, I know that the language is important. You and I have had a number of conversations over the past 6 months about the importance of being straight with people about what is happening in this country. I'm sure that a lot of our Republican colleagues on this floor look at what you have been doing overnight, look at some of the similar speeches that I and others have given on the floor, and think that we are engaged in pretty remarkable hyperbole, right? This is the United States of America. Our democracy is going to survive forever. This is not authoritarianism. This is just a different version of democracy. But I think it's important to talk for a moment, and this will be the foundation of my question, as to how you know when you've lost your democracy, how you know when you are on the wrong side of a transition to authoritarianism. There are a lot of folks who will say, well, listen, we're still going to have elections in a couple weeks. We're probably still going to have elections in November of next year. Well, there are troops in Washington, D.C. right now. They aren't inside the Capitol building. We are still operating. Well, many of Trump's critics have been taken down off the air, like Jimmy Kimmel temporarily and Stephen Colbert soon to be permanently. There are still plenty of people who oppose the president's policies who are on television and are talking openly about their disdain for his policies online. And so I understand many of my colleagues say, well, this still looks like a democracy, maybe different than it was a few months ago, but it's not authoritarianism. And I guess what concerns me is that there's not going to be this day when democracy turns off. There's not likely going to be a cancellation of elections because President Trump is following a playbook that many other would-be autocrats have used successfully to transform democracies into either autocracies or deeply illiberal democracies in which the opposition party never wins. That's what happens in a place like Hungary or a place like Turkey. They still have elections. There are still critics of the regime. In fact, the opposition party can still win a mayoral race or a local election. But the rules are rigged such that the opposition party never has enough oxygen, never has enough support, never has enough ability to air their case that they ever win at the national level. And you can see, as you have articulated overnight in this heroic effort, you can see this very detailed plan to constrict the space that the opposition, which is from an organizational standpoint, the Democratic Party has to operate. And it is a plan that Donald Trump didn't create himself. It is a plan that has been midwifed in other nations that he is copying. It's first and foremost about punishing dissent, targeting individuals who have been critics and using government power, whether that be the Department of Justice or the FCC, to silence those critics. It's about commandeering the spending power of the federal government to say, if you criticize me, you are not going to get federal spending. Right? Just a few weeks ago, the president canceled all energy projects in Democratic states. Just in Democratic states. A clear signal and sign that if you speak up against me, you are not going to get federal funding. It's about using the military to try to disincentivize protests and mobilization, especially in places like American cities where there are a lot of folks that oppose the president. And then it's about rigging the rules. The president has been openly targeting Act Blue, which is the primary way that Democrats raise political contributions. It seems as if he may try to shut down the vehicle by which people make contributions to Democrats. He is instructing Republican states to do something exceptional, which is to change congressional boundary rules outside of the normal schedule, so that even if he's deeply unpopular, even if Democratic congressional candidates get the majority of votes nationwide, that his party will still control Congress because they have rigged the rules of how these boundaries are set. And so whether it be the seizure of spending power, the use of the military, the manipulation of federal regulatory and law enforcement powers to quash political dissent, or the rigging of the rules to make it much harder for Democrats to be able to win in elections, it's a comprehensive plan. And I guess my question to you, Senator Merkley, is this. How do we know when we've lost our democracy. Do you agree with me that it is very likely that we are still going to have elections? They just aren't going to be free and fair elections. That not every single opponent of the president's will be thrown in. Speak out. That not every critic of the president will be taken down off the air, but enough such that media companies will figure out that if they want their next merger approved or if they want their license to broadcast continued, they better just tilt the coverage towards the president and just make sure that they don't have too much criticism on the air. This is my worry, that there are a lot of, frankly, our colleagues, and there are a lot of Americans out there who believe that our democracy is still alive until the day when it dies. But we're not going to know that day. There is just going to be a moment at which the president has successfully rigged the rules, punished dissent, seized so much power that the minority party doesn't have the ability to win a national election. We'll still exist as a Democratic Party, but just like the opposition parties in Hungary and Serbia and Turkey, we won't be in a position to engage in a way that gives voters an actual choice. So my question to you is, do you share that view of how his campaign of repression of political speech is happening? And do you worry that people are just waiting around for that epiphany, that conflagration where the democracy disappears, when that may not be how this plays out?
My colleague has described very well the way this works. In the past, in general, you had military coups. People with guns stormed in, took over, shredded the Constitution, tossed it out, had command of the armed forces, and indeed, it was an observation even at the start of our country. I had this quote from Madison during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The temptation to use that military. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. And so men with guns charged in, took over. But now we have a very different form in which democracies fail. It's the erosion of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So let's take a look at how those are being eroded. Well, we see that we have changed the rules of the Senate, so we are now doing mass confirmation of the president's list of desired individuals. I think, did we not have a list that was well over 100 the other day? No consideration really of whether they are suitable at all to serve in the desired positions. Well, that's an erosion. Then we have the power of the purse. And the vision is that in a democracy, the decisions on what programs should exist, how they will operate, and how they will be funded are made by the Congress. The president executes. So you deliberately fence off those decisions from the president. But what do we have right now? We have those decisions being made by the president of the United States of America. The programs he doesn't like, he's exercising a version of a line item veto by slow walking the funding disbursements, by canceling grants, by impounding funds, by waiting till the end of the fiscal year and filing a request to have funds reversed, funding authority reversed, and then during that waiting period, the end of the fiscal year comes and poof, the funds authority evaporates. All of these are strategies to put the power with the presidency that belongs in a democracy here, right here and down the hall in the House of Representatives. And let's take a look at the Supreme Court, whether they are continuing to defend the separation of powers. No, hell no, they're not. They made a decision, And the decision is called Trump versus the United States, where they said the president is above the law. There is no clause in our beautiful Constitution, our We the People Constitution, no clause at all that says the president is above the law. No one ever thought the president was above the law until Trump versus the United States case goes to the Supreme Court, and originalists who know the founders were terrified of a president trying to become a king suddenly give him the power to violate the laws at will, no accountability. And with pardon power, meaning the whole executive branch is above the law. That's another erosion. The liberal use, the use of the pardon power to essentially give a free pass to hundreds of people who stormed this Capitol while you and I were sitting here in this chamber and were calling for the execution of the vice president. Those are all erosions. And then we can look at the freedoms. Are the freedoms deteriorating? Well, one freedom is to criticize the president without the power of the state coming after you. And yet the power of the state is now coming after the people on Trump's enemies list, and he's telling in public tweets his attorney general to go get them. Go get them fast. Now I want action. They couldn't have gotten off. Let's get them. Well, that's the tone of those tweets. And we have one of the people who's high on that enemies list is a fellow senator. If you have the whole power of the executive branch coming after you, targeting you, not because you've done something wrong, but because they want to take you down, that's an authoritarian state, and it's happening right now here in the United States of America. When you have a president who is telling the universities, we will cancel your research contracts, millions or even billions of dollars, if you do not teach the way and operate the programs the way we want, well, that is tyranny. If you proceed to have a president say to the networks, if you want that merger or you want that broadcast license to be sustained, you better get that program off the air or that comedian off the air who insulted the president. That is tyranny. When you have folks being shipped out of this country because they express an opinion on policy in the Middle East, and it's being done with no due process, that is tyranny. So I would say yes, authoritarianism is here now. Let's ring the alarm bells.
Would the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about, and I'm sure you've talked about this many times already, but what is happening, what has been happening in your city, what is happening in Chicago. I wrote a book a couple of years ago about the story of violence in America, and in it I talked about the founders' worry about a standing army. And I did that because while I actually believe there's a common law right to private gun ownership in this country, I do think that's guaranteed in the United States of America. I know the real history of the construction of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment actually was written to make sure very specific about their desire for there not to be a standing army. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the founding of this country. We now have the biggest standing army in the world. But you've spoken a lot about the conversation our founders had, having watched the experience, having lived the experience of British monarchical rule. And they did not want a standing army, specifically because they had seen how that army had been used against them and had been used throughout Europe to try to destroy the ability of people to dissent. That it was used sometimes in foreign action to defend the country and the nation or to conquer, but it was often used domestically to try to control speech and control political opposition. And so our founding fathers, I think, would be watching the deployment or the planned deployment of the U.S. military into the streets of this country with the same kind of alarm that you are bringing to this speech overnight, because this doesn't have to do anything with public safety. This is a means to try to intimidate people into not speaking out. You've described scenes in Portland where you have the military essentially trying to provoke conflict. And they're trying to provoke conflict in part to just make it seem as if things are out of control in neighborhoods where things are not out of control, but they're also just trying to scare people into not coming out and protesting. Listen, it's absolutely understandable that an American citizen who has never engaged in political speech or political protest but thinks this moment is extraordinary and wants to raise their voice would think twice before going out onto the streets if they were potentially facing the barrel of a gun from a member of the U.S. military. That's intimidating, and it's intended to be intimidating. And so as you've talked about our founders' worries about how this country could fall into despotism, what do you think they would say about the use of the military today, 250 years later, to try to politically intimidate U.S. citizens in our cities?
Well, I thank you for that question. And I start with their strong thought, let's not let this happen. Let's not have a standing military. It's expensive and it's too big a temptation for our executive to use it against the people the way we had seen in so many other places. That second stanza, or that second phrase of what Madison said during debate at the Constitutional Convention, the means of defense against foreign danger, that's the Army, have always been the instrument of tyranny at home. That's using the Army against your own population. So that's why they were so worried. Over time, the security demands of the country and a variety of various wars, we did pursue a standing Army and a standing Air Force, and we expanded and so forth. Got the Marines, got the Navy, and we have the militia, the National Guard. And I think they would say, you've been pretty lucky so far that the understanding was so deeply rooted that these could not be used against your own population, except in extraordinary situations. And one of those extraordinary situations would be if the civil rights of individuals were being disturbed and you needed a deployment to help restore them because the local forces wouldn't protect those civil rights. And it's written into the law in just that fashion. And that's why there was a deployment to help students go to school, black students be able to go to school when folks were trying to block them to go to school in the South. That's what that deployment was about. But then you have this other standard that they can only be deployed if there is an invasion or rebellion. And just an understanding that that's a high test to meet. But the concern is you can have an erosion of the common understanding that it's a high test. And we saw that in two of the justices in the three-judge panel out in the Ninth Circuit. And they said, well, you used a definition, district court, that was appropriate for the time the laws were written, and that would normally be enough, but maybe you need to have a more flexible version of rebellion, of definition. And maybe you need to go back in time a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that gives a stronger case to recognize that the president might be able to deploy. And you should give high deference to the president's interpretation, separate from the facts. And I mean, just that last point, high deference to the president's view. And what it says is it destroys the barriers put in place, the standards put in place. No longer do you need a rebellion to be allowed to use federalized National Guard in America. No longer do you need evasion. You just need a president to say, looks like a rebellion to me. And we have, therefore, that's what happens with an authoritarian president. They're not hesitant to say that. Former presidents have been hesitant to say that because they have a deep sense of their role in protecting the norms and the values that include defending our freedoms. But an authoritarian president, who we have right now, does not have that compulsion to protect the norms, violating the norms, violating the law, violating the Constitution in action after action after action. and maybe stopping when the courts tell him to stop. But even then, we had a 9-0 decision saying facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. And what did the president do? He ignored it. Those are all indications of the scary state in which we are at this moment. I thank my colleague very much from Connecticut, and I see that my colleague is here from Maryland, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Well, I was going to ask if my colleague would yield for a question.
I will yield for a question.
Well, I want to start my question by saluting the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for standing strong and long in defense of our democracy and our Constitution, and ringing the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here, and it is here right now. We are facing a lawless president who, when he was asked whether he had to comply with the Constitution of the United States, said, "I don't know." And a president who every day is attacking the foundations of our democracy and of the rule of law. And I know my colleague from Oregon joined 7 million Americans last Saturday to say no kings in America. I was very heartened to see thousands of people come out across the state of Maryland, joining their fellow patriots from around the country in saying, in America, we have no kings. And you've been highlighting all night the way the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is assaulting the foundations of that democracy and our Constitution. And on No King's Day, we reminded one another, all fellow Americans were out there saying that we're not going to go back to the days of King George III. We fought an American Revolution to secure the blessings of liberty. And it was out of that experience that our founders developed the Constitution of the United States and then the Bill of Rights. So I want to zero in on a couple of those things and then ask you a question about one of those pillars that is being attacked right now by Donald Trump. You just mentioned the attack on due process. And we did witness that in the case of Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was abducted off the streets of Maryland, ended up locked up in a gulag in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court of the United States, by 9-0, said that his rights had been violated. A Fourth Circuit judge who had been appointed by Ronald Reagan said that what happened to Abrego Garcia was a textbook case of violation of due process. And despite that overwhelming evidence, for a period of time, the Trump administration took the position that they would never allow him to set foot back in the United States. We prevailed, and ultimately, he is now back here before the courts of the United States. And in fact, the federal district court judge down in Tennessee recently indicated there was strong evidence to indicate that the Trump administration had brought this other claim against him purely for malicious reasons, and that it was a vindictive prosecution, in other words, a political prosecution, that they were prosecuting him simply because he had exercised his due process rights. It should not be a liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican idea that in the United States of government, in the United States of America, we are not deprived of our liberty without due process, right? As you've been saying all night, that was a foundational principle based on the experience that we had under King George III, where people could just be abducted and without due process arrested. You've spoken about the assaults on the First Amendment. We saw very early in the Trump administration the crackdown on students who were expressing their views on college campuses. The administration didn't like the views they expressed about what happened in Gaza, and so they literally locked them up. Now, again, fortunately, the courts have intervened, and most of them have been released from prison. Their cases are still pending, but the judges have made clear that what these students experienced was a gross violation of the First Amendment in the United States. And of course, we saw that continuing, as you've indicated, with the weaponization of the federal government, whether it's the FCC or other instruments of the federal government, to try to deter, crack down, stop speech that the President of the United States doesn't like. We saw the whole Jimmy Kimmel case, where for a period of time, ABC did take him off the air. And I want to thank all people across the United States who rose up and said, that is wrong, that is unconstitutional. Many people canceled their Disney subscriptions. And this is a moment where all of us as Americans need to stand up and recognize, as you are this evening, that we are right now living under an authoritarian president. We've seen, and you've experienced it firsthand in your state of Portland, the president trying to implement the statement he made, the outrageous statement he made, that we are going to use American cities as training grounds for our military. I mean, regardless of someone's political views, they should recognize how un-American that is. And the list goes on, but another major assault by the President of the United States on our Constitution is one that you've been speaking about, and as the ranking Democrat on the Budget Committee and senior Democrat on the Budget Committee have been really leading the way on, is this direct assault on Article 1, this direct assault on the power of the purse. Because there were very good reasons that the framers invested the Congress with the power of the purse, and that power of taxation and the power of spending the people's money to make sure that our budgets reflected the will of the American people. And as you pointed out, it is simply illegal for the President of the United States to look at that budget and say he's going to cherry pick the parts he likes and implement those and discard the parts he doesn't like. That's not how it works, and you've talked about the Nixon line item veto and how the Supreme Court shot that down. But this president is trying to do that, is doing it right now as we speak. And as part of the proposal that Democrats have put forward to reopen the government, and we want to reopen the government, we also would like to establish some guardrails to ensure that the President of the United States cannot engage in that illegal activity. And I call it illegal, and I'm on strong grounds to say so. The GAO, which is the independent watchdog, has reached that conclusion that the president has illegally impounded funds. That's the technical term, and they have found that the so-called pocket rescission is illegal. And I do want to also just quote from Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, which we both serve on. And she goes into a good description of why this unilateral impoundment of funds is illegal and unconstitutional. And she says, and I'm quoting here, "Any effort to rescind appropriated funds without congressional approval is a clear violation of the law." It's one of our Republican colleagues, Senator Murkowski, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, has also pointed out that this is an illegal action. It's one of a series of illegal actions the president has taken. And I want you, if you could, to talk about measures that we need to take to put up some guardrails and protections about it. You've done that through an amendment, the Merkley Amendment, with regard to the other part of the rescissions process. You've spoken eloquently about this issue, but if you could just go to the heart of the matter, why the president's unconstitutional withholding of funds is a direct assault on our democracy and the vision our framers had of checks and balances. When they said checks and balances, they didn't mean a blank check for a lawless president. So maybe if you could, Senator Merkley, if you could talk to that and answer that question.
I very much appreciate your zeroing in on this question of how the president is violating the law and the Constitution by taking the power of the purse. But before I address that, I want to thank you for going to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia in prison, because if you'd not taken that initiative to highlight it, I don't know that he would ever have gotten out of there. The phrase used for that prison is, there's a one-way door going in and only coffins come out. That's the type of horrific situation. He may have easily been killed. He may have suffered the deprivations of that prison, been affected by health issues, and he may never have gotten the attention necessary for the administration to finally help facilitate his removal. By elevating that issue, you did two things. One is you helped that man return to his family, which is a huge victory. And I know he has more battles to come because of his being targeted. But second of all, you brought in an American recognition that due process matters, that court decisions matter, and that we're paying attention and we're going to keep making as much good trouble as we can when we see violations of fundamental rights for Americans, for the benefit of the individuals involved and for the benefit of everyone else, where we will hopefully dissuade the administration from violating the rights in the first place. So thank you so much for that trip and that undertaking. And in regard to the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian state, it often comes down to who controls the money. You control the money, you make the decision about what the programs are and how the programs are implemented and how much they're going to get. And in a democracy, you have a whole collection of voices from different parts of the country coming together to share their collective knowledge, the difference of their economies, their personal life experiences that give them insights on needs that are relevant, the needs that have been expressed that they have heard in their conversations with citizens, and that collected knowledge is placed into a plan for how we spend our resources in order to build a better America. And the values of our country are deeply embedded in those spending and program decisions. But in an authoritarian state, you have one individual, a man, potentially a woman, and that individual says, this is the way it's going to be. I like these programs, and I'm going to fund these. Those other ones, forget about them. And that, then we're in a dictatorship. And the president is exercising every effort to secure that power over programs. And it's not doing it secretly. Mr. Russell Vought, who was the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, and who is the architect of Project 2025, is very open, even before his hearing before the Budget Committee, saying, I believe in the unitary executive, and that the president can make the decisions and can impound funds. I don't agree with the Supreme Court decisions of the past, and I think we get the Supreme Court, we're going to get a different decision this time around. And we did get a little taste of that just recently in a shadow docket decision in which the question was, if the president submits a request to reverse a funding decision, that's called a rescission, but reverse a funding decision, submits it within the last 45 days, and there's a 45-day grace period in the law that the president doesn't have to disperse the funds, and therefore you reach the end of the fiscal year and poof, now you're outside the window, and that money evaporates. The authority to spend that money evaporates. So that was the strategy that was tested with the court, and I expected the court to say the following. In the rescission law, it says no rescission, no undoing of the existing spending, is in fact legitimate unless it's been submitted to the House and Senate and voted affirmatively by the House and Senate. Now, the House and Senate don't have to, well, they don't have to do the whole proposal the president sends. They can pick pieces. But the pieces that pass both chambers, then the president can shut down that spending. But in this case, there was no vote of the House and Senate to undo existing law. And yet the court said, well, we're giving deference here to the president. And since the fiscal year expired, well, we'll not cancel that strategy. So they empowered what is essentially, yes, Mr. President, you can slow walk the funding, file in the last 40 days a proposal to undo the funding, never get a vote on it, and you can wipe it out on programs you don't like. So the court has given much more power on this, where previously the courts said, it's very clear in the Constitution, the power of the purse is with Congress. It says it right there in Article 1, and hell no, you can't delegate that to the president. And hell no, you can't impound the money. But in this case, a court that is much more deferential to giving power to the executive did exactly that. So this is a huge concern that the court has greenlighted a fundamental violation of the vision of the Constitution and delivered a tool that we might see used repeatedly. My hope, like yours, is all 100 senators will join together, or at least a significant majority of both sides, and say we are going to protect our constitutional prerogatives. And so we are going to put in a clause into any spending bill and say, yes, there is a 1974 bill that says the president can submit a proposal to undo spending that has been approved, but the provisions that we pass in this bill are exempted from that power. They cannot be undone through a simple majority, what was passed through a supermajority. They cannot be done in a partisan basis, what was done on a bipartisan basis to address the wealth of understanding about what different parts of the country need. So that's the proposal that we need to put into each bill. Every bill saying, yes, these can be undone by a future spending bill. We do that all the time, by the way. We do a FY26 bill and we say there's 2-year and 3-year money in there, and it's clear that that money's not needed for that program, and we undo it. But that's done by a bipartisan basis to undo a bipartisan decision, not a partisan.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I would be delighted to yield for a question.
First of all, my question starts with a thank you, Senator Merkley, for raising the issue of the growing threat of authoritarianism in our country. I thank you for noting and being a champion of the very principle that our country was founded on, which is that we are a country, a government of, by, and for the people. And as I think about what that principle means, I think about the fact that in a democracy, what our founders wanted to ensure was that our governing bodies, our elected officials, would in fact be accountable to the people. So what does being accountable to the people you represent mean? Well, about 50 years ago, this Congress came together and in a bipartisan way passed something called the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Why? Because families all across this country, from every political persuasion, understood that their children with disabilities could learn and thrive if they had access to public education just the way other kids did. And because families spoke up, because individuals spoke up, we now have seen 50 years of IDEA, special education, in our schools. We have more work to do in that direction, to be sure. We need to get more resources to our local schools the way the IDEA originally promised we would from the federal government. But because families demanded it and their elected representatives heard them and listened and acted and believed they were accountable to them, the quality of life for children and families with disabilities has improved exponentially. Then I think about Medicaid expansion. When I was governor of New Hampshire and the Affordable Care Act passed, one of the things that states had the opportunity to do was adopt expanded Medicaid so that people who had mental illness, for instance, or substance use disorder, addiction, could get care under Medicaid, or people who were working part-time and had chronic illnesses could actually get health care. And at first, in a divided legislature, a legislature that was one chamber Democratic and one chamber Republican, the Republicans blocked Medicaid expansion. But gradually, the people in my state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, spoke up, spoke out, and said, this is really important to our families. And as a result, we found bipartisan agreement to expand Medicaid, provide health insurance coverage so that people could get better and could get fully employed and could then go on to private insurance, something critically important. Again, this happened because the people in my state, the elected leaders in my state, believed they were accountable to their constituents. Now, I think a lot about authoritarian regimes and their lack of accountability, because authoritarians don't believe that they are accountable to the people. They believe that the people are their subjects and are accountable to them. And that, of course, is what we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. I think about the fact that in 2022, we passed in this body the PACT Act, and it was signed into law. That is the law that provides health care to our veterans who have been made ill by toxic exposure during their service. These are our brave heroes that we owe everything to, we owe our very freedoms to, and this body came together because veterans all across this country and their families and their supporters came forward and said, we have been made ill in our service, we need health care, and we came together and on a bipartisan basis because we believe and know that in a democracy we are accountable to the people, that we then delivered something that the people, the veterans, our heroes, the people we owe the most to, we owe our way of life to, could get the health care they needed. That is the difference that having elected leaders in a democracy makes. And so, as I think about this administration taking health care away from millions of Americans right now, one of the challenges we're facing is that people's health insurance premiums who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov, those premiums are due to at least double on November 1st. In my home state, that means that a 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 a year is likely to see their health insurance go up by $14,000 a year at a time when a recent report says that if you are a family of four in New Hampshire and earn $100,000 a year, you cannot make ends meet because of the cost of housing and groceries and energy, daycare, health care. So we now have an administration led by a president whose authoritarian tendencies you have laid out so well, who is standing idly by while this healthcare calamity is facing us. Because, of course, it's not just people who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov who are going to see their costs skyrocket. It's going to be the entire health insurance premium marketplace that is going to see increases. So we are looking at a president who is busy building ballrooms, buying vanity airplanes for his Secretary of Homeland Security, doing all these things to satisfy himself and the people around him, but who doesn't seem to believe he's actually accountable to the people. I always thought that in the United States of America, we weren't subjects to be ruled, we were citizens to be heard. So, Senator Merkley, can you speak a bit to how this administration's attacks on our democracy have real impacts on the day-to-day lives of Americans?
I appreciate so much this passionate question from my colleague from New Hampshire. And there's no one here among the 100 senators who have spent more time working on issues of disability, bringing their own life understanding to bear to help millions of people across this country. And when we expanded the folks eligible under standard Medicaid, it had a huge impact on the availability of health care for disability. And then the additional work we did to try to say health care is a right, it's a foundation. Let's build a system where everyone has access. But the way you have framed the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian power is powerful. Under democracy, leaders are accountable to the people. And I'm pretty sure that these 100 senators all think about the fact that people elected them because they said they would lead on certain issues and carry the fight, and that they have a responsibility to follow through and make it happen, to honor that social contract they have with their voters, that they're accountable to them. And if they're not accountable to them just in terms of their work that they do here, they're going to be accountable at the next election. But the attitude of the president is very different. And as you put it, in an authoritarian regime, it's more like the leader believes the people are accountable to the leader. And wow, what a difference that makes, because suddenly there's no need to worry about the health care of the people. And you can lay out legislation that does damage to the people, but takes good care of the rich and powerful, because that's the world you live in, and you want to help those folks, and that's just okay because you're not accountable. And that's the connection we see between the authoritarian presence of the president, who proceeds to attack and diminish due process, free speech, academic freedom, free press, proceeds to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his list of perceived enemies, and then strives to create conflict in order to send the military in to address the conflict and expand his authoritarian power. So that's one world. But on the other end, we have the legislation he championed. Of debt, $30 trillion over 30 years to run tax breaks for billionaires. That debt is going to haunt us in the future in terms of being able to do basic programs in healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, job creation. And the answer is because he's an authoritarian leader. And that's how these two things are connected. And these real impacts that you're talking about are so evident. Child nutrition programs, savaged to do tax breaks for billionaires. And here we are in this Republican shutdown designed to ensure that the cuts to health care continue. And there's more damage to come to ordinary people. States will run out of their women and children funding. States will run out of other basic programs. Food banks are going to run out of food probably because of the additional burden that they're sharing. And not one element on the president goes, I'm accountable to the people. I'm supposed to be here driving welfare for our entire nation. I can't let the health care go double in price, as you pointed out, on average across the country. I can't allow a program go into effect 15 months from now. In January 2027, there was millions of people losing their Medicaid. And then even in that bill, he has a third attack on health care, which is to change the way that states can receive or develop their match. And if states can't raise enough money to do the match, they've got to really shrink the programs. And that's like a 2028 impact. So it's like impact, savage, the health care in multiple layers. And this is the connection between the authoritarian mentality and the real effects that devastate families in our country.
Well, would you yield for another question, Senator?
I would love to yield for another question.
Because as you were talking and as I have been thinking about the various ways in which a true democracy delivers results for its people, I mentioned in my prior question the fact that we passed in 2022 the PACT Act. And, you know, I was with a group of veterans right after we passed the PACT Act, and I thanked them for all the advocacy that they had done to get it over the finish line. And then we got talking about the war in Ukraine and why it was so important to stand up with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for the very freedom, for the very form of government that we so cherish, our democracy. And I found myself asking them the question, and I'll ask it to you now, Senator, would Vladimir Putin take care of his veterans the way the PACT Act proposes to take care of our veterans? So what are your thoughts about that?
Thank you for posing this question, which has not come up in the many hours that I've been standing here, but is very relevant to the question of what happens under authoritarian control. And worst, recognize that Russia retained some trappings of democracy, but it's clearly a dictatorship. And that's the danger. When you have that authoritarian presence, certainly Putin is that personality. And he did get the Duma basically to become the rubber stamp. And he did get the courts under his control. And everything that flows out from his authoritarian presence. And when it comes to how he views the Russians that he's sending to war, he sends them expendable pawns. I mean, they were sent on unbelievably unsupported missions to be shredded. And over time, certainly the Russian military has gotten much better. But in those phases where he just wanted to pour people into the front and enormous numbers were dying, I still think actually the number is pretty high per day, it was like, again, he's not accountable to the people. And one thing he did, which was very effective, is control over the press. Because I expected the mothers of all those folks being sent in to be shredded to become a massive force, that irresistible force that would shake the foundations of Russia. But they didn't, in part because the information was so dramatically controlled. And this is where even these early stage efforts to control and discourage dissent, or I guess you could say uncomplimentary programming by our networks or by our newspapers, the suits that have been filed against CBS and ABC and told basically you have to pay off these suits if you want the government to do its basic function to approve your mergers. Then the attack on public broadcasting and the attack on the Wall Street Journal and more. I mean, the list is long. But when a president, an authoritarian president, wants to control the press and at least discourage, make people think twice about challenging him. I mean, a $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal, I don't know where that will end up, but I imagine there are folks thinking, do I need to be more careful in what I say in this story? Oh, my news agency might get kicked out of the White House briefing. Oh, that's another strategy to cut off. So you have, the answer is no, I do not think the PACT Act, which said, hey, our soldiers were exposed to these chemicals, And there's a lot of diseases that flow from that, and we should absolutely make sure they get treatment, and we shouldn't put them through a long list of, oh, maybe somehow, somewhere you have to prove it. How do you prove that that disease, when we probably started, but how do you prove it? PACT Act, great act. And on Ukraine, I mean, here is a country that threw out a president who was trying to put them under a thumb of Putin. Here is a country that said, we're not asking you to come to fight with us, but give us some arms. We are fighting for our own freedom. This is a country that said, we reject the idea of having a dictatorship, Putin style. We want to preserve democracy with our freedoms, and we're willing to die and fight for it. That is the American vision. That is Lady Liberty. That is the best of what we have in America. And the Ukrainians stood up to Russia and have done a phenomenal job against extraordinarily large country with massively more resources, and they are still in the fight for their future and their freedom. I see my colleague from New York is here.
I had a few questions earlier this morning of my great colleague, and once again, his strength, his indomitability, and his caring about this democracy, which we all know is at risk, is just amazing. And so my question relates to something he touched on before in his discussions with our great senator from New Hampshire. There are so many ways this administration is trying to rip apart democracy. And one of them, you mentioned a minute ago, is the threatening of media to just do what Trump wants. And the man who's head of the FCC seems to be an instrumentality of that. Trump has said, things they say I don't like should not be put on the air. And they've held over the heads the broadcast licenses of some of our great media companies. In other ways, they're getting some of their friends to take over some of our media companies. And isn't one of the greatest blows to democracy, I would ask my colleague, one of the greatest so many of the countries that he has mentioned that are autocracies or absolute dictatorships to have no free press, so no information can come out. And doesn't that dramatically hurt the American people? When government is shielded and can do whatever it wants and hurt as many people as it wants because you don't have a free press, doesn't it really shouldn't it really frighten every American that this is a large step on the road away from democracy, towards tyranny, and towards authoritarian government?
My colleague from New York, absolutely. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. And I'll just roll into that, speech and the press. And we have seen what Trump has done. He sued CBS News for $10 billion because he didn't like the way that a program was edited on the television. There is no way that that suit would ever have held up in court. But what happened? CBS said, we are involved in a merger, and that merger involves Paramount, controlling shareholder, and they wanted approval for a sale of Paramount to Skydance. And Paramount was CBS's parent company. So here is President Trump holding the approval of that merger over the head of the network to get a payment for himself out of the company. And that was a $16 million in the end. But then CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, top-rated late night show. Surprisingly, 3 weeks after CBS canceled it, the merger was completed between Skydance and Paramount. Trump didn't like all the things Colbert did to make fun of the president. You know, you can judge a freedom of a country by how much people feel that they can say funny things about the president. And I've thought many times, I come to this floor and I criticize the President of the United States. I've come to this floor and criticized the Democratic presidents for things they're doing. And I do not leave here thinking someone's going to jump out of a car, grab me, throw me into a van, I'm going to be disappeared or tortured. Yet that is so common in authoritarian settings. And it's so actually disturbing to me, is one reason that I constantly raise the fact that I hate that we are seeing forces deployed across the United States that do not have an individual identifier, because that makes me think about when people jump out and grab people, and they did this at the protests in 2020 in Portland, no label, threw them into vans, unmarked vans. You didn't know what the hell was going on. But ABC, well, ABC had their own challenge with Jimmy Kimmel. And there was a situation where Nexstar and Sinclair, they own dozens of ABC affiliates. So let me just say that the list is long, including excluding companies or broadcast writers, reporters from the White House briefings. And now, most recently, telling all the reporters at the Pentagon that they have to not ask any questions in the Pentagon or they're going to lose their access to be reporters on the Department of Defense.
I thank my colleague for, once again, a great answer. The freedom of the press is at risk, and if the freedom of the press is at risk, so is our entire democracy. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts has come, and I know she will have some excellent, thoughtful, and perceptive questions. So I will yield back to my friend from...
I'm so glad that you emphasized the issue of freedom of the press, and amazingly how it's under attack in all these different ways. Here in the United States of America, it's unbelievable. And it's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. The authoritarianism is here now. Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here.
Yes.
And I would welcome a question if you have one.
I do. Mr. President, I'm seeking recognition.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much. My friend Senator Jeff Merkley is ringing the alarm bell. He is carrying the momentum of millions of peaceful protesters at No King's Day directly onto the floor of the United States Senate for all of the spineless Republicans in Congress to see. I want to be clear here. Peaceful protest is patriotic. Holding the floor to protest the Trump administration's lawlessness is patriotic. Standing up for what is right, that's patriotic. And I am proud to join my friend Jeff Merkley in saying this part out loud. Donald Trump is not a king, he will never be a king, and America does not bow down to kings. So thank you, Jeff, for reinvigorating that energy and bringing it to the floor of the Senate today and every day. You are a true patriot. So let's talk for just a minute about what's going on here. New reporting from the Wall Street Journal this morning says that the average cost of a family health insurance plan is now $27,000 a year. That's a stunner. $27,000. And that's after years of rising costs. The cost of healthcare is rising faster than inflation. Healthcare is too expensive, and families are barely hanging on. So what do we have to do? We have to protect Americans' health care and lower costs for families. Seems pretty obvious, right? Not to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans are doing the exact opposite. Their genius plan was to pass legislation that will rip away health care from 15 million Americans, jack up premiums for millions more, force rural hospitals and community health centers to close down, and shut down the entire government instead of coming to the table to save health care and lower costs. Now, Republicans just keep right on bowing down to Donald Trump. They seem to have lost their spines. Every one of them needs to go to the doctor and get a spine transplant. But instead, they are willing to make it more expensive for everyone else to go to the doctor. Make no mistake, our healthcare system is already broken, but Donald Trump and the Republicans are making the problem so much worse. Families in Massachusetts are now starting to get notices this week telling them that their healthcare premiums are going up next year. We are taking hundreds of dollars a month. Some families are seeing their premiums more than double. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And it's not just Massachusetts. Americans across the country are counting on us to lower health care costs. And I want to share some of their stories right now. From a family who gets their health care through the healthcare exchange, quote, "If our premium doubles, we will simply not be able to afford it. Either my husband or I will have to scramble to find a job with benefits in a saturated market, or we will be going without insurance for the time being." So that is the story of a family who could get kicked off their insurance altogether because their costs will go through the roof. More uninsured people means more costs for everyone else, and that is a lose-lose for the American people. Here's another one from a teacher. "My healthcare costs are going up by 39%. How do I even live?" Families across this country are asking themselves exactly the same question. Democrats are here right now fighting for every single one of those families. Here's a story from someone else. Quote, "If my premiums go up, I'd have to cancel my insurance because my check would be gone and I have an autoimmune disease. It would be over for me. How could I raise my 2 boys and care for my parents? I'm the stronghold of the family." You know, that is the reminder that this kind of increase that the Republicans are imposing on American families, this increase in health insurance, it has echo effects. It's not only the person who can't afford insurance for themselves, it's what happens to her 2 children, what happens to her older parents that she's taking care of. Families hanging on by their fingernails cannot afford insurance premiums jumping by hundreds of dollars a month. Those are the families that Democrats are fighting for right this minute. And Republicans won't even come to the table. Republicans are off on vacation. Here's another story I received from a type 1 diabetic. "I have an ACA plan that makes my insulin affordable. Without it, my insulin would be $1,000 a month. Please don't give up this fight, and please continue to stand for people just like me. We will not stop fighting for you." Here's another one. "Ours will go from $1,300 monthly to $3,600 monthly. It is harrowing." Look, $1,300 monthly, $1,300 a month for health care is already too much. But this family will now have to pay nearly triple. For families already struggling with the rising cost of everything, they cannot afford to shell out an extra thousands of dollars every month for health care. So you're hearing all of this right. Americans are struggling to get by. Republicans won't come to the table to fix it and end the government shutdown. And instead of working to lower health care costs for Americans right now, Trump is bending over backwards to dig up $40 billion to bail out his political buddy in Argentina and to help out Wall Street hedge fund investors. $40 billion. So, what could $40 billion do for us at home for a whole year instead? Well, $40 billion could stop health insurance premiums from doubling. It could restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Trump's cuts. It would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. It would fund public media. It would restore cuts to humanitarian aid and USAID. And to put it even more perspective, that $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending off to Argentina, it could fund childcare for military families for almost 20 years. It would fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, meaning one for every governor of all 50 states and a backup plane for each and every one of them. So there you have it. Remember Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one?
Pursuant to the order of 4 February 29, 1960, the work of, what is that word? The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate has, having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Eternal God, who alone spreads out the heavens and rules the raging of the sea, we cry out to you, refusing to believe that the problem of this government shutdown is too difficult for you to solve. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for years to come. Today, give our senators a faith that will not shrink, though pressed by many a foe, that will not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe. We promise to give you all the glory for the great things you have done and will do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The Senator from Massachusetts.
Very much. I want to go back to this point as I tee up the question for Senator Merkley here, and that is Donald Trump right now is sending $40 billion to Argentina. And I just want to go through the list again about what could we do with that $40 billion if we kept it right here in the United States. $40 billion would stop health insurance premiums from doubling. $40 billion would restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Donald Trump's cuts. $40 billion would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. $40 million would fund public media. $40 million.
Mr. President, retaining the floor, I yield to the question that's being posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Massachusetts has the floor.
I yield the floor.
If the Senator from Massachusetts wishes,
I yield for a question to be posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
the Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here and has gotten half of a question out. And if you'd like to continue the question, I invite you to give me a question.
Okay. Almost there. Am I recognized to do that, Mr. Chair? Mr. President?
The Senator from Oregon has the floor and has yielded you for a question.
All right. So as I was saying, I was talking about what the $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending to Argentina could be used for here at home. And that is to stop the doubling of health insurance premiums, to restore food assistance for families that the Trump administration is cutting, to cancel student loan debt, to fund public media, to restore humanitarian aid and USAID. Or, to put it in a different perspective, That same $40 billion could fund childcare for military families for nearly 20 years. It could fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, one for every governor in the United States, plus a spare jet for them. So there you have it. Remember Donald Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well, instead, Donald Trump is bailing out his, quote, favorite president, unquote, and bailing out rich Wall Street investors who invested in Argentina debt. The American people are begging us to do something about the skyrocketing cost of living. They are crying out for help. But Donald Trump can't hear them over the sound of the bulldozers that are demolishing a chunk of the White House to build his brand new ballroom. A $250 million ballroom, a monument to Donald Trump himself, paid for by big corporations that are trying to suck up to the administration for special favors. The American people told Donald Trump to cut the cost of living. Instead, he's cutting off part of the White House for his new billionaire's ballroom. Families are missing car payments, but Donald Trump is too busy building his ballroom to notice. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom in the White House. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom where the White House is supposed to be. Farmers are going bankrupt, but Trump is too worried about the construction of his ballroom to help. The cost of baby strollers, or as Donald Trump calls them, the things you carry babies around in, those are going up, but Trump is too busy building his fancy ballroom to notice. So my friend Jeff Merkley is exactly right. We are not in normal times. All of us need to stand up, speak out, and push back. My question for you, Senator Merkley, is how is the fight to lower costs for families all around this country linked to the fight against Donald Trump's authoritarianism?
I thank so much my colleague from Massachusetts for the question of how the price of goods around the country is linked to Trump's authoritarian undertakings. And it kind of boils down to this. And a colleague came to the floor and used this term a little while ago, a colleague from New Hampshire. And she said, in an authoritarian structure, the authoritarian believes that the people are accountable to the authoritarian. And in a democracy, the leader believes that the leader is accountable to the people. That's the difference. And so if you are in a situation where you have an authoritarian for the president, first thing they do is try to erode the checks and balances of the constitutions to concentrate more and more power in the executive. Of course, we see that in all kinds of ways we've been discussing this morning. Then they proceed to try to change the rules for elections so that they can rig the next elections. And then they start to attack any form of dissent, suppress freedom of assembly, and freedom of press, and freedom of speech, and due process. And we see that. And then they say, now we want to free the military. But in all of that is this sense that the people are simply pawns for the authoritarian president. And then, in that setting, it becomes just fine to do a bill that savages health care for the people to fund tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to do a bill that savages child nutrition to do tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to run up debt over the next 30 years, $30 trillion, to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's the way that the authoritarian personality is connected to the policies that emerge from bills that authoritarian champions. They're not bills by and for the people, they're bills by and for the powerful. I see that my colleague from Connecticut has come to the floor, and I would be happy to yield if you have a question.
I am very grateful for the opportunity to ask a destruction that Donald Trump is doing to the White House is emblematic of the wrecking ball he is taking to our democracy. Put aside the waste of money that could be used to improve our education system, solve food insecurity, guarantee the election integrity of this nation. The damage that he's doing to this iconic symbol of America is so costly to our image and esteem around the world. The White House is a symbol of America, and he is destroying a part of it. What he intends to build as a replacement to the East Wing is a gargantuan insult to America. And it is, unfortunately, emblematic of a lot of the other destruction that he is doing in so many other areas as we watch the norms and laws that protect our great experiment in democracy erode under his destructive actions. In some ways, it's a little bit like the frog in the pot. The water begins to heat without our noticing it. The acts seem benign when taken individually, but cumulatively, they will boil and destroy our democracy. The president has turned the Oval Office into an auction house. He has put a for sale sign on the White House lawn. Influence and power are the way to a quick profit, whether it's crypto or pardons or many of the other perks of office. He is using it for his own personal ends and weaponizing the Department of Justice against his personal opponents, his political adversaries, a violation of basic norms of the Department of Justice and of our democracy. He is prosecuting political enemies in courts that he's filled with MAGA zealots and a Department of Justice that's run by his personal lawyers, and he's punishing constituents of Democrats by canceling billions in federal programs and firing dedicated public service during a government shutdown when he simply fails to find them worthy. Last week, he announced that the administration is sending $20 billion in bailout money to Argentina, perhaps another $20 billion in private funding. And what he is doing in tariffs has been eclipsed by all the other stuff, but it hits Americans in their pocketbooks. Groceries are skyrocketing in price. Americans are finding it more difficult to put food on the table. And farmers are being crushed by these tariffs as well. Healthcare, the tax credits that make healthcare insurance affordable to millions of America will end at the conclusion of this year because he has failed to provide leadership in extending them. And that's why the government has been shut down by Republicans, because they have refused to agree to extend those health care tax credits. But maybe most alarmingly, as is visible in the streets of Oregon, California, Chicago, Los Angeles, is the deployment of our military, our National Guard. And the senator from Oregon has spoken so powerfully and eloquently to bring a critical lens to this desecration of democracy and the impact on our military itself, because they are being used for a purpose that goes against the fundamental purpose of our military in this country. The Founding Fathers were deeply worried about the use of a standing army, potentially within the homeland. And many were opposed to a standing army because of that concern. And so we have laws, posse comitatus, that forbid the use of the military against American citizens on American soil. The health of our republic depends on the proper use of our military against foreign adversaries and threats from abroad. But the President of the United States, in effect, has decided that he will use our National Guard as a police force, supplanting local and state police. And the damage is done not only to institutions, which should be supported, and we should be providing more resources to local and state police, more training and equipment to them, so they can do the job of keeping order and maintaining our democracy, but also to the military itself, which is demoralized and potentially degraded by the misuse of these resources that are designed to support them in countering adversaries abroad. And of course, to the faith and trust of Americans in the military as they see it misused. And so I want to ask my colleague from Oregon about perhaps his personal experience as he watches this deployment of the National Guard in his state. How are the people of Oregon reacting to the misuse of our National Guard? Is their faith and trust in the military affected by the President's deployment of the National Guard in a circumstance that a federal judge has found is unnecessary, because whatever protests have happened in the past weeks and months have been peaceful and without the necessity for this kind of military intervention?
Well, I really appreciate the question from my colleague. And we're in an interesting moment right now, because unless there's a decision that has been made while I've been speaking, and that's certainly possible, given the amount of time and the shift, there has not yet been a decision by the district judge to dissolve the second temporary restraining order. And so the National Guard has not been federalized and able to deploy, but it was going to depend upon what happened at midnight last night, in which the judge had said, the district judge had said, I want to see if the circuit court decides to do an en banc panel. And that's a fancy way of saying that instead of 3 judges evaluating the situation, a panel of 12 judges, the Chief Justice and 11 other justices from the Ninth Circuit, selected randomly, would examine the issue. And if that was on the verge of happening, my impression was she was going to hold off. The other thing that was unfolding was that the Seventh Circuit, including Illinois, and of course Chicago's been really affected by this, the Seventh Circuit made a decision in support of the district court there, but that looked like it was going to the Supreme Court, and they might do a shadow docket decision very soon, any moment, which could affect also what happens. So my guess is soon. If none of those happens, my guess is that soon, in fact, the second temporary restraining order will be dissolved, and that will give the ability of the National Guard to be in their mission. And I think there has been a lot of effort put into saying, these are our Oregonians. These are our soldiers, our folks that we've gone and supported them as they've gone on missions to Iraq and missions to Afghanistan and missions elsewhere in the world. And we go and we welcome them home. And that we think that they will have a very deep understanding that whatever they're instructed to do, they will not deliberately do provocative things. The thing that would really sour the situation, and I'm putting up a little picture here that I know you can't see, but it's a picture of one of the federal agents, not the Oregon National Guard, walking up and just spraying a protester straight in the face. She had gotten out of the way as she was requested. She was, giving saying she was sharing her opinion in a vocal manner, but not doing it, not in the way of anything had moved as requested. And when people see that, or other things where agents start assaulting peaceful protesters, that's when things get dicey. And so far, the Portlanders have said, this is what Trump wants. He's almost instructed people, these other federal agents, to come and provoke a riot. In fact, they even staged a fake riot last week, which was an extraordinary thing that should trouble every American. They asked the protesters to back up several hundred yards, and they did without conflict. So there was no tussle, there was no breaking the line, there was no throwing things. They backed up. But behind the line of the federal agents, probably Federal Protective Services, were videographers. And the goal was to tape a fake riot. So after they had been backed up, on command, the Federal Protective Services threw down flashbangs, which sound like gunfire. They threw down tear gas, which big pluming smoke, and of course very irritating. And they fired pepper balls at the crowd. Well, that net result of that is the protesters scattered by being videographed so that they could look, the Trump's team could say, look, there was a riot. And I just can't believe that our government what happened. I don't think anything like that will ever happen with the Oregon National Guard. I think they will be extraordinarily careful to execute their mission in a professional fashion. If they're asked to provide a little bit of encouragement for the protesters, get out of the way of the car, I think they'll do that. That's my belief, that our own Oregon National Guard. Now, there's also Oregon National Guard from California. The president said he was going to send some from Texas. That could still be possible. I just hope that they all are well-trained. That is red line, you never attack a peaceful protester. That so far, the Portland protesters have decided to engage in joy and whimsy. And they have just frustrated the hell out of the Trump team because they want riots. And no, there's the pastries and pajama team, and there's the puppy dogs for peace team, and there's the wedding taking place, and there's the unipiper doing the bagpipes on his unicycle, and there's the folks putting down candles on the ground and flowers in the air, and just basically and doing the cha-cha slide. And I have no idea how to do that, but maybe I'll learn down the road here. But this type of joy and whimsy has been terrific way to respond to Trump trying to provoke violence and failing to do so. And I think the Oregon National Guard will be extremely professional.
If my colleague would yield for one more quick question.
Yes, I'll yield for a question.
And I think he is absolutely right to call attention to the extraordinary professionalism of the National Guard, which hopefully will avoid the provoked violence that President Trump, unfortunately, would welcome, apparently, here. But we know that the President has said that if the courts deny him the opportunity to deploy the National Guard, he will consider using the military under the Insurrection Act. And yesterday I came to the floor in support of reforms that I have proposed to the Insurrection Act that would reduce the unbridled and unchecked powers that he has right now. The Insurrection Act makes modifications to the posse comitatus law in ways that potentially provide him with unbridled authority. And so my reform bill would require accountability, would enable use of the military in the event of a claimed rebellion or insurrection for a limited amount of time, require the president then to come to Congress and make the case and Congress to approve a set of reforms that would protect the American people against misuse of the military in the event that he could not deploy the National Guard in this way. And so I want to ask my friend from Oregon, and I believe I know the answer because he has supported reforms in the past, whether these kinds of reforms to the Insurrection Act are important and necessary to protect the American people and the military itself against the kinds of misuse of powers that could occur.
The reforms that my colleague speaks of are incredibly important because we have a standard under Title 10. Under Title 10, which is the federalization of the National Guard, the standard is there has to be a rebellion or there has to be an invasion. A rebellion, a sizable group, well-organized, well-armed, seeking to overthrow the government. An invasion, a significant military force coming across to attack us. They're well-understood terms. Even with that Title 10, I am very nervous because even though the law does not say give deference to the president in Title 10, two judges said you should give deference to the president, which I find absurd because what it means is these standards that were crafted in legislation here, I'm sure broadly and intensely debated and said, no, it has to be a rebellion or it has to be on the verge of a rebellion. And the understanding what that would look like. And to say it's a rebellion just if the president says there's one when there's nothing, like that type of deference, that's just throwing open the gates to say an authoritarian president can roll out the military under Title 10. That's scary as hell. But the Insurrection Act, in a way, is even scarier because it does have an explicit deference to the executive. And so while it has a standard, it says in interpreting that standard, there should be deference. And I have read a number of analyses that say there is no way that the Supreme Court's not going to essentially say if the president interprets what's happening, given the language that exists there. I mean, that was written with the belief we would always have a capable, responsible defender of the Constitution in the Oval Office, and we don't. So reforming that act and closing that loophole, absolutely incredibly important to save our republic.
I thank the senator from Oregon, and I yield back now to my other colleague from Oregon.
I note that my colleague from Oregon, following proper protocol here, has arrived on the floor, and I would be happy to answer a question should you have one.
I thank my colleague very much, so I just want to make sure from a parliamentary standpoint, would the senator from Oregon yield for my question?
I would be happy to yield for a question.
Mr. President and colleagues, I want to start by commending my partner from Oregon, who has now been on the floor for close to 18 hours. What he is doing in ringing the alarm bells about authoritarianism in America is an important public service. Let me begin by saying the Wyden family certainly knows a thing or two about watching a democracy slide towards authoritarian rule. I wrote in my book about how the courageous women in my family, in the face of the Nazi takeover of the German Republic, recognized the very real threat of the growing authoritarianism in Germany. They pushed the rest of the family to recognize what was happening to their democracy when some of the men didn't want to face reality. Because of the vigilance of women, I am standing here today in the Senate. Now, further on this point, as my colleague knows, during the protests in Portland this past weekend, federal agents dragged a 4'6" blind man named Quinn across a driveway and detained him for over an hour. Apparently, they thought he didn't move out of their way fast enough. It's hard to imagine, it's been reported in publications in the Oregonian and the like, how anyone could see Quinn as a threat. As he put it, I think they wanted to make a point, so they picked the weakest person they could find and make a big show about it. What Donald Trump and the Vice President are offering us is indeed an authoritarian playbook. Attack the weakest in order to intimidate the rest of us. And that is why it is the obligation of all Americans to pay attention to all of the discussions on this topic and to speak out and not yield. The American abolitionist told me that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, to keep the powerful from stealing from the many for the few. Senator Merkley, I'm interested in what you think Americans should do to secure the benefits of liberty for themselves and their families and future generations. And what do you want Americans to take from your speech today?
Thank you so much to my colleague from Oregon for this question. And it's very powerful to think about how fast the menace grew to the Jewish community in Germany, and how if one did not recognize that threat, and if I understood right, the women in your family were the ones that said, we have to get out of here.
That's correct.
And saved their future and therefore your future. And why do we have to have a world where powerful engage in these assaults based on race or religion or ethnicity? I sometimes hear Rodney King in my head, why can't we just all get along after he'd been badly beaten? And the fact is, it seems like we have a long ways to go to erase prejudice from our hearts. And when people gain positions of power who carry that prejudice in their heart, it often becomes open hatred and amplifies the ability of others to more openly discriminate or engage in provocative acts. So anyway, I hope that generations to come will find a better path. But in your question on securing liberty, this most important message is, and I'll have my team put it back up, is the alarm bells are now. The authoritarian actions are not down the street. They are not around the corner. They are not something to worry about 2 months from now. They are here right now. All the basic characteristics of authoritarian control are present at this moment in the United States of America. Stealing the power of the purse so that the president makes decisions on what programs are funded. Taking and ignoring due process, which is our guarantee of freedom from authoritarian state. Attacking the issue of liberty for the press to be able to write what they want and not be compelled through using licenses or mergers as a way to coerce them to put up what the government wants. telling the universities that they need to shape their education the way the president wants and support his political agenda. Are you kidding me? And so forth. And then weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after an enemies list. So it's here now. That's the main thing. And what Americans do at Sincere Liberty, what you did on Saturday. What you did on Saturday, 7 million people taking to the streets, the largest demonstration in the history of this country, saying no kings in the United States of America. Our presidents are not kings, our laws are not suggestions, and our Constitution is not optional. Because that outcry, both inside a chamber like this, but very importantly in the streets, is the outcry that tells the rest of the country this is not okay. This is not acceptable. This is breaking the law. This is shredding the Constitution. This is attacking our freedoms, and we, the people, will reclaim our Constitution, our separation powers, and our freedom. That's why the action of demonstration and the action of speaking out are so important at this moment, and it needs to work towards the next election where people of any party, if they believe in our Constitution, campaign and win on the basis that they are going to secure for the next generation, our generation, the next generation, the freedoms and the characteristics of our Constitution, and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Senator Merkley said it very well, and it seems to me America is the last bastion of liberty in the world. There is nowhere to flee to, no mighty republic that stands if American democracy fails. I want to commend my partner from Oregon for taking this exceptionally important stand. And this is a message particularly for all of America. And it's high time it be made on the Senate floor, and I commend my colleague.
Thank you so much for my colleague from Oregon. And I so appreciate so many folks coming down to echo and amplify that we have to ring the bells now of the alarm bells so the American people will be very clear what is going on. And I see my colleague from Rhode Island, and I'd be happy to yield to him for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question? I think you will, sir.
I will indeed yield for a
question.
question.
Thank you very much. First, let me say that you are demonstrating incredible courage and conscience today and last evening as you stand here and point out the grave situation this country faces. You have clearly indicated, and I believe you're right, that the direction of this administration is towards authoritarian rule. Step by step, unfortunately, we seem to get closer. One of the great ironies of the administration is President Trump loves to sort of fake people out, if you will, while he's doing something he doesn't like or we wouldn't like. For example, for 56 times he's talked about the deep state, While at the same time, it appears he might be building such a deep state. For example, the Washington Post reported that the former chief data officer for Social Security Administration has said that Elon Musk and his Doge gang copied a mainframe database containing the personal information of hundreds of millions of Americans, including names, birthday, addresses, and more. In fact, if you step back, Doge has pilfered information in every federal agency. And we're in a situation where I believe Trump is prepared to weaponize that information against the American people in so many different ways. And I just asked, did you fear my distress that Trump could use this information to attack his opponents? Could he use this information to disrupt the elections in 26 as a path to further authoritarian influence in the United States?
I say to my colleague from Rhode Island that when an authoritarian president starts collecting data in this fashion, they probably have a plan for it. And that plan is not going to be one to enhance liberty for the American people. One of the things that I'm deeply concerned about, and I'm not sure if this is the same database you're referring to, but it's the collection of voter registration databases. Is that the same? Yeah, from across the country. And yes, I will yield for a question.
DOJ, in my observation of the activities, has pilfered information from every major federal organization, and the Social Security Administration, a former employee, has indicated they've taken the most critical files that have detailed information on every American. And I think you're right. There's only two things you really do with this kind of data. You sell it or you weaponize it, or you do both. And the concern I think we both share is weaponization. In addition, I believe that the administration has sought from secretaries of state throughout the United States information about their voting rolls, which is specifically directed perhaps at electoral interference. But I shall wheel back.
That clarification of the question. And it is absolutely concerning. You can imagine the many ways it can be weaponized. Like any hostile agent from outside the United States can use that data in all kinds of ways. What happens if suddenly your Social Security benefits aren't there, or the files regarding your disability benefits, or your age and birth records, or who knows what all could disappear or be modified, or banking records possibly included if you've had banking transactions in paying your taxes, or it could be incredible amounts of stuff. And we have had fairly protective practices of these databases, which is why when DOJ went in with laptops, there was a lot of resistance, and some people who provided that resistance, got moved aside physically to enable DOJ to access. And then there's this other database effort, which is the voting registration database effort. And the idea of collecting that, and they've been pushing the Secretary of States. Many states have said no, they're going to court, they're resisting. Well, thank goodness they are, because a national registration voter database can be used just like a state could purge names from it, which several states have done, saying, oh, these names look the same. Maybe it's like you got two Jack Ryans, or more commonly, it's done to Hispanic names. Or said, well, hey, there's the same name in Georgia as there is in Mississippi, so we'll purge this name. I mean, hostile purging that people don't know that they're no longer registered until they go to the poll to vote, and it's often too late. So I'm very, very concerned. I want our states to maintain their own independent voting registration databases, because that would be a phenomenal way to manipulate the next election. I used to, and I say used, like months ago in February, when people in my town hall would say, aren't you worried about an effort to postpone the next election or declare an emergency? And I said, no, I just can't imagine that taking place. Now I can imagine that taking place, because we've seen emergency measures abused. We've seen the president assume powers he does not have. For example, the tariff power is not delegated to the president. It's always been done by law here in this chamber and down the hall. So when the president is that authoritarian, taking powers the law doesn't grant, arguing in court, the court's giving him more power, consolidating information on voting, I am very, very worried about that. And I want to encourage the Secretary of States in every state, whether you're a blue state or a red state, hold on to your data, protect it, back it up, double secure it, and tell the feds to keep their hands off.
Well, I concur. If I may raise one very brief question, that is...
Yes, I yield for additional question.
You see firsthand what's happening in Portland is outrageous. The situation has been completely distorted by the president to suggest that there is major civil upheaval, and that's not the case at all from the reports I've heard. And it also, by suggesting that military personnel can enforce the laws of the United States, violates the Posse Comitatus Act, which has been a barrier to police powers by the military since the 1870s. And I know, like myself, I assume you are particularly disturbed that he is, again, not only weaponizing data, he's weaponizing our military forces to go in and carry out civil laws. And your comments, Mr.
Yes. In regard to your question, I am extremely worried about the Trump administration's effort to pave the path with the courts and with the discipline of the military to have them in the practice of being deployed to, if you will, to, well, in theory, quell unrest. But the law on Title 10 is very clear. You need to have a rebellion or you need to have invasion. And it's very clear you don't have either of those. But even then, 2 judges on the 3-judge panel in this court said, well, let's kind of give a little more flexible definition of rebellion. And by the way, maybe you should give more deference to the president's evaluation. After all, they run the building. And I'm like, once you say the president can simply declare there's a rebellion, then the standard set in law means nothing. You're just throwing open the doors to a authoritarian president deploying troops against the American people. And we've already seen with the provocative actions of assaults on peaceful protesters how dangerous that is. And then, of course, the Insurrection Act, as an exception to Posse Comitatus, is extremely scary because it explicitly has in the law a certain interpretation by the president, or deference to an interpretation by the president. The core assumption was that a person in that position would always be a person who had high regard for the Constitution and for the boundaries and for the liberties and for the freedom and would defend it like with their whole heart, mind, and soul. But that is not a person we have in the Oval Office today. So I do support efforts that a number of folks, and I believe you might be well involved in, striving to plug some of those loopholes so that that power does not get deployed.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. And I note that we have a senator from Wisconsin, and I would be happy to yield for a question if she had one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I will happily yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, you and I are both members of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I have a question for you about how critical a functioning Congress and a functioning appropriation process is to our separation of powers, our checks and balances, and therefore to our very democracy. The federal government is currently shut down because Republicans who control the House, the Senate, and the White House are hell-bent on raising health care costs for the American people. In fact, 22 million Americans are about to see their health insurance costs potentially double, triple, or more. And the only way for us to get out of this mess is for Democrats and Republicans to sit down together and negotiate a solution. And so far, Republicans refuse to come to the table. The House has been out of session for over a month, out of town. And President Trump is leaving the country again at the end of this week. The longer this Trump shutdown continues, it appears more likely that our Republican colleagues will totally give up Congress's power, which of course is the power of the people, in the government funding process. In fact, this morning, reporters are circulating the Capitol, speculating that Congress will give up on passing fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills and instead attempt to pass a full year continuing resolution. And this would be a failure on the part of the House and the Senate majority, controlled by Republicans. And really, it would be a failure on the part of President Donald Trump. And it would be a failure that undermines one of Congress's core democratic functions, setting priorities through the power of the purse. So my question for you, as you hold the floor to shine a light on the ways in which this president continues to undermine our democracy and disregard the Constitution, how is Donald Trump undermining Congress through his attacks on the bipartisan appropriations process? And when he does that, and the majority, the Republicans in Congress, allow this to happen, how do the American people lose?
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Wisconsin. And part of the discussion earlier was you can detect the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian government in the following fashion. Are the decisions about which programs are funded, how they will operate, and how they are funded decided by the Congress or by the president? That is the power of the purse. And it's so clearly laid out by our founders that you put it in Congress's hands, because if you put it in the president's hands, you have a strongman, one person, not 100 people in this chamber bringing their diverse life experiences, their knowledge, their particular interests, and saying these things are important to our various parts of the country. You just have one man from New York deciding what's important, one man who hangs out with a group of billionaires deciding what's important. So incredibly essential distinction between a democracy and authoritarian government is that the decisions about the programs, their design, and their funding are made by Congress. What we have seen is that the president and his head of Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, are attempting to take that power out of the hands of Congress and have the president decide which programs are funded and how much. Every time you hear the president say, I canceled these grants because they're out of sync with the priorities of the president, that is an authoritarian statement, because it's not the president's prerogative to decide how to spend that money. It is the power of the people through their elected representatives in the House and Senate. And then in addition, Mr. Vought has coordinated a series of strategies to essentially cancel programs by slow-walking the dispersion of funds, by freezing the funds, by impounding the funds, by delaying to the end of the year and then submitting a request to legislatively have the funds undone, but then the clock runs out on the year and poof, the funds disappear. He has a fancy name for it, a pocket rescission. But think of it more like the carriage in Cinderella that hits midnight and poof, the carriage is gone and you only have a pumpkin. In this case, we only have a lump of coal when we hit the end of the year. And then there is a requirement under the law for the president to lay out an expenditure schedule so that we can see whether or not funds are being delayed or frozen or impounded and so forth. And that schedule has disappeared. That website has been shut down. So the president is hiding, in contrary to the law, what's required so that we can protect the prerogatives of our Constitution. So these are the ways the president is directly attacking the power of the purse and trying to turn, this is one of the ways. He's doing a whole series of other things in attacks on freedoms, militarized or weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after enemies, sending the military into the streets. But this is a key one in terms of the checks and balances of our Constitution. He's trying to take the power of the purse and has made substantial progress in doing so. I see my colleague from Hawaii has arrived, and should she have a question,
yield for a question?
I would be happy to yield.
First of all, I commend you for holding the floor to raise issues of such concern to the American people. I want to focus my question on the corruption of the Trump regime. And this corruption is rampant and unending, from making untold sums off meme coins to the latest outrage demanding the Department of Justice pay him more than $200 million. That is taxpayers' money that he wants to get his hands on. We have a president putting his financial interest before the best interest of the American people. This is the classic Trump playbook, using the power of his office to make a profit at the expense of the American people and as a distraction from the chaos and cruelty that he is sowing every single day. It's a classic authoritarianism, using the tools of government to enrich himself, reward his friends, and punish his enemies. So I'm asking my colleague, what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
If the senator from Hawaii will repeat the last sentence of her question, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. So the rampant corruption of this regime. So, what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
Thank you so much for the question. And when I hear that word corruption, and I admit I'm starting to feel a little dazed after these many hours on the floor, my head goes first to the financial corruption of the president, but there's all these other forms of corruption he's engaged in terms of corrupting the basic balance, separation of powers, and the checks and balances. But let me speak first to the financial corruption. One thing that we have seen is that he's using the presidency to enrich himself and his companies and his family. And the most blatant example of this is when he said, I have this product that I want people to buy, and I'm going to hold a competition, and the people who buy the most of this product, a crypto coin, will be invited to a very special dinner at my golf club where I will be present and you'll have access to me. So he sold access to the presidency to the people who bought the most of his crypto coins. And in that case, it was a meme coin. And that means basically the coin is a collectible. It basically has no value. But then he engaged in another form of crypto corruption, and that involved saying, we're going to have a stable coin, and a stable coin means you give me $1 and I give you a crypto token that you can use in international transactions. And then there was a transaction involving I hope I still have this right, the United Arab Emirates, and they basically bought several $billion of these coins, and what happens then is the president can hold those dollars until the coins are redeemed and benefit from the interest earned on those several $billion. And meanwhile, there was a desire by the foreign government to get access to highly capable AI chips. And the answer was no, we're not doing that. But then after they bought all these coins and enriched the president of the United States, well, then the president said, let's give them the coins, or let's give them these advanced chips. So very much certainly the smoke, and I'd say even the flame of selling access and favors out of the presidency, now to the tune of having made billions of dollars in the roughly 9 months that he's been in office. I would be happy to yield for another question if you were talking about a different type of corruption. Okay. I yield. Oh, no, I don't yield yet because I have to do this protocol right. I see my colleague from New Hampshire is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield.
I'm normally your seatmate, but I thought it might be easier if we talked this way. So I am down here in a different place than I usually am to ask a question. But I want you to know how much I and all of your colleagues appreciate your standing up for democracy. Because we are in a pivotal moment, as you've said, not just in this country, but globally. And I know that you care about not just what's happening domestically in the United States, but you also care about what's happening in the world, because you and I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee together. And I just came from a meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who shared that Europeans are now spending more on defense than the United States for the first time since President Eisenhower. And they are working together to strengthen sanctions against Putin and his bloodthirsty gangs who are wreaking havoc on Ukraine and Europe. And I have some good news that I wanted to share with you from the Foreign Relations Committee this morning, since you weren't able to be with us. And it applies to what's happening in Ukraine and Europe. Because this morning, in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the committee considered 3 bipartisan bills to address Russia's continued expanding aggression for the first time in this Congress. So the first time since the beginning of the year, we have actually taken action in the Foreign Relations Committee, action that you supported with your proxy votes, and I appreciate that, to take action against Russia's aggression in Ukraine. One bill will designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism because of what they've done to kidnap Ukrainian children. One will stop Chinese entities from supporting Russia's brutal war machine against Ukraine. And the final one will authorize a continued quarterly transfer of Russia's foreign assets that have been seized in the United States to support Ukraine. So I think all of these bills passed. They were bipartisan. They passed unanimously out of the committee. And I think it's a critical time in history for this Congress to be taking a stand on Ukraine. So, Senator Merkley, given this important moment in history, what more can we do in the Senate to support our allies and to protect the Ukrainians from further bloodshed from Vladimir Putin?
I so much appreciate the good report and question from my colleague from New Hampshire, and appreciate her leadership on the Foreign Relations Committee as the top Democrat, working hard to partner across the aisle for the common cause of international security. And every time I think about Ukraine, I think about how fiercely, including the Orange Revolution, in which they did so much to say, no, we will not be taken over by Russia. We will not be put under the thumb of Russia by one of our presidents. They have said, we see the system to our north where there is no freedom, where people are not in charge of their own destiny because they are ruled by a dictator, and we reject that and will fight with our lives. And so many have, in fact, perished on the battlefield to defend our freedom. That inspires me every time I think about it. And at the moments in which President Trump has been less supportive of Ukraine and more supportive of Russia, I have tried to send him magical vibes. No, understand the difference between standing with a nation fighting for freedom and snuggling up with a dictator. We are a light to the world when we fight for democracy and support democracy. So I'm really pleased to hear about these 3 bills passing. And I hope that other factors can be worked out in the international community that will help slow down the Russian war machine. They are an incredibly large country, and they have built huge factories to produce cruise missiles. And so nightly, Ukraine is hammered with hundreds now. And so it just means more resolve by the United States, more resolve by Europe. I am surprised to hear that the Europeans collectively are spending more on defense than the U.S. I'm like, if that had been a trivia question, I would have failed, but there it is. And that certainly has been partly to recognize the threat from Russia. If Russia is willing to slice off a piece of Georgia, as they were in 2008, I believe, if they're willing to throw thousands of soldiers into a fight in Ukraine, really with no consideration, I mean, it's just like fodder to the war machine. And then we're seeing that they're overflying some of the other European countries. And these are incredibly provocative. So I think all of that goes towards hopefully forging a unity of purpose between Europe and the United States. Something you may not know, one of the skeletons in my closet is I spent a rotation working at NATO in Brussels when we were trying to develop a treaty for intermediate range missiles because of the nuclear threat, to stabilize the threat, so middle of the 1980s. And the United States and Europe worked so closely together. That is a type of partnership. It's the type of partnership that has taken some hits in the last few years. We want to restore that vision of that careful, detailed, determined coordination so that we advance the best strategies. And of course, battlefield strategies are also changing dramatically as we go, being able to adjust to this changing world. So that's my hope, that building on the work that the committee did today, and hopefully those bills will be here on the floor, hopefully they'll be on the President's desk, that we can continue to strive to a peaceful conclusion with security for Ukraine and not allow the war machine of Russia to overwhelm it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nobody else? Well, Mr. President, for the first time in several hours, I don't have a colleague who's asking me a question, and so I'm going to return to the conversation that I was holding forth on regarding the Department of Justice. And I have here this page called Justice Connection, urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. I believe I asked unanimous consent to have this put in the record, but if I did not, I'm asking it now.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And here is how that reads. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. DOJ's mission is to, quote, uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. and it's failing on all three fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the president's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fires its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantle drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce the laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. And it cannot protect civil rights when it drives out 75% of the attorneys from the Civil Rights Division and refuses to enforce the nation's civil rights laws as Congress intended, using them instead as a cudgel against marginalized groups. The administration is taking a sledgehammer to other long-standing work the department has done to protect communities and the rule of law. Its plans to eliminate the tax division, FBI public corruption squads has paved the way for government graft. Canceling hundreds of millions of dollars in grants has left at-risk communities less protected and crime victims less supported. The list could go on. As for its treatment of its employees, the current leadership's behavior has been appalling. This administration lies about the deep state and exaggerates about government inefficiency, and exaggerations about government efficiency have eroded the respect our country once held for public servants. And demonizing, firing, demoting, involuntarily transferring, and directing employees to violate their ethics duties has already caused an exodus of over 5,000 of us, draining the department of priceless institutional knowledge and expertise, and impairing its historical success in recruiting top talent. We may feel the effects of this for generations. The Justice Department's backbone has always been its career workforce, and those who were part of it are best positioned to explain why the current leader's actions are catastrophic for the nation. We call on these leaders to reverse course, to remember the oath we all took to uphold the Constitution, and adhere to the legal guardrails and institutional norms on which our justice system relies. We call on our fellow alumni to join us in sounding the alarm and in mobilizing to support our colleagues still there. They deserve respect and gratitude. Neither of which they're getting from the administration. We call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities far more vigorously Members in both chambers and on both sides of the aisle must provide a meaningful check on the abuses we are witnessing. And we call on all Americans whose safety, prosperity, and rights depend on a strong Department of Justice to speak out against its destruction. Our democracy is only as strong as the rule of law, and the rule of law can't survive without the principal institution that enforces it. Well, that's a powerful letter from these 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice. I was very struck about the phrase that says, we call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities. That came up about an hour ago in one of the conversations, that we could do so much more, and we should try to be partnering with our Republican colleagues to provide that essential function of oversight. That's one of the checks and balances, and we should be deeply engaged in making it as effective as possible. Because here is quite a list of the things going wrong in the Department of Justice. These things beg for hearings to be held, for issues to be understood, for the press to be able to report, for solutions to be able to be found, for lines that prevent unacceptable conduct to be clearly delineated. But that can't happen unless Congress exercises its oversight ability. Do we have one more chapter? Okay. We have chapter 8. So we are headed back to the book. And the book is this book, How Democracies Die. And with each chapter, I'm trying to give some sense of the chapter, though not every element of it. So I'll read some of the pages, maybe scan through some others, and try to address a few of the issues that are raised. This particular chapter addresses President Trump's first year in his first administration. And it's titled Trump's First Year, an Authoritarian Report Card. So remember, this was just his first year in office. We're now in his 5th year in office, headed towards his 6th year in office. And we've seen such an acceleration. So the items identified in the first year, well, we may well see that they become more serious over time. Donald Trump's first year in office followed a familiar script. Like Alberto Fujimori, Hugo Chavez, and Tayyip Erdogan, America's new president began his tenure by launching blistering rhetorical attacks on his opponents. He called the media the enemy of the American people, questioned judges' legitimacy, and threatened to cut federal funding to major cities. Predictably, these attacks triggered dismay, shock, and anger across the political spectrum. Journalists found themselves at the front lines, exposing, but also provoking the president's norm-breaking behavior. A study by the Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy found that the major news outlets were unsparing in their coverage of the Trump administration's first 100 days. Of news reports with a clear tone, the study found 80% were negative, much higher than under Clinton, 60% negative, and George W. Bush, 57% negative, and Obama, 41%. Soon, Trump administration officials were feeling besieged. Not a single week went by in which press coverage wasn't at least 70% negative. And amid swirling rumors about the Trump campaign's ties to Russia, a high-profile special counsel, Robert Mueller, was appointed to oversee investigations into the case. Just a few months into his presidency, President Trump faced talk of impeachment. But he retained the support of his base, and like other elected demagogues, he doubled down. He claimed his administration was beset by powerful establishment forces, telling graduates of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy that no politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. The question, then, was how Trump would respond. Would an outsider president who considered himself to be under unwarranted assault lash out, as happened in Peru and in Turkey? President Trump exhibited clear authoritarian instincts during his first year in office. In Chapter 4, I'm just reading how the authors are presenting this. In Chapter 4, we presented 3 strategies by which elected authoritarians seek to consolidate power: capture the referees, sideline the key players, rewrite the rules to tilt the playing field against opponents. Trump attempted all 3 of these strategies. President Trump demonstrated striking hostility toward the referees, law enforcement, intelligence, ethics agencies, and the courts. Soon after his inauguration, he sought to ensure that the heads of U.S. intelligence agencies, including the FBI, the CIA, and the National Security Agency, would be personally loyal to him, apparently in the hope of using these agencies as a shield against investigations into his campaign's Russia ties. During his first week in office, President Trump summoned FBI Director James Comey to a one-on-one dinner in the White House, to which, according to Comey, the president asked for a pledge of loyalty. He later reportedly pressured Comey to drop investigations into his recently departed National Security Director, Michael Flynn, pressed the Director of National Intelligence, Daniel Coats, and CIA Director Mike Pompeo to intervene in Comey's investigation, and personally appealed to Coats and NSA head Michael Rogers to release statements denying the existence of any collusion with Russia. Both refused. President Trump also tried to punish or purge agencies that acted with independence. Most prominently, he dismissed Comey after it became clear that Comey could not be pressured into protecting the administration and was expanding its Russia investigation. Only once in the FBI's 82-year history had a president fired the Bureau's director before his 10-year term was up. And in that case, the move was in response to clear ethical violations and enjoyed bipartisan support. The Comey firing was not President Trump's only assault on referees who refused to come to his personal defense. Trump had attempted to establish a personal relationship with Manhattan-based U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara, whose investigations into money laundering reportedly threatened to reach Trump's inner circle. When Bharara, a respected anti-corruption figure, continued the investigation, the president removed him. After Attorney General Jeff Sessions recused himself from the Russian investigation and his deputy Rod Rosenstein appointed the respected former FBI Director Robert Mueller as special counsel to oversee the investigation, Trump publicly shamed Sessions, reportedly seeking his resignation. White House lawyers even launched an effort to dig up dirt on Mueller, seeking conflicts of interest that could be used to discredit or dismiss him. By late 2017, many of Trump's allies were openly calling on him to fire Mueller, and there was widespread concern that he would soon do so. So in this section, we're hearing about all of the attack on the referees during Trump's, and this is just a classic part of an authoritarian government, attack the referees. And of course, we saw in year 5, this year, immediately Trump took out the special investigators of the various agencies and did so in order to make sure that there wasn't the type of oversight that would point out to the public or to Congress where things were going wrong. Take out the referees. That is the authoritarian strategy being laid out here. President Trump's efforts to derail independent investigations evoke the kind of assaults on the referees routinely seen in less democratic countries. For example, the dismissal of Venezuelan Prosecutor General Luisa Ortega, a Chavista appointee who asserted her independence and began to investigate corruption and abuse in the Maduro government. Although Ortega's term did not expire until 2021, and she could be legally removed only by the legislature, was in opposition hands, the government dubiously elected Constituent Assembly sacked her in August 2017. President Trump also attacked judges who ruled against him after Judge James Robart of the Ninth Circuit of the U.S. Court of Appeals blocked the administration's initial travel ban. Trump spoke of, quote, the opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, end of quote. 2 months later, when the same court temporarily blocked the withholding of federal funds from sanctuary cities, the White House denounced the judgment as an attack on the rule of law by an unelected judge. Trump himself responded by threatening to break up the Ninth Circuit. The president took an indirect swipe at the judiciary in August 2017 when he pardoned the controversial former Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was convicted of violating a federal court order to stop racial profiling. Arpaio was a political ally and a hero to many of Trump's anti-immigrant supporters. And as we noted earlier, the chief executive's constitutional power to pardon is without limit. But presidents have historically exercised it with great restraint, seeking advice from the Justice Department and never issuing pardons for self-protection or political gain. President Trump boldly violated these norms. Not only did he not consult the Justice Department, but the pardon was clearly political. It was popular with his base. The move reinforced fears that the president would eventually pardon himself and his inner circle, something that was reportedly explored by his lawyers. Remember, this is year one of it would have been the 2018, January 2017 through January 2018. Such a move would constitute an unprecedented attack on judicial independence. As constitutional scholar Martin Reddish put it, if the president can immunize his agents in this manner, the courts will effectively lose any meaningful authority to protect constitutional rights against invasion by the executive branch. You know, this discussion over pardoning himself and the risk it creates of misbehavior is an interesting prelude to the fact that essentially the Supreme Court pardoned Trump, saying that the president cannot commit a crime. If you can't commit a crime, then you can do whatever, and you don't have to be pardoned because you haven't committed a crime. So the Supreme Court essentially gave him the same protection and created the same risks for an authoritarian state that Trump pardoning himself would have resulted in. The administration responded by launching attacks on the OGE, Office of Government Ethics. House Oversight Chair Jason Chaffetz, a Trump ally, even hinted at an investigation of Schaub. In May, administration officials tried to force the OGE to halt investigations into the White House's appointment of ex-lobbyists. Alternatively harassed and ignored by the White House, Schaub resigned, leaving behind what journalist Ryan Leza called a broken OGE, Office of Government Ethics. President Trump's behavior toward the courts, law enforcement, and intelligence bodies, and other independent agencies was drawn from the authoritarian playbook. He openly spoke of using the Justice Department and the FBI to go after Democrats, including Hillary Clinton. And in late 2017, the Justice Department considered nominating a special counsel to investigate Clinton. Despite its purges and threats, however, the administration could not capture the referees. Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist, largely because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions, but the president had other battles to wage. And I think this is an important moment to remember back in 2017 that colleagues across the aisle played a role of reason in pushing back on some of the unacceptable things that Trump was trying to do. They protected Comey. As it said, Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions. And early in the conversation, we were talking about the importance of one of the checks and balances of the Constitution, which is for the Senate and the House to hold hearings on what's going on. The two-page letter from the 283, I believe it was, 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice, they laid out a host of things that are going wrong. It's essentially an invitation. Please hold hearings because a lot of bad stuff is happening inside the Department of Justice. And so I encourage colleagues on both sides of the aisle who serve on the Judiciary Committee to take them up on that invitation, to bring these former members and others to share what's going on, because that is our responsibility under the Constitution, to provide that type of spotlight, insight, and hopefully advice to help the administration, well, more effectively and legally pursue the enhancement of the American system of justice. Of course, this whole litany of the way Trump attacked the referees was a prelude to the absolute assault on the referees that occurred during this year in such a systematic fashion, in such an expanded fashion. The Trump administration also mounted efforts to sideline key players in the political system. President Trump's rhetorical attacks on critics in the media are an example. He repeated accusations that outlets such as the New York Times and CNN were dispensing fake news and conspiring against him. These comments look familiar to any student of authoritarianism. In a February 2017 tweet, he called the media the enemy of the American people, a term that critics noted mimicked one used by Stalin and Mao. Trump's rhetoric was often threatening. A few days after his enemy of the people tweet, Trump told the Conservative Political Action Committee, or CPAC, "I love the First Amendment. Nobody loves it better than me. Nobody. But as you saw throughout the entire campaign, and even now, the fake news doesn't tell the truth. I say it doesn't represent the people. It never will represent the people, and we're going to do something about it." Do what exactly? The following month, President Trump returned to his campaign pledge to open up the libel laws, tweeting that the New York Times had disgraced the media world, gotten me wrong for 2 solid years. Change libel laws, end of quote. When asked by a reporter whether the administration is really considering such changes, White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said, "I think that's something we've looked at." Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa used this approach. His multi-million-dollar defamation suits and jailing of journalists on charges of defamation had a powerfully chilling effect on the media. Although Trump dropped the libel law issue, he continued his threats. In July, he retweeted an altered video clip made from old WWE footage of him tackling and then punching someone with a CNN logo superimposed on his face. President Trump also considered using government regulatory agencies against unfriendly media companies. During the 2016 campaign, he had threatened Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post and Amazon, with antitrust action, tweeting, "If I become president, oh, do they have a problem." He also threatened to block the pending merger of Time Warner, CNN's parent company, and AT&T. And during the first months of his presidency, there were reports source of leverage against CNN. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. This is written in 2018, but you see the strategies as they're reporting on January 2017 through January 2018. You see how the strategies were being explored that have been so fiercely pursued this year. You see that here he was threatening a merger, which is something he did with CBS. You see that here he was threatening libel law changes, and while he didn't do that, apparently, what he did in the most recent year was to do a lawsuit, a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal, because he didn't like something that they said. He also attacked, of course, 60 Minutes over them and how they edited an interview with Kamala Harris. So the strategy of attacking the press in 2017 continues up Trump re-entering office in 2025. See if we get any more down. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC, and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. There was one area in which the Trump administration went beyond threats to try to use the machinery of government to punish critics. During his first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing federal agencies to withhold funding from sanctuary cities that refuse to cooperate with the administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. If we have to, he declared in February 2017, we'll defund. The plan was reminiscent of the Chinese government's repeated moves to strip opposition-run city governments of their control over local hospitals, police forces, ports, and other infrastructure. Unlike the Venezuelan president, however, President Trump was blocked by the courts. Although President Trump has waged a war of words against the media and other critics, those words have not yet led to action. No journalists have been arrested. No media outlets have altered their coverage due to pressure. Trump's efforts to tilt the playing field to his advantage have been more worrying. In May of 2017, he called for changes in what he called archaic Senate rules, including the elimination of the filibuster at the expense of the Democratic minority. Senate Republicans did eliminate the filibuster for the Supreme Court nominations, clearing the way for Neil Gorsuch's ascent to the court, but they rejected the idea of doing away with it entirely. Now, that topic is something I know a little bit about, having immersed myself in exploration of the ins and outs of the filibuster. And one may wonder, why did the Senate Republican majority not proceed to eliminate the filibuster? Well, here's the reason why. Mostly, my Republican colleagues do their policy through tax bills. Tax bills can be done through reconciliation, and reconciliation is a simple majority mechanism. So, therefore, they largely don't need to dump the filibuster because they can do their policy by simple majority already. You saw that this year with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, that we called the Big Ugly Betrayal, done solely on a party line. And if I recall right, although this is a 53-47 Senate, I think we ended up with a 50-50 vote broken by the vice president. So it passed by the narrowest of margins, but it was done entirely on simple majority by one party. Meanwhile, Democrats tend to like policy ideas, and policy ideas require a supermajority. So if you are a Republican leader, you can pursue your objectives by simple majority through a tax bill. And then when you're in the minority, you can block the Democrats' policy bills using this supermajority requirement. So it's essentially heads, we win, tails, you lose. That's a pretty good arrangement. Who would want to mess with that? Now, Trump didn't understand that. I'm sure if he was asked, he couldn't explain it. But that's why it doesn't make no sense for Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, because it's inherently advantageous for them, given the difference in how Democrats and Republicans pursue bills. Perhaps the most anti-democratic initiative yet undertaken by the Trump administration is the creation of the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, chaired by Vice President Mike Pence, but run by Vice Chair Chris Kobach. To understand its potential impact, recall that the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts prompted a massive shift in party identification. The Democratic Party became the primary representative of minority and first and second generation immigrant voters, while the GOP voters remained overwhelmingly white. Because the minority share of the electorate is growing, these changes favor the Democrats, a perception that was reinforced by Barack Obama's 2008 victory, in which minority turnout rates were unusually high. Every now and then, we see the parties flip on a significant issue, and it's always kind of an interesting question to explore how that happened. So here's the Republican Party that was founded anti-slavery, Republican Party that fought for civil rights bills against the Southern Democrats who resisted civil rights bills, including filibustering them to keep them from happening. So you would think that in that situation, once civil rights were actually conveyed by the Voting Rights Act, it might be the Republican Party that quickly absorbed the new voters, since the Republican Party had been the premier champion for civil rights. But that's not the way it worked out. Democratic Party, with Johnson, took the lead in overturning the bans on voting participation by minority Americans. So the Democratic Party, although being the party that had long oppressed and suppressed civil rights, became the party that pushed through the 1964 Civil Rights Bill and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And it's the Democratic Party, despite its long history of suppressing civil rights, that became the welcoming party for newly enfranchised minority voters. Another interesting flip in my mind is on international trade. when I came to the Senate, it was primarily Republicans that wanted the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In fact, very important trading strategy for very powerful companies. And it was mostly Democrats who opposed it. Not purely, but that was certainly the weight. But then Trump, when he ran for president the first time, he started advocating against the TPP and started advocating for bringing factories back to America, including using tariffs to make American factories more competitive. And so the Republican Party, after his election, became the party that was driving against the TPP, and it was more the Democrats who still had folks who were supporting it. Anyway, another flip worthy of thinking about as over time special events take place that change the direction. The first special event was the passage of 64 and 65 bills led by Democrats that converted the anti-civil rights party into the pro-civil rights party. And the flip on the Trans-Pacific Partnership being driven by the Trump's effort as a Republican candidate to become an opponent of the TPP rather than the traditional position of the Republicans to be for it. Perceiving a threat. Some Republican leaders came up with a response that evoked memories of the Jim Crow South. Make it harder for low-income minority citizens to vote because poor minority voters were overwhelmingly Democratic. Measures that dampen turnout among such voters would tilt the playing field in favor of Republicans. This would be done via strict voter identification laws, requiring, for example, that voters present a valid driver's license or other government-issued photo ID upon arrival at the polling station. The push for voter ID laws was based on a false claim that voter fraud is widespread in the U.S. All reputable studies have concluded that levels of such fraud in this country are low.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I see the senator from Arizona on the floor, and yes, I will yield for a question.
Well, Senator Merkley, I appreciate everything you're doing to highlight the many ways that this president has been undermining the Constitution and the rule of law. We've now experienced about 9.5 months of this presidency. And I'm going to ask you a question about one thing in particular, and it's about the U.S. military and the leadership of the U.S. military. But I want to kind of set the stage here a little bit. The United States has the most lethal military in the history of the world. The president presiding right now has experienced that as a U.S. Navy SEAL. You know, I myself, as a pilot flying off of an aircraft carrier in the first Gulf War. No nation, at least today, matches the combat capability, the professionalism, the effectiveness of the United States Navy, Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and now Space Force. And I'll include the Coast Guard too, because we like to count the Coast Guard
especially when they partner with us on things that really matter to the United States. One of those I'd like to discuss, where we should see more involvement from the Coast Guard, is what we are currently seeing in the Caribbean with regards to drug trafficking, which is a problem and presents a clear and present danger to the citizens of this country. And it's something we need to do more about. I was on one of the cable shows last night talking about this specific issue. So to date, there's been about 6 or 7 strikes in the Caribbean that have killed 32 people. And, some of those were trafficking drugs. Those routes, by the way, Senator Merkley, are used generally to traffic cocaine and marijuana through the Caribbean to Caribbean islands and onto Europe. They are not the routes that traffic fentanyl to the United States. And over the last 6 weeks or so, we have conducted kinetic strikes against these boats without what I recognize as the legal authority to do so. It's not something I've seen in my experience in the United States Navy. I spent 25 years in the U.S. Navy that I've seen during my career. I'm now retired. But during my career, I never saw a president command the Department of Defense to do things that I felt were outside the boundaries of what we would consider legal action against, illegal action against people. We have traditionally done this with the United States Coast Guard, sometimes in conjunction with the United States Navy, where in a partnership, they do what we would call law enforcement. And members of the Coast Guard come aboard Navy ships. We interdict drugs that are coming through the Caribbean, or more often on the Pacific side, on the western side of Mexico, up into California. And we interdict those drugs, and then we prosecute those individuals. And in my view, I think the administration has not made a case to the U.S. Congress and to the American people as to why this is a legal action. A couple of weeks ago, when we were being briefed on this, I felt that they were pretty much tying themselves into a knot in trying to inform us on why this is allowed under the law. Now, here's one of the things I really worry about. I worry about these young sailors or naval aviators or drone operators that are the trigger pullers, the guys who are dropping the small diameter bombs from airplanes, could be a F-18 or an F-35 or some other weapon system, or folks that are operating an MQ-9 drone. If you're the guy that is pulling the trigger in a combat operation, you typically expect that the people above you have done all the due diligence necessary to make sure that you are not going to be in some kind of legal jeopardy. And I really worry about that today. There might be some young Navy lieutenant out there, or Marine Corps captain, or Air Force, for all I know, MQ-9 operator, that might someday find out that they have done something that is not consistent with the law and are now in legal jeopardy. And that's a big problem. I never saw that during my 25 years in the United States Navy. The 2 ships I sunk in the Persian Gulf, not for 1 second did I feel
like I was getting some bad information from the battle group or from anybody above in the chain of command, whether it was General Schwarzkopf or Colin Powell or the President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush. It was not a concern of ours. It is a concern today. And I can tell you, as I watch this from my vantage point on the Intelligence Committee and on the Armed Services Committee, there are members of our military that are now in some sort of potential future legal jeopardy. And it's because we have a president that I believe doesn't do his homework, doesn't follow norms, and possibly is making decisions that are not legal. We've seen the politicization of the United States military over the last 9 months that really disturbs me. The speech in Quantico, where the Secretary of Defense dragged in hundreds of our senior leadership from all over the world, admirals and generals and senior enlisted staff who have very important jobs, who are working every single day to make sure that our nation and our allies are safe and secure, and have to make some really complicated decisions every day about the posture of our force, how to equip them, make sure they are ready to fight. And the Secretary of Defense, for some reason, decides that he needed to give a TED Talk about gym clothes and PT and other stuff that has no bearing on whether or not we are a capable military. And I don't know why he feels this way, but in my experience, from the time I first put on the uniform in 1986 to the time I took it off in 2011 and then beyond, since I've been retired from the United States Navy, our effectiveness has never been diminished. Our innovation and our professionalism and our ability to train well is something that really makes us stand out. And I've got experience with some of our allies, but I also have a little bit of experience with our adversaries. While I was at NASA flying the space shuttle, over a decade, my first flight in 2001 to my last in 2011, every one of my missions, I had a lot of interactions with Russian cosmonauts. And most of these Russian cosmonauts, not all of them, but most of them were members of the Russian Air Force, pilots, some of them test pilots. I flew with these guys. They weren't the best pilots in the world, I have to admit. I was shocked the first time I flew with a guy who I will not share his last name. His first name was Vladimir. But I was really shocked that this guy, who was a MiG-25 pilot, could not fly formation in an airplane. Something so fundamental and basic to a military pilot, that they did not train enough to be capable enough to do something that was so fundamental to be an effective fighter pilot. And then after, that was early in my NASA career. Later, as I started flying in space with these guys, I realized that Russians, and the Russian military in particular, because that's where my experience was with these military guys, they were motivated by different things. It explains a lot of what I see out of Russia today. Now, as Americans, whether you're in the United States Navy, whether you're a naval aviator, in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Space Force, even in U.S. industry and in organizations in the United States, and I don't think this is unique to us, but everybody doesn't share this value. Americans are usually and most motivated by mission success.
We care about the mission first. We care about the mission before ourselves. We care about the mission more than anything. I think it's true for American companies, too, that they've got a set of goals and they have a plan and they're going to execute the plan. Not true of our Russian adversaries. Took me a while to learn this, but I found that they were motivated primarily by a couple things. One was the appearance that they were in charge. That mattered to them more than anything else. That I look like I'm in charge of whatever this operation is, not mission success. The second thing would be, who could I blame if things go wrong? Where to place the blame? And the third thing, which was really interesting, was what can I steal from my employer? That to me, was three principles I saw in my Russian cosmonaut colleagues. They talked about the stealing. I wasn't so sure they were actually stealing anything from the Russian Space Agency or not. But they talked about it as something that's fundamental to their system and their economy. And I bring this up because I often feel that we're unique as a service, as a fighting force in the world. Our allies, some of them are really, really good. But there is nothing that I have found in my experience in my career, I'm 61 years old, that is as professional as U.S. service members and as motivated by mission and doing the right thing and making moral and ethical choices. And that's all at risk. You know, in Senator Merkley's state in Portland, they're sending armed, uniformed soldiers to do what we traditionally feel is police work, intimidating the population, using tear gas against U.S. citizens for no reason. And by the way, National Guard and active duty service members, they're not trained for this mission. My 25 years in the Navy, I never once did anything that you would consider to be close to police work. And I would know I'm the son of two cops. So I would get a sense for what that was. Never happened. And unless you're a military policeman, it doesn't happen for infantrymen, for special ops, for submariners, and certainly not for active duty infantry. So at this time in our history, I am really worried about legal jeopardy that our young service members are being put in. But I'm also worried about does this fundamentally change the nature of the United States military, which has been, in my view, a force for good around the world, where we come to the defense of our allies. We do it in a way that garners a tremendous amount of respect, I think even from our adversaries. And I think that that is all at risk. So I wanted to ask Senator Merkley, you've been here, 16 years now in the United States Senate. You've got tremendous experience at this. And my understanding is you've got a very close relationship with the people you represent in Oregon. How worried are you about the changes that could happen to
the United States military. And also I'm interested in, what are you hearing from your constituents about this? They've been the focus and have been highlighted by this administration, not just this year, but in Donald Trump's first presidency as well. So with that, I yield back to the senator from Oregon. Thank you so much to my colleague from Arizona for your question. And I so appreciate the decades of experience and knowledge you bring in regard to the services. I have only a small chapter in my life of 2 years working for Secretary Weinberger as a presidential fellow, but I didn't wear the uniform. I was a civilian working on a host of different programs, transited every 4 months or so. And they were great assignments. I learned an awful lot, but everything you're talking about comes from your deep connection, involvement in the uniformed services, and such a wealth of knowledge just listening to you. So I appreciate that you bring that to bear. In terms of my concern about the military, is I felt from my much more limited world, mostly in the Pentagon, was that folks worked incredibly hard not to be partisan. Certainly, the Secretary of Defense brought a set of missions that tied into President Reagan's administration and his goals, but people didn't overtly talk about their parties or press in terms of the sort of derisive commentary we have now and we heard on cable television on both sides. And when I think about these last few years, I'm concerned that the military has been substantially politicized. I may be wrong about that because I don't have that view from inside. But I think about how the president gave the speech to the 800 generals. And he basically said, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. If you leave, I'll strip you of your rank and your career will end. And to me, that was, I want you to be loyal to me, not the Constitution. I want you to be loyal to me, the President of the United States, which is, I felt very inappropriate and out of sync with the military that I saw, ready to work in partnership with administrations of either side. But I don't know if we see, for example, the speeches at the military academy. I recall some story about folks cheering and clapping for what was a partisan set of political points being made. I don't know. I'm going to leave it to your analysis because you have a much better sense of that. But when it comes to the effort to create a pathway to use the military against civilians inside the United States of America, that is of grave concern to my constituents. And they look at the current dynamic now in which President Trump said, Portland, it's a war zone, it's war ravaged, it's a complete chaos. And while he was saying that, there might have been 2 or 3 protesters outside of the ICE building conducting themselves peacefully. There had been weeks with no arrest. And it's like, whoa, that's a real invention. And when our governor talked to President Trump, she pointed out that. And I gather he was like, well, I've seen the tapes. Well, I don't know what tapes he was watching. Maybe 2020 tapes when we did have actual conflict in the city. But here you have Portlanders who have been so restrained, even when they have suffered being hit by pepper balls, being tear gassed. They've not engaged in the scuffles with police, and they've been protesting with joy and whimsy I mean, it is a strange feeling to see people bringing their pets down and having keep your paws off Portland signs, or folks handing out pastries in pajamas, or otherwise proceeding to celebrate their joy as a way of saying to President Trump, there's no right here. Don't use anything that you have said as a foundation for deploying troops to our city. And in fact, the district judge simply said that the president's description of the city is untethered to the facts. So there's huge concern that the president is striving to get the courts to have decisions that will open the doors and say there'll be deference to the president so he can deploy under Title 10, well, the National Guard, the federalized National Guard, against peaceful protesters, or that the president will proceed to use the Insurrection Act, which does inherently give more support, deference to the president. So a lot of concern to my colleague from Arizona about what's going to unfold. Meanwhile, I am delighted to see my colleague from New Mexico on the floor, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Senator, yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question.
Well, first I want to begin by thanking our friend. And I say our friend because it's more than my friend, Senator Merkley. Friends from across our nation's capital and across America. Some that are here listening to you themselves, others that I'm sure that are tuning in, and whether it's on social media or it's on C-SPAN or one of the news outlets that's carrying the conversation that you're having on behalf of the American people, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your courage, for your conviction, and your tireless leadership in speaking up today on behalf of all that's going on across America, around the world, but especially impacting your constituents. And if I'm not mistaken, Senator Merkley, it's been nearly 20 hours that you've been on the floor now speaking to the American people. Now, I, like you, I'm proud to be a United States Senator. I know the way you speak about Oregon, I'm always battling with you, whether it's New Mexico or it's Oregon. Who's more beautiful? I still believe it's New Mexico, but that's not my question today, Senator Merkley. I'm so proud to represent the people from New Mexico, and every day I'm reminded that the work that we do here, it doesn't just impact our homes. The work that we do here touches every corner of the United States of America. Now, for the last 3 weeks of this Republican shutdown, and the reason I say that is the American people know that the House of Representatives is a majority of Republicans. The Speaker of the House is a Republican. The majority in the United States Senate is controlled by Republicans. The majority leader's a Republican. And the President of the United States, a Republican. Now, as I visit with constituents from across New Mexico, and last night, Senator Merkley, I had a town hall, a telephone town hall. We had thousands and thousands of New Mexicans that were on this call. They all told me that they were worried about what will happen if their health insurance premiums double, even triple. Every news article I read this morning and those that I saw on television or on social media today had similar stories from constituents about concerns about maybe losing their health care. Now, Senator, you know as well as so many people across New Mexico and a few across America that 3 years ago, I survived a stroke. When someone has a heart attack or a stroke or some other chronic episode like that, you learn that time is not on your side. You're not thinking about how expensive those hospital bills may be. All you're hoping is that you can get to see a medical professional that might be able to save your life. And by the grace of God, by the love of my family, Senator Merkley, I'm here. I'm alive today and I healed. It's quite miraculous. But a big part of that was because I was fortunate to have health insurance. I was fortunate to get to a facility quick enough. On the way there, a local paramedic and an EMT from Santa Fe County Fire Department, they helped to prepare me before I got to the emergency room. They helped save my life. Well, right now across the country, it's not just the concern of health insurance premiums doubling or tripling where millions of people could lose coverage. Under this thing called the Big Beautiful Bill, my Republican colleagues here said, well, we're going to have the largest cut in Medicaid funding since the program's been created. In addition to that, how about my Republican colleagues saying, well, let's also go after food programs, and the largest cut to food programs across America were included in that bill. The reason I bring up Medicaid is in New Mexico, we had a Republican governor that actually embraced Medicaid expansion. And so New Mexico became one of the states that had the most uninsured people per capita to one of the most insured because of that expansion. People were able to get care and help. Well, those rural health clinics that also provide care to so many of our Medicaid beneficiaries in New Mexico, all of a sudden when federal Medicaid dollars go away, they might close. So I'm going to go back to my stroke. Time is not on our side. If someone has to travel hours to try to get into a medical facility because the rural health clinics have closed, that might be able to stabilize them the way that that EMT and that paramedic did for me at the local fire department, they may not heal, or worse, they may not live. Now I'm going to get back to one of the conversations we're having right now. How can we work as Democrats and Republicans, work with the president to ensure that health insurance premiums will not double or triple for the American people? One of my constituents told me, Senator Merkley, that it's almost like they're reaching into our pockets and just stealing money. And what I mean by that is, in New Mexico, if these tax credits go away, it's going to cost people about $7,000 a year. $7,000 to hardworking middle-class families. That's taking from their pockets. In addition to that, when they go to the grocery store, well, let me even back up a little there. Remember this president said when he was running as a candidate that on day one he would lower prices for the American people, just like that. Well, at the grocery store, things are getting more expensive. Everything seems to be getting more expensive. Well, that's taking money out of the pockets of the American people. Our constituents, hardworking families, just trying to get by, trying to leave a better life for their kids than they had for their own if they're blessed to have children. Many are worried about how they'll even put food on the table now that those supplemental nutrition assistance programs are delayed, or even this program called WIC. You know, there's acronyms all over our nation's capital. WIC, which is a program for women, infants, and children. How are we going to make decisions across the country to make sure that we're going to provide food to the most vulnerable in the richest nation in the world? Everyone seems to be worried about that except for President Donald Trump. The reason I say that, Senator, is this week, all President Donald Trump seemed to care about was breaking ground on this $250 million ballroom. And some constituents have reached out to my office and, well, what does that mean? And I've told them, well, the president allowed a bulldozer to go and knock down part of the White House so he could build a $250 room to throw some parties in. That's essentially what's happening. I mean, heck, in New Mexico, Senator, if someone's going to do some remodeling to their home, they have to go pull local permits and get permission and follow the rules and all the rest. Not this guy. At a time when people are about to have their health insurance premiums doubled or tripled, food programs are getting taken away, this president says his priority is build a $250 million party room. That's a lot of money. That's more money than most people will see in their lives. I mean, heck, $1 million is one of those numbers. In addition to that, President Trump decided to throw a picnic yesterday for some of my Senate Republican colleagues that wanted to be there. And I was told that he gave away thousands of dollars of his own personal Trump swag. What's that? Hats, signed bags, pens, I don't know what else was in there. Watches, maybe a pair of his shoes. Now, instead of working to end this shutdown that they started, they decided to have a picnic. And it's my understanding that President Trump may be even leaving the country this weekend, leaving for a week, as opposed to bringing people together. I'm reminded, Senator Merkley, that President Trump said not too long ago in an interview, if there's a shutdown, it's up to the president to bring people together to prevent the shutdown. I think in that same interview, the president said something along the lines of, if there's a shutdown, it's a bad mark on the president. Sounds to me like the president should be bringing people together. Now, one of my constituents last night from Albuquerque, New Mexico, shared with me that she'd been furloughed, a federal employee. She told me she didn't know how she was going to pay this month's bills without a paycheck. She felt that President Trump was doing nothing to end the shutdown, and she didn't know how she could continue handling all the stress of not being paid, because that's something else that we're not talking about here. All the stress, mental health challenges that families are going through. One of my constituents in Las Vegas, New Mexico, has 4 children, a mortgage to pay, and his family lives paycheck to paycheck. He said with all the stress and hurt that is being caused by the Republican shutdown, he doesn't know if people will be able to afford their health care if it's taken away. This week, people across America are watching Donald Trump tear down the east side of the White House, making room for that $250 million ballroom. And then there's a story that I just saw coming in, Senator Merkley, that said President Trump, it looks like he's trying to shake down the Department of Justice to get $230 million for himself. And here's the kicker. The person that would actually have to sign off on giving President Trump $230 million in taxpayer money from the Department of Justice is a guy named Todd Blanche. Anyone that knows who this person is knows that Todd Blanche was President Trump's personal defense attorney. Didn't do so well because he got convicted, but he's the guy that would have to sign off. So I'll sum it up this way, Senator Merkley, and I have a question for you, sir. My colleague from Hawaii said it perfectly yesterday. Here's the quote. There is enough money to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. By the way, for people that don't know what that means, to all the ranchers, cattle ranchers in America, President Donald Trump said he's going to go bail out Argentina by $40 billion of their beef. And what is that going to do to American cattle producers? So anyhow, back to the quote. There's enough money to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. There's enough money to buy Kristi Noem, who's the Secretary of Homeland Security, a $173 million personal jet just to fly a little more comfortably. There's enough money to renovate that ballroom, $250 million, but there isn't enough money for you, the American people. It seems to me the priorities are clear. So will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I'm yielding for your question.
Senator Merkley, how are Americans supposed to trust an administration that seems so focused on giving things to themselves when Americans are worried they won't be able to afford basic necessities like food and health insurance? I yield to the senator.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. And you've laid out so many points here about kind of the mismanagement of America's funds. And we could add a few more to them. The craziness of spending more money than it costs to buy a presidential jet to rehab a jet that was given to the president so that he could actually send it on to his personal library after he leaves office. But it is profoundly disturbing, and I appreciate the way you framed it. There's enough money for luxury glitz, for a mega ballroom. I can't even imagine how anything could cost that much to build. I mean, it's going to have an 1/8 inch of gold on every surface or something. I don't know. But that doesn't serve the American people. That doesn't make one single person in America have better health care or better education or a decent home in a decent community, or a better job. Doesn't give equality of opportunity. Doesn't tackle any of our environmental issues. It is simply a gross display by a president who has constructed his entire administration on the basis of a theory to govern, which is families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care, so there can be massive tax breaks for billionaires. They lose their Medicaid on top of their ACA health care in order to fund massive tax breaks for billionaires. They lose their nutrition assistance to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And then over the next 30 years, their bill runs up $30 trillion in additional debt to fund these breaks for billionaires. Maybe I should say trillionaires now. And you think about how that debt, that additional $30 trillion in debt, how much that will compromise the ability to have future programs of healthcare and housing and education. I mean, the folks in my state are looking at the same thing as the folks of your state. We had last Wednesday the information come out a week ago so people could look on the exchange and see what their policies were going to cost. And we don't have a new comprehensive analysis. The pre-analysis, the projection, was that the average cost would go up not 5% or 10% or 15%, but about 68%. And that's because the premium goes up, the tax credits come down, and you're massively more expensive. Now, maybe a lot more because the average across the country is that premiums payments will go up 114%, more than double. But how do you explain to anyone that you slashed their health care affordability to fund a giveaway of $20 to $40 billion to Argentina, or to fund that new ballroom? I mean, that's insane. I mean, that is, well, just like the rich rubbing our nose in it for ordinary Americans, that you won't be able to afford health care, but wow, we got that new jet, the jet you talked about for Nome. I hadn't heard about that one. We got the new ballroom. We got the tax breaks for the richest people. This government buying for the billionaires, and it ties in to the authoritarian perspective. Because if you're a regular leader of a democracy, you feel you're accountable to the people. And you would never, ever pursue a bill that defunds health care for ordinary families to put more dollars in the pocket of the already richest Americans. But if you're an authoritarian, and the entire time I've been on the floor has been to ring the alarm bells. Ring the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here now. And I'm told that each time I say this, lots of bells are posted online. So just for my team's fun, ring the alarm bells. I want that to be heard all across America, that we are way off track. This is the wrong way to go. In a democracy, you want to have the foundations for families to thrive because you're accountable to the people, and the people run the operation. But in an authoritarian government, boy, that's not the case at all. Instead, it's like the leaders feel like the people are accountable to them. So if they have to do without, well, too bad. As the phrase goes, let them eat cake. If they don't have bread, oh, let them eat cake. And so there we are. And our responsibility is to say to the American people, the way to stop this authoritarian takeover is to have a very significant, robust demonstrations across America like we had on Saturday, that the citizens have to make a big deal, protest outside our offices, write to us, phone us, give us a hard time, tell us we should be doing more. It's that feedback that really caused me to say I need to try to do more to ring the alarm bells about where we're headed, and thus to be up here all night and now through the morning and into the afternoon. I'm getting a little unsteady on my feet, but if we collectively, through this dialogue, are bringing attention to people and saying, yes, 7 million people were out there in the streets, next time we need 10 million, or do your local demonstration with those who went, hear about what they did, and spread the word that this is not normal. This destruction of our rights, this weaponization of the judiciary to go after political enemies, the effort to open the doors so that the president can deploy with court's approval the military into our cities when there is no rebellion, no insurrection, and no invasion. So that is our responsibility, to call it out and to carry the fight. And I believe the American people are starting to understand just how much their freedoms are being crushed. And that's what we need to be in partnership with, to steer this country back and save our republic.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I see the senator from Washington State is on the floor, and I would very happy to yield to a question.
I thank the senator from Oregon, and first let me just commend you for what you are doing here throughout the night, throughout today, calling attention to a really critical issue in this country. So many people come up to me, and you know, because we go back and forth to the West Coast all the time, how many people walk up to us and say, what can I do about this? And each one of us has to say, here's what I can do. And I want to thank you for doing what you are doing today, because you're going above and beyond to point out to people that, as your chart says, authoritarianism is here, and it is here now. And we can ignore it, or we can speak out, and you have spent all night long and all day standing on your feet at, I'm sure, great personal sacrifice to fight for everyone in this country and to sound the alarm, as you've been talking about. And so I just personally want to thank you, and I want to reiterate something that you have said for all of these hours, and actually many times to me over the past few months, that the fact that Trump is using his place in government to control every aspect of our life, whether it's what our schools are teaching or not teaching. It's whether or not he's prosecuting his enemies, which he is doing. It's cutting off projects and funding to punish the political opposition. And as you and I both know, we represent, quote, blue states, but we have a lot of red counties and cities and neighborhoods, and even within all of our blue districts. And you can't just randomly say I'm hurting blue without hurting red, because these are all Americans. But he is using his power to do that. We are seeing him, as you know well, in your home state, deploying troops to intimidate Democrats. And I listened to you late last night talk about what is happening in Portland, and the misuse of this kind of power should be frightening to every single American. And we need to stand up and we need to call it out, which is what you are doing today. And even dictating what late night TV host is doing is part of this whole picture that you've been describing. But I came to the floor today as your partner on the Appropriations Committee. We serve on that together, and we all know in this body how important that committee is, because we decide where the funding is going to go in the country. Now, I've been out on this floor, I've been at home, I've been everywhere talking about the power of the purse, which sounds kind of like this quaint little phrase. But it is really important. For anybody who has a family, you know that the person who writes the checks in the checkbook decides where the money's going to go. Well, that power of that checkbook, that power of the purse, as it is called, lands in this side of the aisle, on this side of the White House and Congress. We have the power of the purse. Why is that? Because we represent our constituents from across the country. I'm from Washington State, you from Oregon, people from Illinois and Alabama and Florida all come here to be a voice for their constituents on where their taxpayers are going to go. And within this country, the power of the purse means we have the ability to decide where the money is going to go because we represent our constituents. That's what they call on us to do. And I am seeing Trump do an all-out assault on Congress's power of the purse. So I wanted to come here today and ask you your thoughts on how this president is undermining the power of the purse and how it plays into your ringing the bells about authoritarianism.
Ringing the alarm bells for the authoritarian takeover. And the power of the purse is one of those fundamental ways that, in fact, the president is concentrating his power. The difference between a democracy, in a democracy, the legislature says, here are the programs, here's how we want to run them, and here's how we're going to fund them. And it brings together the collective wisdom of a large group that comes from every portion of the nation, like we do here, our 100 senators from 50 states. And we not only bring our geographic differences, we bring our life differences and our life skills, and all of that helps us form a pretty complex set of decisions about the programs that need more support because of the challenges we're facing as a nation at that moment, and those that can do with less support. And that's our responsibility, but all those voices together are just so central to that. In an authoritarian nation, all of that responsibility, design the program, fund the program, choose whether the program will live or die, it's all transferred to the executive. So if we're thinking authoritarians over here, power of the purse with the executive, democracy over here, power of the purse with the legislature. So Russell Vought, the current head of OMB, he's a well-trained, clever man, and he's saying, well, let's see how we can actually take the power of the purse. You passed a bill for fiscal year 25, and now we're not longer in fiscal, but let's say we were. Well, maybe I can just slow walk the funds for the programs I don't want to fund. That way the decision is transferred to the executive. Maybe I can freeze them. Maybe I can impound them, basically permanently take them off the table. See if I can get away with that. Maybe I can send over a request to have Congress formally undo the programs that they have funded. And they did send one of those over, and it was voted. It needed a majority vote in both chambers. But the problem with that is you have a bipartisan vision to serve the entire, these desks to me are now representing the geography of the United States, to serve the entire breadth and depth of our nation with all of our differences. And then on a partisan basis, meaning half the room, they decide what programs to cut. And that means a deal was done in the beginning between Democrats and Republicans, and then it was undone. And the programs that were cut were the programs, by and large, that Democrats had advocated for. How do you do the next deal in that situation? And then we have Mr. Vought saying, what I'll do is pretend I'm going to spend it, but then in the last 45 days, I'll send a notification that I'd like Congress to undo it, but there is a waiting period, so therefore I know what I have done is set it up so that before those 45 days are out, the end of the fiscal year comes, and that bucket that goes to that program goes poof into thin air. And that's the fancy term he's used for the pocket rescission. And so here we are saying to our Republican colleagues, if you're negotiating in good faith to serve the interests and concerns that all 100 senators bring here, then a bill forged in that bipartisan manner can only be undone in a bipartisan manner. And we do rescissions in a bipartisan manner. We do undo funding. We take 1 year, 2 year, 3 year funding that turned out not to be needed or better spent elsewhere, and we pull it back and we put it into a different program. But we do that readjustment in the same bipartisan way we did the initial program. So we're saying to our colleagues across the aisle, if the power of the purse means something, and it does, the difference between authoritarian government and a democracy, then work with us to defend our Constitution, defend that what we have done together cannot be undone by the executive. And so far, we have not received a yes, we will defend the Constitution. And what I hear is mainly, yeah, President Trump would never go for that. When you hear that, you know you're trapped in an authoritarian, because the vision of our nation is that we, the Congress, will forge these programs and decide how to fund them, how much. And when it's like, can't do that because the Trump would be upset. Well, that just confirms we are in authoritarianism now, and it's not just the power of the purse, of course. It's attack on due process. It's attack on free press. It's attack on freedom of speech. It is the weaponization of the Department of Justice. It is the ignoring the laws that apply to the executive completely, like firing all the IGs, getting rid of all the referees. In the book that I really spent the night trying to use as a framework in order to say, hey, experts who have studied how democracies die, they don't die with people with guns anymore. They die, people get elected, and then they follow the authoritarian playbook on how to basically undo the checks and balances and amplify the power. And another piece of that we should be very concerned about in the Northwest right now, more Portland, but who knows what happens in Seattle, is trying to carve a path in which Trump has court decisions that say he can put troops into the street whenever he wants. And that is a massively dangerous amplification of authoritarian power. And that's why what we do this year makes such a difference, that we have to protest and say this is not normal. We have to ring the alarm bells. We have to praise the 7 million people who got out there and said, no kings in the United States. And that's such a beautiful short way of saying no authoritarianism. We want our republic back, and we're willing to fight to make that happen.
And we want our voices to be heard. That's what you're doing, and I thank the senator from Oregon for all he's been doing for so long, for so many years, but especially for the last 20-plus hours that you've been on the floor. Too many hours on the floor, reminding us all of why this is so critical.
I note that my colleague from Delaware is on the floor. I would welcome a question if you have one.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I will yield for a question.
First, let me say thank you, Senator Merkley, for your tenacity, your energy, your compassion, and your love for this country. I mean, really, that's what this is about. That's why you have been standing on this floor for over 20 hours. And I want to say thank you on behalf of the American people. And I want to say, Mr. President, we are now 21 days into this Republican shutdown and well over 200 days into the Trump administration. Costs for housing are up, food prices are up, energy costs have gone up, and we are about to see our health care costs skyrocket for millions of Americans, all while the president pushes this country to a literal brink of a constitutional crisis. So let's recap. The Department of Defense is trying to censor the press. This administration is offering deals to universities to teach Trump priorities, taking away independence and academic freedom. They tried to push dissenters off airwaves, but this is America. And Senator Merkley, you and I know here the people have the power, and the power of the people matters. Here the voices of our communities hold weight, and that's why I stand with you as you ring the alarms. The people are standing up, they're speaking out, and they're saying enough is enough. What does that look like? It looks like journalists from MSNBC to Fox News handing in their DOD press badges, choosing to stand up for their First Amendment rights rather than bowing to the whims of the Secretary of Defense. It means universities are refusing to play ball, declining the offer. It means Americans use their power of their purses to say you will not silence someone like Jimmy Kimmel, and he was reinstated. But it doesn't stop there. It's an unprecedented move by federal judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans alike that are speaking out on an impending judicial crisis over the Supreme Court's emergency orders. State governments are joining compacts to protect access to public health for citizens as this administration rips away access to vaccines. Airports across America are refusing to play this administration's propaganda videos, and perhaps most importantly, millions of Americans from across our country have made their voices known and heard. 7 million Americans did what I think was truly a part of the American spirit by using their voices in a peaceful way, assembling, doing it in a way that was both joyful but also patriotic, and demanding that we in Congress also stand up. So we are standing up for our communities, and thank you again, Senator Merkley, for doing so. And we are fighting for families across America who are about to see their health care coverage go up or maybe even be eliminated. In this moment, we don't need a king. The people need a president for all of the people. Not a $20 billion bailout for Argentina, not a new White House gold ballroom when people can't even afford to pay their rent or to buy a home on their own, and not a Justice Department bailout. All while November 1st is fast approaching and tens of millions of Americans face this healthcare crisis. Rising costs or total elimination of their health care or medical debt. Costs are already high, and now this. It's time to do the right thing and to take a stand. And with the president poised to leave town, we ask that he stay and pull together the partners, the House session, and I came from the House. I don't think I ever saw anything like this, where they literally have been missing in action for weeks. As a matter of fact, for our August break, they left in July. This is unprecedented, and we need them back at the table. They need to do the work. And so my question to you, Senator Merkley, in light of what the president wants to spend money on and what the American people need, does the president have his priorities straight? Are his priorities right on behalf of the American people?
So much to my colleague from Delaware. And the question rather answers itself after listening to all the points you were making, which are right on. How can it possibly be the right priorities if you're spending your money on tax breaks for billionaires while cutting the tax credits that enable families to buy insurance at an affordable price? How can it possibly be the right thing to do that you're cutting child nutrition while you're spending a huge amount on a ballroom, undoubtedly Trumpian gold-style ballroom? How much was it, 200 million or 300 million? Some crazy, crazy sum. I can't even imagine how you could spend that much on a room. And you mentioned this $20 billion bailout, 20 billion with a B, bailout for Argentina. Now, that one came out of nowhere. I don't remember a bill on the floor here saying that we're passing a spending bill that has in it 20, and the president said it may be as much as $40 billion bailout. Is there some authority I don't know about? Maybe, I don't know. The books are complicated. But I doubt it, because what this president is doing as an authoritarian, it's just saying, I'm going to do what the hell I want. I'm in charge. The bank account of America is mine. Hell, I'm going to, build a glitzy ballroom, and I'm going to try to refurbish a jet for an Air Force One that will only be workable for a few months, if that, before I send it off to my presidential library. Huge waste of our money. And this bailout, though, for Argentina, earlier talking to a colleague from Washington State who said, a lot of soybeans are shipped through Washington State, but they're normally bought by China. Well, China isn't buying a single bean this year because of the tension and the argument between our two nations over tariffs. One moment the president's put a 50% tariff on China, and the next moment they're saying they're not going to send out any strategic minerals, critical minerals. Next moment, well, I'll put a 100% tariff on you. I mean, nobody makes an investment in the United States of America, a factory here, when we're in tariff chaos. There's nothing about this that does anything except throw people up and down, and everyone gets hurt. They don't know if the tariffs are going to affect what they sell. They don't know if they're going to be able to affect the inputs for the things they manufacture. They don't know what they should plant if they're farmers. It's a nightmare. And where are all these beans, unsold soybeans, going to go this year? How are they going to be stored? Are they going to be wasted? Are they going to be plowed back into the ground for fertilizer? I don't know. But here's what I do know, that this chaos is terrible for America. And the small business world came and talked to me yesterday, representatives from, and maybe you had them in your office as well, and they said, Main Street is Pain Street. And I did hear that. I'm going to note that Senator Markey may have been the first person I heard that from, but I thought that was a way to describe it. And they certainly said, yes, there's two components of that pain. One is the loss of the credits to buy health care, because small businesses don't have big plans with big insurers. They provide some help, and folks go and buy on the exchange. And they said, second of all, the tariffs. So Main Street is Pain Street. That's not a good future for America. And families with no health insurance, that's a terrible look for America. And by look, I mean, I don't mean the atmospherics of it. I mean, that is the wrong mission in a republic. And the connection I've been drawn between Trump's authoritarian personality and tendencies is that an authoritarian feels that people are accountable to him. So he can do any damn thing he wants and control anything without advice or controls or checks from anyone. And he's hated it every time checks were applied in the past. He's going after some of those folks now who applied those checks in the past. And the leader of a democracy says, I'm accountable to the people. The people need health care, housing, education, a good paying job, investment in infrastructure, equality of opportunity, and let's take on some of those environmental problems. That's what a leader in democracy does. So here we have this authoritarian president crushing our freedoms, trying to steal the power of the purse from Congress to concentrate it in the executive, proceeding to spend money wherever he wants, that $20 billion. I'd love to see it not be a court. I'd rather have all of the senators right here say, let's pass a bill right now, and say, hell no. You know, a lot of that $20 billion is going to the debt that's been built up in Argentina. And friends of President Trump have reportedly bought that debt at a huge discount. I didn't see how much of a discount. But what that means, if you buy $1 of debt, and you buy, say, let's make it math easy, 25 cents, then you get a 400% return if the money goes to Argentina and they pay off the debt at face value. That's not about making America first. That's about making Scott Bessent and his friends, at least I've seen Scott Bessent's name in some of these articles, and his friends who are connected to buying up Argentina debt. I'm not sure if Scott himself bought it or not. But the point is, make some billionaires richer. It's another make a few friends of the president and friends of his cabinet members richer. Well, that $20 billion, or possibly $40 billion, the president said. Think about that, $20 billion, that's $50 for every single American tossed in a pot to hand out to a strong man in Argentina. $40 billion, $100 a person handed out to a strong man. Every one of us, take $100 out of our pocket.
Senator, yield for one more question.
I will yield for another question. Thank you.
Thank you. As you talked about the small businesses, Senator, I was reminded that as we look at who is actually purchasing this health care in the marketplace, a lot of people don't even know they're on ACA and receiving the tax credit, that half of them are small businesses. I come from Delaware. We are urban, suburban, rural, and coastal. And so we also know that a quarter of farmers and ranchers are getting their health care this way. And then we think about the fact that this issue is disproportionately affecting red states, not just blue states. All Americans are going to be hurt. This is why your ringing the alarm is so important. And I would ask a very simple question. Is there a connection between the healthcare crisis that we are in and an authoritarian regime?
Oh, there is absolutely such a powerful connection, because the authoritarian doesn't care about the fundamental programs for the people, because they don't feel they're accountable to the people. So just as our authoritarian president is weaponizing judiciary to go after his opponents, is using the power of the government over licenses and mergers in order to try to control what our broadcasting does, an attack on freedom of speech, trying to compel what our universities teach by threatening the collapse and taking away the research grants and telling them they can't have foreign students that are essential to their revenue stream. All of those authoritarian pieces, the stealing of the purse, but then there's this piece, the philosophy. And the philosophy is the people owe me, the authoritarian, not I'm accountable to them. So therefore, it's totally legit to go for legislation that slashes the programs that are fundamental to families to make the rich richer. And I want to go back to that picture that I had up earlier of the billionaires standing behind President Trump at the inauguration. And at that point, maybe we didn't know for sure, but he had campaigned on helping families, but we didn't see the champions of families behind him. We saw the billionaires behind him. That is exactly what's happened. The philosophy is families lose and billionaires win. And our effort, as those in a democracy, we are fighting for the vision of families thrive and the rich and powerful pay a fair share.
My colleague yield for another question.
I would yield for a question, yes.
And I thank my colleague from Delaware for her great questions. And I want to, before I ask my question, I just want to thank the great senator from Oregon for his strength, his fortitude, his integrity, and just shining a spotlight on this erosion of democracy under Trump in so many different ways. I've been to the floor earlier and we've talked about it. But now I'd like to ask a question about one of the most serious threats that our American people face, which is the health care crisis, a horrible crisis that is going to leave millions without any health care insurance at all. That's going to raise premiums for people from $500 to $1,000 a month, not a year. That will close rural hospitals. That will kick people out of nursing homes where they will have nowhere to go. And I'd remind my colleagues that this president, instead of negotiating a way out that addresses the crisis with Leader Jeffries and I, is going away for 6 days. It's outrageous for him to leave on a foreign trip while the American people are suffering, and we get closer and closer and closer to the time, starting November 1st, when people are going to have to make that awful decision. Do I leave my family with no health care at all because I can't afford it? It's a horrible, horrible decision. And yet Leader Jeffries and I asked the president to meet with us before he left. He refused. The reporting is that Johnson and Thune and he were on the phone and agreed they wouldn't even talk to us. And instead he's going away while people are suffering. He ought not to do that. And what is he spending his time on instead? Eroding our democracy. doing these faux ads, screwing up, forcing networks and TV stations and media to bow to his whim, using the Justice Department as an attack dog against his enemies, arresting people, as my good friend from Oregon has pointed out repeatedly, on the streets with people, the arresting people, whoever the hell they are, they have no identification, and the people are arrested without even being told why they're being arrested, and who knows what the heck is going on. He is spending all his time on eroding democracy, taking away our rights. The people expect him not to go on a foreign trip. This president who fancies himself a king, but instead to do the people's business and help us, sit down with us, negotiate a way out of this healthcare crisis. We all know, I think, and I'd ask my colleague, he knows, I believe, that before Donald Trump leaves the country, he should at the very least sit down and negotiate in a serious way and address the healthcare crisis that affects the American people. Shouldn't we be working to lower people's premiums, to keep rural hospitals open, to prevent people from being kicked out of nursing homes, to ensure that research that saves lives continues? Shouldn't the president listen to the cares of the American people and their desperate need on health care rather than taking a foreign trip? Jeffries and I asked him yesterday. We demanded, really, he sit down and talk to us and negotiate, not just talk to us, negotiate a serious approach to avoid all the devastating things that will occur. And he said 4 hours later, after conferring with Thune and Johnson, no, he wouldn't. Well, that is a disgrace. So I would ask my colleague, I would ask him, shouldn't the president be spending time addressing the health care crisis rather than spending all this time eroding our democracy? If he negotiated a fair treatment of people with their health care, he'd be doing something good, and when he erodes our democracy, he's doing something evil. So his priorities are wacky and misplaced and awful and so detrimental to what the American people want. So my question to my colleague is this, and one more thing. Doesn't my colleague, and there are a bunch of questions here, agree that Trump is the focal point of this healthcare crisis? That Johnson is paralyzed because of the divisions in his caucus, that Thune just goes along, that the president, this President Trump, is the person who could get the Republicans to pass a decent proposal, a fair proposal, a proposal that helps the American people out of this crisis. And the president is the focal point because he can get Jeffries and Thune to act, and there's probably no one else. And yet, he's flying away, ignoring this issue facing the American people after he's eroded our democracy, as Senator from Oregon has pointed out. He's flying away and abandoning the American people. Isn't it correct? Does my friend from Oregon agree that the president's priorities are so detrimental to the American people, are really perverse, in that he seems to enjoy eroding democracy and doesn't even give a damn when the American people are suffering? So I'd ask my colleague to answer that series of questions.
My colleague from New York, the minority leader, is absolutely right. The Trump priorities are absolutely perverse. Well, here we are in a structure of the Senate. And what is the Senate about? Coming together and saying, here's where I want to go. Where do you want to go? How can we make those two things work together to make America better? We can't always find the answer, but I'll tell you, one thing's for damn sure, you can't find the answer if you can't sit down and have the conversations. And here we are with the House on vacation for over a month, and I guess they're getting paid. And here we are in the Senate without an agreement to just sit down and talk to each other about the framework, because it appears that the key, as you have suggested, the linchpin, is it will not sit down and offer ideas and work out a deal without Trump in the room or Trump guiding the outcomes. So he is the factor. So as he jets off, and in Oregon last week, people on a week ago Wednesday, they saw what their prices are going to be. The premiums are higher, the credits are lower, they got to fill in the gap in between. And are they going to be able to afford insurance? Are they going to be able to make that decision by January 1st? They are stressed about this. I had small business in yesterday, representatives from Oregon, and the vision there is Main Street is in Pain Street because of the tariffs and because of the fact that many of them, a large share of them, buy their insurance on the exchange. And this man who runs a small company, it's a lighting for events company, and I think he said he had 4 employees. He was able to talk to 3 of them, and the 3 of them said, we're not buying insurance. We can't afford it. We looked at the new prices. We can't afford it. So they're going to go without insurance. We all know the huge calamity. Well, when the Speaker of the House that I saw on the boob tube, on the television, says there's nothing to talk about, I think immediately there's 20 million reasons to talk about. Those 20 million are the 20 million Americans that are seeing these huge increases. Many of them will not be able to buy insurance at all. And let's add to that, since the bill also is just 15 months out now from slashing in a devastating fashion our Medicaid program, which in combination with the effects on the Affordable Care Exchange will put 15 million people out of health care, 235,000 in my home state of Oregon. 70% of the kids in my rural areas are part of the Oregon Health Plan, or Medicaid. I can just not even conceive of the carnage that will be done to the quality of life without health care available to so many people. Isn't that a hell of a number of reasons to sit down and brainstorm together? You can't get to a common purpose if you can't even talk to each other. You're here, your office is open, you're available to talk, you're inviting them to talk, they're saying no. That is a travesty in our republic.
So to just renew my question succinctly, does my friend in Oregon believe, as I believe, that before the president jets away on this foreign trip, shouldn't he sit down with Leader Jeffries and I, as we wanted him very much to do, demanded he do, and negotiate a solution that addresses this horrible crisis, which my colleague from Oregon has addressed in so many ways, whether it's ACA premiums or Medicaid or nursing homes or community health centers or scientific research. All of those need to be addressed, and this president is flying away. Isn't that appalling?
That is horrific that he's flying away. He absolutely should be sitting down right now and holding a conversation with you about how we solve this problem for millions of Americans.
Let me thank my friend from Oregon for his amazing, strong, persistent efforts. I yield back to the senator from Oregon.
I see my colleague from Vermont on the floor. I'll take a question if he has one.
Will my colleague yield for a question?
I will yield for a question.
Well, let me thank Senator Merkley for today pointing a finger at one of the great crises our country, one of the greatest crises our country has faced, I think, since the Civil War. And that is that every day we have a president who is moving this country into an authoritarian form of society. You know, as a nation, what we have always expected in our democracy is that if you disagree with me, we debate the issue. You don't think I'm a good senator? Run against me. You think I'm wrong on an issue? Write a letter to the editor. Do a podcast. Be critical of me in any way you want. But what very few people in America believe is that we should give more and more power to a megalomaniac who sits in the White House, who disrespects every day the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law. And what saddens me very much is when we think back on the history of this country, going back to the extraordinarily brave men and women who put their lives on the line and sometimes died during the Revolutionary War. Tens of thousands of Americans took on the greatest military power on earth, led by the King of England, in order to say, we are tired of your rule. We want to rule ourselves. And then in 1789, these brilliant people came up with a constitution, and the essence of that constitution, having learned their lesson from the King of England, who had absolute power, is what they said: we are going to create a constitution that will never give absolute power to any one person or one entity. So they created an executive branch, the president, legislative branch, Congress, House, and the Senate, and a judiciary whose function is to provide checks and balances on each other. Rather extraordinary document, 1789. And since then, we have had so many millions of men and women putting their lives on the line and sometimes dying in order to defend that Constitution, to understand that what freedom is about is the right to disagree, that we do not have to live under the control of one person. And in an unprecedented way, and I know my colleague from Oregon has been talking about this, every day there is another attack on basic American freedoms. The First Amendment, not the second, not the third, First Amendment to the Constitution is freedom of the press. And that was not an accident. They understood that in order to maintain a free society, you had to have the right of people to express their point of view, to write what they wanted to do, to rally people around their point of view. And yet we have, in an unprecedented way, a president who has sued one major media after another, ABC, CBS, Meta defunded PBS, defunded the NPR. This is a president who does not want to be criticized. Well, guess what, Mr. President? In a democracy, you will be criticized. I will be criticized. Senator from Oregon will be criticized. That is what a democracy is about. And if you don't like criticism, get out of the White House. Get out of politics. We're not going to sit back and allow one media after another, intimidated, frightened that if they stand up tomorrow and run a story critical of the President of the United States, oh my God, they may be sued. And you got an FCC chairman, I think, I say to my friend, during the Jimmy Kimmel episode, was now threatening to rescind licenses of networks if the White House did not like some of the content that was coming out. That's not the America that we love, not the America that we are prepared to defend. But it's not just the media. You got a president who was suing law firms. And what was the crime of these law firms? What did they do that was so terrible? Well, they had clients who went to court against the president. Gee, last that I heard, that's what happens in a country. You know, people go to court. And we don't then try to blackmail and intimidate law firms by saying, we're going to sue you. You better not have clients who are going to attack me. We have a president now who's going to war against universities, trying to break freedom of speech, freedom of dissent on college campuses. You stand up, you protest, hey, we're going to take away money from you. We don't like the content of your courses. We don't like your teachers, your faculty, the president of the university. Your views on Gaza? Sorry, you're not going to get federal funding. We have a president who's usurping the powers of the United States Congress. Every fourth grader understands Congress has the power of the purse. President, if he likes it, signs the bill. But when you sign that appropriations bill, that money goes out. You don't have the right to say, oh, California, New York, Vermont, you voted against me. You ain't going to get the money that was appropriated. That is not what this country is about, and it is not what the Constitution is about. A few minutes ago, Senator Blunt Rochester asked, I thought, a pretty profound question, and that is, what is the relationship between authoritarianism and the healthcare crisis that we're in right now? And as the senator from Oregon has mentioned, when Trump was inaugurated, sitting right beside him, right behind him, were the three wealthiest people in the world. Remember that, the senator from Oregon? It was Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And right behind them was some 14 or 15 other billionaires. Oh, there's, all right, thank you, Senator. All right, there's Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Musk, and a couple of other billionaires there as well. And I was thinking, I was at the inauguration, kind of up front, and as I listened and I saw what was going on, heard Trump's speech, I was thinking about Abraham Lincoln in Gettysburg and one of the pivotal battles of the Civil War to end the abomination of slavery. And Lincoln gets up a few days, I think, after that terrible war, blood still on the ground. And he says to the American people, a few days after that battle, he said, these brave soldiers, in so many words, did not die in vain. Because they died in order to maintain a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, not as Trump would have us, a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. And when Senator Blunt Rochester asked the question, what is the connection between authoritarianism and healthcare? Well, I'll tell you what the connection is. Right now, under the Trump administration, the billionaire class has never, ever had it so good. These guys, sitting right behind Trump and his organization, are now combined hundreds of billions of dollars richer. They donated to Trump's campaign. They've given him gifts since. They are doing phenomenally well, while at the same time, 60% of our people, working class people, low income people, are struggling to put food on the table, pay for childcare, send their kids to college, pay for the basic necessities of life, pay for housing, etc. Billionaire class under Trump never, ever had it so good. And then we got a working class in America struggling to survive. And in particular, let us never forget, and I know the senator from Oregon has mentioned it many times, that the reason that Trump and his Republican friends made $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, to throw 15 million people off the health care they currently have, and studies, by the way, suggest that when you throw 15 million low-income and working-class people off of their health care, some 50,000 people a year will die unnecessarily. So why did Trump and his friends do that? Well, the answer is obvious. In that same terrible bill, they gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, to the people sitting right behind the president when he was inaugurated. Does anybody in America really believe that it makes sense to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the richest people in America and at the same time throw 15 million working class people off of their health care? And then, as the senator from Oregon indicated, right now in Vermont and all over this country, people are receiving notices from their insurance companies. In my state, a few days ago, southern part of the state, it wasn't a doubling of their premiums, it was a quadrupling of their premiums. So at a time when we are already paying the highest prices in the world for health care by far, people are going to look at these bills and say, it's insane. And again, in Vermont, we're seeing now families going to be paying 45, 50%. I say to my friend from Oregon, 50% of their incomes on health care. How do you survive? When you're spending 50% of your income on health care, what do you have left for food or for anything else? What the connection is between authoritarianism and oligarchy is that these billionaires not only don't want to pay their fair share of taxes, they want tax breaks. Not only do they want to, with impunity, be able to break unions and throw workers out on the street, but they want, in many ways, what existed in the 1700s, what our forefathers fought against. They want the divine right to rule. All right? King of England thought that they had a God-given divine right to rule. These guys think that as multi-billionaires, they have the right to do anything. No accountability. They're bringing forth hundreds of billions of dollars right now investing in AI and robotics, which will, if we don't deal with it, have a devastating impact on the working class of this country. Yeah, you're going to have more factories in America, but you know what? Ain't going to be human beings working in those factories. Elon Musk, I don't agree with Musk on anything. But just the other day, I think Musk made it clear. He said, hey, AI and robotics is going to do away with jobs. Not going to be any jobs. You don't need any jobs in America. Well, that's great if you're worth a couple $100 billion, but you don't have a job and you're a working class person. How do you feed your family? How do you afford health care? Think anybody in the White House is staying up nights worrying about you when you lose your job? I don't think so. So we are in an unprecedented and difficult moment in American history. And I want to thank the 7 million people just this Saturday all over this country who came out and said loudly and clearly, no more kings. And we're going to keep that movement going. And I don't care if you are a conservative, a progressive, a socialist, a Democrat, whatever you may be. We understand that what makes our country great is, in fact, freedom, the right to dissent, the right to argue. And I don't care what your politics are, that's what we've got to maintain. And I want to conclude simply by saying, expressing very great deal of disappointment at my Republican colleagues, with few exceptions. The vast majority of Republicans in the Senate and the House are not authoritarians. They believe in the Constitution. They believe in the rule of law. But they, at this moment at least, with very few exceptions, simply do not have the courage to stand up to this authoritarian president. How many times has the senator from Oregon and me heard that our Republican friends believe in small government, in federalism, in the right of the local government? They don't want that big, bad federal government overruling the needs of cities and towns and states. And now you got a president of the United States sending federal troops into Portland, Oregon, and Chicago, Illinois, usurping the rights of Congress, threatening to impeach judges who rule against them. So this is a very difficult, unprecedented moment in our history, but I have every confidence that when the American people stand together and they do not let Trump and his friends divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, defend the Constitution, defend American democracy, we will prevail and we will defeat authoritarianism and we will defeat oligarchy. And I would simply ask my friend from Oregon a profound question. Do you agree with me?
Thank you to my colleague from Vermont, and I appreciate your points, and I do share them, yes, and you expressed them thoroughly and passionately, and thank you for your advocacy. And I see that my colleague from Virginia is on the floor. Would my colleague from Virginia consider asking a question?
Mr. President, will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I will yield for a question, yes.
And Mr. President, I'm actually going to ask two questions. Story. And the story deals with a topic that may not seem that sexy or something, but that I think is pretty important: U.S. attorneys and the rule of law. Virginia has two United States attorneys, Western District of Virginia and the Eastern District of Virginia. And those two U.S. attorneys who were put in office by President Trump have both recently been forced out of office because they wouldn't engage in political persecution of Donald Trump's enemies. Let me describe the situation to my colleague from Oregon. When the Trump administration began, the two U.S. attorneys who had been recommended by President Biden and voted on, confirmed by the Senate, both stepped down, as is the norm. The Trump administration then elevated in the Eastern District of Virginia an individual by the name of Eric Siebert. First, the Department of Justice appointed him for 120 days, and then that was followed by an appointment by the judges of the court. But his initial appointment into the role was by the Trump administration. Mr. Siebert began his career as a D.C. police officer and then served for 15 years as a prosecutor in one of the most important positions in the U.S. attorney's offices nationally. Senator Warner and I interviewed candidates, and we recommended Eric Siebert to the Trump administration. So they had put him in as the interim, and then he had been confirmed as the acting. We recommended him to the Trump administration. The Trump administration nominated him, and the Judiciary Committee, in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, reported him to the floor of the Senate. But before the Senate could act on that bipartisan vote by the Judiciary Committee, Eric Siebert was forced out of office. And he was forced out of office because he refused to prosecute, to indict former FBI Director Jim Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. He said there was no evidence to support an indictment in the case, and so this individual who had been put in office by the Trump administration was forced out. In the Western District of Virginia, which covers more of Virginia's landmass but a smaller portion of the Virginia population, Senator Merkley, we had a process like you do in Oregon, and Senator Warner and I recommended two candidates to the White House, and one was a gentleman named Todd Gilbert. Todd Gilbert was a Republican member of our House of Delegates from Shenandoah County, Virginia, who was the leader of the Republican caucus in our House of Delegates, a strong supporter of President Trump's, and he had even been Speaker of the House when the Republicans held the majority in the Virginia General Assembly. A very solid individual, very much with Republican bona fides in supporting President Trump. But he applied to be the U.S. attorney. He had been a local prosecutor, but also a local defense attorney. President Trump installed him as the interim and nominated him for the position. Before the Senate Judiciary Committee could take him up, the Trump Department of Justice pressured Todd Gilbert to fire the chief deputy who had been the deputy in that office leading criminal prosecutions during multiple presidential terms. Todd Gilbert refused to do it, and Todd Gilbert was forced to resign as a result. Subsequent reporting by the New York Times laid out the facts that we believe to be true, that the Trump administration wanted to push out the assistant because the assistant was unwilling to issue indictments that were political in nature against Trump's political enemies, and for that reason, they pressured to fire his assistant, Todd Gilbert, who had given up his position in the Virginia General Assembly to take this position within a month, walked out of the U.S. Attorney's Office rather than succumb to a politically motivated firing of a longtime dedicated prosecutor. In 2 instances, the chief federal law enforcement officials in Virginia, installed in their positions by the Trump administration, were forced to leave because they wouldn't agree to bend the knee and genuflect to a politically motivated persecution campaign. And so my question to my colleague is, you're talking about creeping authoritarianism. What does it say when the executive makes moves on law enforcement officials, Republican law enforcement officials, because they won't bend the knee and politically persecute people against whom there is no actionable claim?
I thank so much my colleague from Virginia for laying out this story, which has been quite presented because of its extraordinary nature. To have U.S. attorneys basically fired on short order because they stood up for the principle of the rule of law, rather than agreeing to be part of a political persecution or prosecution team. And I must say they're candidates to go up on my wall of heroes. And I so respect. Now here, as you said with Todd, he wasn't coming from the blue side of the aisle. And he wasn't just a newbie to the House. He was the leader of the House Republicans, which meant when they were in charge, he was the speaker. Now, I was a speaker as well. I always have a little affection for the speakers, but I know how difficult it can be to run a chamber. And so you have to be deeply, deeply connected to your colleagues in your caucus as you manage that process. So this individual, just by that resume, clearly was coming with a set of values deeply rooted in the Republican Party. But the value he didn't have was to screw over innocent people. And thank goodness we still have people willing to stand up for justice. Not, if you will, injustice. Because that's what we're seeing. And we see it in the form of the enemies list that the president is going after. But we also see it, and more hidden normally, the firing of individuals, the tossing of individuals who aren't willing to take a loyalty test. Their loyalty is to the Constitution, not to the president. So I think it says a tremendous amount about how far we are into the authoritarian state. This is kind of standard operating procedure for an authoritarian. You mentioned kind of creeping authoritarianism. I would say we're on full stream authoritarianism because so much is happening in terms of the firing of employees who are failing the loyalty test, the decimating of programs at the whim of the president rather than by laws being passed here, the ignoring of laws that apply to the executive, like the fact that you can't fire inspector generals unless they for cause in 30 days, the attack on due process and free speech and free press, the weaponization in general of the Justice Department, of which this is kind of a facet of it, and then the effort to get court decisions that enable the president to deploy the military in the streets when there is no insurrection, no rebellion, and no invasion. And this last piece, I think, is extraordinarily dangerous. Not yet an issue that has come to your home in Virginia, but it's come to Southern California and to D.C. and to Portland, Oregon, and to Chicago, Illinois, and there will be others, because the whole intent is to have the court decisions resolved that provide the precedent for deploying troops when and how the president wants, according to his definition of what a rebellion is or an insurrection is, as opposed to the reality. So there are no checks then on that use of military. So these are all so many things happening all at once. Remember, we are simply 9 months into this administration. Wow. I mean, it's breathtaking. The team had to have a careful plan, ready to roll with things that were going to be done every day. And that is why they had Project 2025. That is why they have Russ Vogt at the head of OMB, being the engineer of that Trumpian train. And we're in big trouble, so we're ringing the alarm bells. You're ringing the alarm bells. The people, and they're 7 million strong on the weekend, we're ringing the alarm bells. And the biggest demonstration in U.S. history on a single day. But that is so important right now if we're going to save our republic. And thank you for being a core part of the rescue team.
Let me
I
tell
yield for a possible additional question.
Mr. President, might the senator from Oregon yield for another question?
Yes, I will. For a question.
Thank you. And I'll tell a quick story, and then I'm going to hand you this picture now, because my question is going to be for you to describe it. But I'll tell a quick story on the authoritarianism front, and this is a very Virginia story. And then I'm going to ask my colleague to describe the picture that I've just handed him. So Virginia is an unusual state. 50 states have mottos. All states have mottos. Almost all states have mottos that are positive. Excelsior, onward, to the stars through adversity. My favorite, because it's so random, positive motto is Michigan. It says, it's Latin, but the translation is, if you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you. How random. I wasn't looking for a peninsula, but I would rather it be pleasant than unpleasant. Virginia's is the only motto that's not positive. The Virginia motto was designed by the framers of the Virginia Constitution, who were meeting in Williamsburg when the framers of the American Constitution were meeting in, the Declaration of Independence was being drafted and voted on in Philadelphia. The Declaration voted on in Philadelphia July 4, 1776. July 5, 1776, in Williamsburg, the Virginia B team that weren't in Philadelphia, they did 4 really cool things. They passed the first Virginia Constitution. They enacted the first Virginia Bill of Rights, which became a model for the National Bill of Rights. They elected Patrick Henry, the first governor of Virginia. But the 4th thing they did was they had a 4-member committee appointed that spent 4 days in the library at William & Mary to design a state seal. And the state seal, which I'm wearing, I wear this all the time, is an unusual one. It is a woman Amazon representing virtue standing atop a deposed monarch whose crown has fallen off. And the state motto, the only one that isn't a positive, the Virginia motto, is a warning. It's a rebuke. It's Latin, sic semper tyrannis, thus be it always to tyrants. And the framers picked the future verb tense. They didn't say down with tyrants, we don't like tyrants, we've defeated tyrants. They used the future verb tense because they believed that tyranny wasn't a form of government, it was a fact of human nature. It was a fact of human nature that would not go away, and we would always need virtue to be able to defeat tyranny. And so as you're talking about authoritarianism and where we are, I'm just reminded of the fact that Virginians predicted in 1776 that the nation would need to always be on guard against tyranny. And in the formation of the Constitution, and my colleague has done a great job of looking at provisions of the Constitution, we invested a lot of power in the hands of an executive, but then we put checks, Congress, the courts, a free press. You shouldn't go to war without a vote of Congress. The appropriations power was for Congress, not the president. We put all these checks in place to stop the reality of tyranny. And as we round the corner into 250 years of American democracy, we are a nation looking in the mirror and asking ourselves the question of whether we still believe in democracy over tyranny. Do we still believe it? In 1776, 30% of Americans were for monarchy. When we tell the story of the revolution, it wasn't that 100% of Americans believed in democracy. 30% were for tyranny and monarchy. It was what they knew, or they had a financial tie or a family tie to England, or maybe they were worried that democracy would be too messy. It wasn't a foregone conclusion that democracy would be the choice. Every generation has to answer the question for itself. Do we still prefer a democracy over tyranny? And as we face this 250th anniversary of the nation's birth, we're confronted with that. I've handed my colleague a photo. I had hoped to have it on a poster, but the photo was taken today. And I didn't have time to turn it into a poster. But I want to ask my colleague from Oregon to describe what it is you see in that photograph.
Well, thank you for the question. I thought when you were going to hand me this, I was going to have a Rorschach test or something of that nature. But I knew within seconds what this was. As soon as I realized it was machinery and not parts of a bridge. But this is the demolition at the White House to prepare for some $300 million ballroom. At least that's what I'm nominating as my answer. And I would yield you a question if you would like to follow up.
I would love to ask a follow-up question if the senator would allow.
I will indeed. Question.
You know what a metaphor is. A metaphor is something that not only stands for itself, but it stands for something else. As you look at that picture of the White House being demolished today, at the very time as you were standing on this floor talking about authoritarianism hurting the institutions that were put in place 250 years ago, what is your feeling about the true significance of this demolition project going on at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue?
You're asking such a cerebral and philosophical question here as I'm in the 20-whatever hour days. But here we have evidence of the president tearing down a symbol of our republic and building a symbol that is really a symbol about authoritarian power, about a government that serves the rich. Just the fact that we're spending money on a $300 million ballroom, which I can't even imagine how it could cost that much, when at the same time the president will not come as requested by the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate and sit down and work on, and I'm sure they're willing to go to him, and sit down and work on the fact that we are facing 20 million people who are going to have their health care costs doubled. But instead of addressing that, the president's tearing down part of the symbol of our republic, a president, and building a symbol of a king.
With that, Mr. President, I yield, and I thank my colleague from Oregon for this important conversation and for your stamina and patriotism.
My stamina is getting a little shaky. Oh, and I see my colleague from California standing behind me, so I will get out of the way. And I would ask if you would care to ask a question.
Yes, would the senator yield for a question?
I will yield for a question. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for your extraordinary speech and all that you have elucidated today, and for your powerful advocacy on behalf of our democracy. I think there are any number of signs of when a democracy is in trouble, when a country is descending into a kind of dictatorship. And books have been written about this subject. No one account, I think, can comprise all of the elements of the deterioration of a democracy, but there are certain telltale signs that I think we are seeing all too clearly. And my question goes to some of the things that we are witnessing that I think are hallmarks of the decline of a democracy, and that ought to be sounding a three-alarm fire for the American people. And let me begin with a few of them. First is the misuse of the military at home and abroad. When a president begins to use a military for impermissible purposes, when a president deploys
American forces in violation of the law to American cities, when a president assembles top leadership, flag officers, generals, admirals, and tells them that our cities are to be military training grounds, that there is an enemy within, it is as sure as anything a sign of a democracy in trouble, of a democracy in decline. When troops are rappelling from Black Hawk helicopters, not in Somalia, but in Chicago, it is the most visible sign of a democracy in trouble. This is, as we all know, in violation of the law which prohibits the use of our military for domestic law enforcement purposes. Likewise, the misuse of the military abroad without the authorization of Congress, another sign of the deterioration of our democracy, when a president arrogates to himself the power to blow ships up in the Caribbean or now in the Pacific without any authority, in violation of law and Constitution. It is another sign of the president arrogating the military power to himself, to the person of himself, not to the Constitution, not to his core responsibilities, but to himself. Number two, among the dozen or so most virulent signs of the decline of our democracy, of the risk of an authoritarian regime taking hold in this country, are the attacks on our universities. We see this in Hungary and elsewhere, when rulers start to attack the independence, the academic freedom of our universities. It is a sure sign of a democracy in trouble when a president tries to dictate by withholding federal funds, the lifeblood of research universities, withholds those funds unless an academic institution agrees to adopt its cultural agenda or to fire certain faculty or to allow it to have some kind of a monitor, some kind of a big brother overseeing what takes place in our universities. It is a sign of a democracy in decline. Number three, when an administration, when a ruler goes after the right of representation by attacking lawyers, law firms, legal professionals, and saying, "Thou shalt not represent this cause which is deeply unpopular to me. You shall not take on this client who is antagonistic to me. You shall not hire this lawyer who is a personal enemy of mine." That is antithetical to the history of our democracy and all democracies. John Adams, prior to becoming president, took on one of the most unpopular cases in American history, representing British soldiers who participated in the Boston Massacre. And why did he do that? Why take on such an unpopular cause? Because he understood the importance to a democracy of the right of representation. Number four of the signs that our democracy is in deep, deep trouble is the abuse of the Justice Department to go after the president's enemies and to protect his friends. It is in actions like in the state of Virginia, the firing of a U.S. attorney who believes that a prosecution is not warranted, notwithstanding the personal injunction of the president that thou must prosecute these people. That prosecutor is fired and another brought in to implement the president's will to go after his enemies. But it is also likewise a sign of the loss of democracy when the powers of the Justice Department can be used to protect the president's friends. When a Justice Department can be told, "You shall not look further into the $50,000 in bribe money taken from a top White House official. Close down that investigation. You shall look no further into the corruption of the mayor of New York. Close down that investigation because that mayor is useful to the administration politically." That is as sure a sign as anything that we no longer have an independent Justice Department, but one in the thrall of the White House. Number five, suppression of free speech. Suppression of free speech. Something not just in any amendment, but in our First Amendment. When an administration uses its power to coerce an ABC to pay him personally, or coerces a CBS to pay him personally for the right to continue its broadcast license, or for the opportunity of its parent to have a merger. These are overt efforts to censor the press when it uses its regulatory power and threats to to try to take off the air a comedian or two comedians. It is a sure sign of the loss of press freedom. And equally, we see in other repressive regimes an effort to concentrate power, to concentrate the media itself in the hands of friendly oligarchs, or to create a kind of state-run media, which we are deeply at risk of, and we see in the development of TikTok and the coercive power of the government to decide who the future owners of TikTok will be, to make sure that they are of the same political persuasion as the president, or we see reflected in the oligarchic control of Twitter, now X, or we see in organizations that are buying up stations like Sinclair and using its mass power for the purpose of censorship. Next, in a declining democracy, in a budding autocracy, we see the demonization of vulnerable communities. And what could be more visible in America today than the demonization of immigrant communities by this administration? The demonization of the other, the false portrait of people who come to this country as all murderers and rapists and drug smugglers. The demonization of some of the most vulnerable people in America, also in the LGBT community and the trans community. We see this time and time again in history, in countries becoming dictatorships, that they build their power on the backs of people they dehumanize. We're seeing at home another powerful sign of a budding authoritarianism, of a growing authoritarianism, and that is the use of propaganda, the use of taxpayer money for propaganda. You see banners with the president's glowering face now on public buildings in violation of law. You see Kristi Noem doing Hollywood-looking produced ads that are played at airports, falsely blaming Democrats for the shutdown, political propaganda paid for by you, the taxpayer, or highly produced immigration videos featuring Kristi Noem thanking the president, more political propaganda. Another sign of the decline of our democracy, of the growth of our authoritarian regime, is the corrupt use of government power for self-enrichment. This we saw from the very first days of this administration. The meme coin dinners, in which the premises of the White House are used, but private donors are encouraged to buy the president's meme coin, a cut of which the president gets, using the power, the prestige of that office, sometimes even the venue of that office, to enrich himself. The receipt of aircraft, $400 million aircraft from Qatar, a nation that has a keen interest in U.S. policy. The president acquiring a plane in plain violation of the Emoluments Clause, soliciting private donors for ballrooms, the real estate deals in the Gulf, the rampant conflicts of interest, the crypto money coming in from the Gulf to the first family, the use of government power and position for corruption and self-enrichment. Another powerful sign of a democracy in decline is the usurpation of Congress's power of the purse. The illegal withholding of funding, the impoundment of funding, the illegal rescission of funding, the illegal termination of grants, and I would say beyond that, the mass firing of federal employees, the lawless firing of federal employees, the use of Congress's power to appropriate money, one of the most important powers, arguably the most important power we have, now taken by the administration, and without a fight in this body. Certainly not a bipartisan fight. That is surely a sign that we are losing our democracy. The undermining of elections and voting. Another key ingredient in dictators around the world cementing their position and power is the undermining of the foundational right to vote. We see it in its various forms now. We see it in this
push to engage in gerrymandering around the country, but we see it in closing down of polling stations in urban areas. We see it in efforts to suppress the vote of certain communities. We see it in the purging of voter rolls. We see it in affirmative efforts to discourage people from voting. We see it in the demonization of election workers, the interference with election boards. And finally, although the list is much longer, I would end with this: the attack on truth itself, the attack on facts, the attack on science, the purging of people from our scientific agencies, the rampant falsehood, the fire hose of falsehood coming out of the White House and our agencies, daily provable, palpable falsehood, eroding the very idea of truth and fact. If you can persuade people that nothing is true, then what are we to use to decide who should govern? If there is no shared experience, then how do we decide what policy should be? How do we avoid just falling back on political tribe or worse, political violence? If there is no truth, if there is no fact, if there is no accountability. And so, Senator Merkley, I thank you for shedding a light on the risk to our precious democracy, the risk to this incredible inheritance from our founders. Because part and parcel of saving our republic, part and parcel of saving this country is to understand the dangers so that we can confront them. Future generations are going to ask what we did in this hour when our democracy was most vulnerable, when our parents and their parents went off to world wars to protect our democracy. Our task is far easier on the one hand, but no less important on the other. And so I ask you, are you seeing these same signs I'm seeing of the danger to our democracy, of the degradation of our democracy? And what do you feel we can do to save this inheritance?
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague from California. And I must say this was a pretty comprehensive list you put forward. And I was checking them off in the order that issues that I've been raising over the many hours through the night last night. And but I think the one that I didn't have that I actually agree with very much is your final point, the fire hose of falsehoods. Because we are just adrift in a sea of misinformation and disinformation. And added into that toxic brew is a whole lot of just basic propaganda in a place that doesn't belong. And that we see, if you go out to the Portland airport, you will not hear the tape that Noam once played, because she wanted it played in airports all around the country, and a group of airports, led first by Portland, Oregon, said, no, it's breaking the law, it's breaking the Hatch Act, it's breaking the Anti-Lobbying Act, it's breaking some other act on the list. And in this situation where the administration does not care what the law says, the philosophy is we are the unitary executive, we're in charge, and we can do whatever the hell we want, take us to court if you don't like it, attitude. And then we see the deliberate crushing of rights, and we see the deliberate grabbing of the power of the purse from Congress. The difference between an authoritarian government, and there's many differences, but one way to describe it, authoritarian government and democracy, is in the democracy, representatives of the people decide what the programs are, how they're funded, and how they'll be run. And in an authoritarian, all those powers of what are the programs, how much money will go into them, how they run, transitions to the executive, the all-powerful executive. So we can see every time we hear Trump or his cabinet members saying, I'm canceling that grant, I'm defunding that program, because it doesn't act consistent with the priorities of this administration, that's an authoritarian statement. And we are deep into this authoritarian crisis. The poster behind me says, "Ring the alarm bells." I thank you for helping to ring these alarm bells in a very cogent and extensive way. I thank the 7 million people who went out and protested on Saturday for ringing the alarm bells. Because what we know is if we do not confront tyranny in its first year, and if we do not find a way to have a strong rebuttal in the next election, then it becomes entrenched. And it is our responsibility, our oath to the Constitution, to not let that happen. Thank you. And I notice we have a colleague from Vermont on the floor. If the colleague might be interested in asking a question. Will the senator yield for a question? I would yield for a question.
How are you managing to do this? You've been up all night, and your staff too. It is really, really quite extraordinary.
Well, thank you for that question. I am on the verge of
and the staff
falling over, but I've got an hour more before we're going to wrap up this effort. I am so pleased that so many have been able to come from the caucus and help ring the alarm bells, because this is the most perilous moment for our republic since the Civil War. And never did I expect it to be in my time. I thought, yes, we argue over housing policy and how can we best have a decent home and a decent community. And yes, we argue over education policy and how can it be a pathway for every child to have a full and productive life. All these foundations. Oh, another question. I would yield for another question. Yes, I would.
All right, well.
Make it a long one.
I'll make it a longish one, but I want to join in my colleagues in expressing to you our gratitude for this incredible physical effort that reflects not just your intellectual engagement, but your deep passion and the care you have for the Oregonians that you have been serving so well for so long. It's really been, just for me, a wonderful opportunity being a new member of the Senate. Along with Senator Schiff, I know you feel the same way, to be working with somebody like the senator from Oregon, who's just honest and true and totally grounded in your commitment to the people that you serve, in the Constitution that all of us serve. It's just a gratifying experience for us to be your colleague. You know, one thing that I want to talk about was tariffs and who has the authority to impose tariffs and what the implications are. Because what I'm seeing is that our farm economy is really being devastated by tariffs. And let's talk about Midwest farmers. They're proud folks, like the dairy farmers in Vermont. And they used to have markets. The thing they love to do is have purchasing power that they earned by tilling the land, family farm operations that would be passed down from generation to generation. They really didn't want a lot of government involvement or interference, so they wanted to be able to grow their crops. And what I'm seeing is that the Trump administration embrace of tariffs has resulted in the total collapse of the markets that used to be available to our Midwest farmers, including the China market. And, you know, last year, our farmers sold about 30 or 40% of their soybean crops to China. They haven't sold a bushel, okay? They haven't sold a bushel. And there's now talk by Trump of taking revenue from the tariffs to pay farmers a subsidy. And I get it that farmers need it, but wouldn't it make more sense to let farmers sell the crop that they grow rather than have a tariff that prohibits them from selling to markets they have had? And the second thing I noticed, and I really am interested in this because rural America is the heart of America. You know, the wonderful community values folks have, family values, hard work, service. We've got a billionaire who's the Secretary of the Treasury, and my understanding, I don't know how I guess if you're a billionaire, you'll own lots of things in lots of different places, but he apparently owns lots of farmland out in the West. But his major new initiative is to take $40 billion of our money to bail out the Argentine peso. So maybe you can explain to me how that's going to help our Midwest farmers. A stronger bailed out peso from Secretary Besant, and how the Besant policy on tariffs is going to give any kind of lifeline to those family farms that have been so much part of our heritage, who do so much for the well-being of our country, and whose prosperity is so essential to the well-being of our whole country. Farmers like to feed people. They like to work hard. They don't want to bail out. They don't want a handout. And we've got the tariff policies that are wrecking their markets, and then we've got a bailout that's going to Argentina that's going to further erode the ability of our farmers to sell their product. Because, oh, by the way, the Argentinian farmers are now going into the markets we're helping them create that have been opened up as a result of denying access to those markets for our Midwest farmers. So perhaps you could explain to me how this makes sense.
Well, I appreciate the question from my colleague from Vermont. And I must say soybeans have come up several times today, as has Argentina. And this is so troubling. Now, I'll tell you, when I met with my Farm Bureau, everyone has a little bit of queasiness, even if tariffs haven't touched them yet. But the tariffs are changing all the time. And how might it suddenly affect the market if another tariff changes, or the input, or so forth? And everyone in the agricultural world is terrified that if they lose their market, even temporarily, those relationships deteriorate. New relationships are forged. It's hard to get people back. If you've let people down once, then what happens next? And so this situation, this double deal, I guess I'll call it, with Argentina, where by us, well, having a trade war with China, so China doesn't buy a single bean. You said not a single bushel, and I've heard, yep, nothing, nada. And so Senator Murray of Washington was down here saying, we've got all these beans that normally travel through Washington State to get exported. Where the hell are they going to be stored? I don't know. But what I do know is that a lot of folks aren't going to sell them, may not have a place to store them. I look forward to learning more about what's going to happen to this massive crop that there's no customer for because China went to Argentina. And then you mentioned the second part of the Argentina deal, that the president says, you know what, I want to bail out this far-right government down there because they're in trouble, and we don't want to let a far-right government be in trouble. And $20 billion and maybe $40 billion. Think of how much money that is. That's $100 for every single person in the United States of America. You know, if I went door to door in Oregon and personally asked everybody, would you like to give $100 to Argentina? You know how many takers I'd have? I think I would get 0 takers. And by the way, where is the legislation that gives the president the power to give $20 billion or $40 billion to Argentina? I haven't looked it up yet. I'm going to look it up. But I think it's exactly a feature of an authoritarian government that he wants to self out a fellow authoritarian government, but with a twist. And the twist is that apparently a group of well-placed colleagues, maybe friends of the Treasury Secretary, I believe I may have read, I won't say that definitively, they bought up some of the debt in Argentina. And they bought it at a discount, is my understanding. And again, I have not double-checked this, so I'm saying it with some caution. But what happens when you do that, and then there's a bailout, and you get face value? Let's say you paid 25 cents on the dollar, and you get face value after bailout, and you make 400% return. Well, that's great for the riches of whoever they are, that in America that Trump wants to help out. I would yield. It has to be in the form of a question. But I would yield
for a question. So here's my question. Is this really a bailout for the financiers on Wall Street who bought this debt at 20 cents on the dollar, but may get paid $1 on a dollar? Or is this just flat out enrichment? They didn't lose. They're winning as other people suffer. So is this really a bailout or just a flat out, hey fellas, here's $40 billion. I love you, Donald Trump.
Well, thank you for that question. And I must say, it reminds me of a town hall because every now and then I realize I'm way over my head in what I actually know to be the facts. So I'm going to stop before I dig a digger hole because I have not personally researched it, read up on it. I've heard a variety of comments, almost in passing, from colleagues who are so disturbed about this arrangement, disturbed about what's going to happen to soybeans, disturbed that China's buying them from Argentina, disturbed that so we're sending a bailout to Argentina, and disturbed that they have heard that a lot of that money may come back to some very rich people in the United States of America. But I do not know the details. And I'm going to leave it as a bit of a conjecture. And when we talk soon, I'll have the answers.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'll yield back to the senator.
Thank you. I notice my colleague from Illinois has returned to the floor. If he would like to, I'd be happy to entertain a question should he have one.
First, I thank my colleague from Oregon for his endurance and determination. Hang in there. You're bringing up a critical issue and subject for America at a critical moment. And I'd like to return to an issue we discussed this morning when I was visiting, and that's the issue of the militarization of our federal government and its impact on states like yours, Oregon, and mine of Illinois. What I'm finding as I read the newspaper accounts is that the ICE operation from the Department of Homeland Security in Illinois continues to intimidate people who live in the city, in their neighborhoods and all around, and really bring fear. There are parts of the city of Chicago, Little Village and Pilsen are the ones most well known.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. Because the protocol team is not sure whether you asked me if I would yield for a question.
That's a legitimate point. Will you yield for a question?
I will yield
through the
for
chair.
a question. Thank you.
So the point I'm trying to make is that there are areas of the city of Chicago, and I'm sure in your state of Oregon, where the intimidation factor has reached a point where people are worried about literally going to church, going to work, taking their kids to school. It's a genuine problem. Just last week, an individual took his child to daycare, left the motor running in his car, and took the little toddler into daycare, came out the door and was arrested and detained and removed from that scene specifically while the motor was still running in his car. That's the kind of thing that is happening. It isn't as if they're targeting criminals. They're after people who look like they're Hispanic. And there are many who live in our city, and I'm glad to have them. They're wonderful people. So I'd like to ask in your state, what kind of intimidation, if any, has taken place through this military operation of the president?
Well, thank the senator from Illinois for the question. And as you're telling this story, I was thinking about a story from Oregon in which a woman who has been there for a long time, she has legal status in the United States. Her mother visits from Honduras, and her sister lives in Canada. So there is a park on the border between Washington State and Canada where people can go into the park, meet, they have to leave by the same entry they came in. And they've done this before, and so her mother gets to be with her, and then with her sister, the three of them, and 4 children, 7-year-old triplets and a 9-year-old, I believe. And so, and the children are U.S. citizens. So they do what they've done before. They go up to meet the Canadian sister in this park, and while they're hugging, she gets arrested. Arrested why? For smuggling her sister into the U.S., but they're in this park that is set up for that purpose. And she is still being held. The children were released, and they are with a family friend. And the grandmother was released, the mother's mother. And but the mother, Jackie, the mother of the 4 American children, she's still being held. And we keep protesting, writing, calling, and she's still being held. The case against her was dropped. Why? Because you can't arrest somebody for hugging in a park set up for that purpose. This is my understanding of the case. But think about how that story says everyone's at risk all the time. Everyone's at risk. And so there is fear and trepidation. And individuals who have their documentation are afraid that they may make a move that may lead to some extended family member or someone else who has documentation being arrested, just like this woman had documentation. And so it's a regime of fear. And the argument Trump made was that when someone is here and undocumented and they do a violent act, they're going to be deported. And I don't think many Americans would argue with that. But we should also recognize that our immigrants commit violent acts at a lower rate than native-born Americans. Like portraying immigrants with this false story of criminals, rapists, murderers, and so forth is simply, well, to quote a district judge on a different topic, untethered to the facts. And we are in a deeply disturbing period where more children are being separated, communities are being terrorized, and I think how you have brought forward time and time again that we needed to resolve the status for Dreamers in a more solid way and put bills forward, and we just fell short time, and how many times? 6 times? I'm not sure, or more. And this body can't even come together and address children brought here through no fault of their own, who know no other country, who speak no other language, who grew up here and are productive citizens, many of them that when we first started, I was first aware of it, so long ago that they might have been little kids. Now they may be out of high school, out of college, fully employed in the community, and still we haven't resolved their status so they can be feel fully productive members of our community.
If the Senator would yield.
I will yield for a question.
Over the course of my service in the Senate, one of the things that I was proudest of, still proud of, was the formation of the so-called Gang of 8, 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats, who sat down to write a comprehensive immigration reform bill. Senator McCain led the effort on the Republican side. Senator Schumer joined me with others on the Democratic side, and we produced a measure that had support of business and labor and Democrats and Republicans, brought it to the floor of the United States Senate and passed it with over 60 votes. It was a glorious day. It was a day of great celebration. What was it all about? It was all about the 11 million undocumented people in the United States coming forward and registering with this government, who they are, where they live, and they pay a fine for coming to this country without documentation. They then don't automatically become citizens, but they are allowed to work. They wouldn't be deported, and they can live a normal life, paying their taxes and doing what people who live in this country do normally. It was an attempt to try to regularize the situation, to account for the 11 million, and to say that that was going to be an accounting which would give us some stability in this country on the issue of immigration. And the fact was, it would have done just that. And unfortunately, it was never taken up by the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives. So we passed it here in the Senate. It included the DREAM Act, and it was a step forward. I contrast it today to what we're faced with. Full-scale battles and war going over immigration in cities across this country. It's unnecessary. There are ways to resolve this fairly, humanely, and in an American fashion. And I hope the senator from Oregon agrees with me. It's time for us to sit down and do this. Hiring more ICE agents is not going to resolve the issue of immigration. Having a law that is enforceable and rational and humane and American in its nature is the best way as far as I'm concerned. And I ask the senator for his reaction.
Well, thank you, Senator. I do not only agree, but I so admire what you accomplished, and it's so frustrating. Why can't we accomplish that again? And I know one of our members worked hard with a colleague across the aisle to do a bill that may have been a slimmer version. And President Trump, then candidate Trump, said, don't take that immigration bill forward last year because he wanted to keep this as an election issue. If people want to keep chaos rather than to solve problems, how are we to address a better path forward for our nation, a more productive path? So I hope what you accomplish can be reinvented. I'm not sure that I have any confidence that it is possible, maybe harder now than it was then, but let's try. And you have my full backing in that effort.
I'd like to just make one last comment, if I
And I'll
can,
yield for a question.
in the nature of a question. Just a few feet away from where we're in the chamber is my Capitol office, and on my credenza behind my desk is my mother's naturalization certificate for all to see. I'm a proud immigrant. She came to this country at the age of 2. Her mother did not speak English, but brought 3 children on a boat from Germany to Baltimore and ultimately to Illinois, where I grew up and my mother spent her life. And it was an indication of the American dream as far as I'm concerned. Her son not only got a government job, but was elected to the Senate. And so good things happen. But I think it's a story of immigration, a story repeated over and over again by families, that coming to this country determined to succeed makes us a better nation and always has. Has a senator run into that in the state of Oregon?
Well, I must say, Senator, I don't think there is an individual that we have in the Senate who is not the descendant of immigrants. And so shouldn't we all be able to identify with our family stories and bring those to bear to solve this challenge and actually restore a framework? I think about, like, just let me take one piece of this. The process for being able to have an asylum hearing has a backlog of about 6 years. Well, that's a piece that we can find a rational way to address that. The Dreamers, we can find a rational path to bring the Dreamers fully into our society as you have laid out in the past. We can proceed to, I think, find a deal on border security, what we pay. But there are many pieces that will never get solved unless people are sitting down like you did with your Gang of 8, bringing people together and say, let's iron this out. And so that is my hope and prayer.
In nature of a question, I asked the senator from Oregon, is he aware of the fact that we have approximately 700 immigration judges facing that backlog you just described, and the Trump administration has dismissed 100 of them? So instead of adding more judges so we can expedite the hearings and resolve them, the opposite has been the case. Was the senator aware of that?
I was not aware of that, no. And that's insanity.
It certainly is. I also asked the senator, when it comes to...
I yield in the nature of a question.
When it comes to the issue of due process, the question is whether or not we can in this country offer due process to the people who are asking for their fate to be resolved. That has been part of our Constitution, applying not only to citizens, but those who are in our country petitioning to become citizens. Does the senator agree with me that due process is a critical part of our democracy?
Absolutely.
Well, we face this reality now with children. I just described it earlier, and this is the question I would ask you is this.
I yield for the question.
Does the senator believe that these unaccompanied children need to have humane treatment at all times? You told the story earlier of going down to the border and watching what happened under previous administrations. Would the senator recount that story at this point?
Well, yes. I think you asked me to recount the story. And the story involved the fact that I read a speech by Attorney General Sessions. And Attorney General Sessions was delivering this speech at, I think it was called Freedom Park in Southern California on the border. And as I read the speech, I said out loud to people around me, it sounds like he's planning to separate children deliberately from their parents in order to have that trauma be a deterrent for people coming. And I said, there is no way any American administration, not blue, not red, would ever deliberately harm children as a political policy strategy. And a member of my team said, there's one way to find out. Go down to the border. And I checked, and I had that weekend free, so I was down to the border, and I go into this warehouse, And in this warehouse, there are all of these, basically what we'd call in Oregon, cyclone fence cages, wire cages. And I stop in front of one of them, and it has a group of boys lining up from the smallest to the tallest. And the smallest was just knee-high to the grasshopper, as we say, just a little tyke, maybe 4 years old. And I see these kids looking out across the warehouse because in other cages inside that warehouse were groups of women or men, and my impression is they were looking to see, where did my mother go? Where did my father go? Where is my sister at? And I said to the Customs and Border Protection agent, I said, were these children separated from their parents? And he said, yes. And I said, where do you do that? He said, we bring the family in through that door. The door was maybe 25 feet away. And we say, children, come with me. Parents, go with that person. And boom, separated. And they stay separated. And what happened as that unfolded is administration, this is under Trump 1, said they were keeping careful records of the children to be able to have a reunion with their parents. But they were not. So we ended up with extraordinary efforts, including tons of volunteer lawyers and researchers trying to get children back unified with their parents. A few hundred, I believe, were never reconnected to their parents, could never be found. Whether they returned to a small village in a faraway country, I don't know. But it was profoundly disturbing. I went outside, and the press had a little huddle. They said, what do you see? And I said, children being separated from their parents. And, of course, this story immediately blew up. And then I went up the road. I heard that there were hundreds of boys being held in a former Walmart. And my team member was like, well, we asked, but we didn't get permission to get in. I said, well, let's go knock on the door. And so we go up, and he's doing a live feed. What's that called? Anyway, one of those social media, live Facebook feeds. And I go up and I knock and I say, yes, who I am. And we were in the area and we heard there were a lot of operations here. Can you give us a tour? Can you have the executive director come out? And they got back to me. And by the way, since I was doing a live feed, and I said, call me on my phone number. My phone number went out to the entire world at that moment. And so I enjoyed having hundreds or thousands, it felt like thousands of people call for weeks about this. But they didn't come out. What they did is they called the police to have me arrested. And the police declined to arrest me, but did escort me and my staff member off the campus. They did not want there to be a tour. And I had been told there might be, I think it was 1,000 boys, and there were some almost 1,500 boys in this. And because of the publicity of that live feed, the next week the administration had to open it up to the press. And the week after that, I went back and took some legislators and saw it. But this vision of deliberately harming children in order to deter immigration, that's a horrific thing. And it did stop. The outcry was massive. It did stop, thank God. But all these other now circumstances people are being hurt in all kinds of ways right now. And as you were describing.
For another question, be my last question.
Yes, I'll yield for another question.
Is the senator aware of the fact that 2 weeks ago, ICE offered to children under the age of 18, and they were children, an option of $2,400 reward if they would leave the country and go back to their country of their birth. Children who are being asked to sign a contract to give up any claim to citizenship in the United States, and the $2,400 was available to an adult that they would identify in that country who would meet their airplane. With all of the trafficking that has been going on, it was a ridiculous idea to take children and ask them to make that decision and to give them a financial reward if they went along. Was the senator aware of that?
I had heard a reference to some kind of payment program being tested, but I didn't know the details.
That was the detail. I'm going to yield the floor and thank the senator from Oregon.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Illinois, and thank you for being a champion. And I noticed that we have a senator from Washington State. No, we do not. Do we have a senator? No, we do. Oh, we do have a senator from Oregon who has arrived. And would the senator from Oregon like to ask a question?
I know you have to ask permission. I just want to say that today has been an extraordinary day for Oregon and for the country. We look forward to continuing this discussion, and I thank, and would the senator yield?
Yes, thank you for the protocol. Was just checking. Thank you for asking me, and yes, I would yield for question.
Would the senator be willing to continue this discussion in the days ahead? Because I think this has been extraordinary. It has begun to lay out the implications of what this is really all about in terms of authoritarianism. It's important for our state. It's an important debate for the country. Would the senator be willing to carry out further kind of discussions? Might not necessarily be here on the floor of the Senate, but elsewhere as well.
Thank you to my colleague, and as long as that discussion is not taking place in the hours I might be sleeping tonight, absolutely. And I do feel like this is so fundamental to our nation. That's why everyone who has come down to the floor, everyone here has asked a question today and made solid insights as they prepared their question. And we are collectively ringing the alarm bells. We're ringing the alarm bells because authoritarianism is not down the road or around the corner or next month or next year. It is here right now. And it has been so astounding to hear all the dimensions that have been highlighted by individual senators about how this tyranny is taking shape. And in every possible way around the world where authoritarians have developed a strategy, they are all being done here. It's like all of them. Rig the next election. Yes. And then proceed to pressure the newspapers. Yes. And pressure the broadcasters on what they can put out. Yes. And weaponize the Justice Department. They are doing it. And the list goes on and on. And for us in Oregon, certainly the one that is on everyone's mind is striving to have a pathway to legally send in the military when there is no rebellion, no insurrection, and no invasion. And that one terrifies me. That administration is hell-bent on getting judicial thumbs up, green light to be able to move troops where they want in this country when none of those things are happening.
My colleague has richly earned a few hours of sleep tonight, but I'm going to make sure that here in the Senate and across the country, people understand that this is the beginning of further discussion, not the end. And I want to thank my colleague for taking this time today to lay out what this is really all about in terms of this issue.
We still have 25 minutes. I'm checking. More colleagues would like to ask a question. The senator from Michigan. Would the senator from Michigan like to ask a question?
Well, I would. Thank you, Senator Merkley, for yielding to me. I do have a question for you. And certainly I appreciate all that you have been saying over all of these hours. You're right, we are in a real crisis here in this country.
Before you go any further, can you just say these magical words, would you yield for question? And I will say that I will yield for question.
Would you yield for a question?
I will yield for question, yes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, thank you for bringing this to the attention of the American people in such an eloquent way. First, I'd just like to ask my colleague about how President Trump is pursuing dangerous and authoritarian practice of basically picking winners and losers in government. Clearly, he's like a king. As we've seen, he's picked winners and losers by illegally refusing to spend money that Congress has directed. He's picking winners and losers by withholding federal grant funding for programs, disaster relief, and medical research unless people basically bend the knee to his draconian demands. He's picking winners and losers by firing nonpartisan experts in programs that he doesn't like and he's replacing them with people whose only qualifications that they're loyal to the president. Only qualification he cares about. And in classic authoritarian playbook, he's covering all of this up by removing independent watchdogs that conduct oversight of executive functions. One of the most egregious examples of this power grab is the ongoing effort to illegally withhold funding that Congress has authorized and appropriated with bipartisan support for critical services. He's withholding it. President Trump froze funding that helped Michigan communities build new radio towers, prepare for natural disasters, and construct safe and modern infrastructure. And when the president breaks the law to give a windfall to some states and some communities, but not others, he is picking winners and losers. We've also seen how President Trump has picked winners and losers among the employees who work on critical government programs and protect our national security. President Trump has fired tens of thousands of nonpartisan federal employees, all because they carry out a function that the president simply doesn't like. And just this week, President Trump's Department of the Interior fired hundreds of workers who protect the health and safety of the Great Lakes, an economic and ecological gem for Michigan and all the states that surround those lakes. At every turn, President Trump has instituted policies that increase his power and sway so that he can more easily pick winners and losers among the federal workforce. He's made it so that only qualification for being a federal worker is someone who voted for you, whether or not you were voted for him, whether or not you actually do the job. In fact, he's taking us back to the spoiled system of the 1800s. And it's not only politicizing our nonpartisan expert civil service, it's jeopardizing our government's ability to deliver crucial services to the American people. And like authoritarians in the past, President Trump doesn't want you to know about his illegal actions. So he's covering them up by undermining independent oversight at every single turn. And when it comes to picking winners and losers, we know that President Trump always chooses himself as the winner. He blatantly uses the office of the president to promote the sale of his own meme coins. He accepts large investments and gifts from foreign governments without regard for national security concerns or federal ethics laws. Meanwhile, his family and friends peddle influence and make deals to enrich themselves and the president. And what have all these efforts to enrich himself add up to? It's no surprise that his net worth has risen by $3 billion in the past year. So I'd like to ask my colleague from the great state of Oregon a question about what these decisions to basically unlawfully pick winners and losers, what do you believe that means for the future of our country?
Well, I so appreciate the point that my colleague from Michigan has been making. And if we think about the fundamental difference between a democracy and authoritarian government, one way of describing that difference is that in a democracy, elected representatives of the people, like folks who are gathered here right now, work together, bringing their diverse life experiences, their knowledge of their individual states, and together find a strategy that will address their collective challenges so that each and every part of the country is represented and things are addressed that are important to every part. That design of the programs and how they will operate and how they will fund happen in a democracy in a chamber like this. In an authoritarian system, it's all happening on the executive side. The executive is saying, here are the programs that are going to be funded. Here are my priorities and what I'll do. Here are the grants I'll cancel and the ones that I'll redirect. Here is the way we'll run these programs. And that is exactly what the Trump administration is trying to do. They are trying to move the responsibility we have under the Constitution to design programs, to decide how much they should be funded, to resolve questions about how they will operate, and move that responsibility over to the executive. And the head of Office of Management and Budget, he was very upfront about it. He said, I believe in the unitary executive, where all power rests with the president. And that means the president can cancel programs at will. And I was shocked when I heard him say this. This was before we had the hearing in the Budget Committee, probably about the same time you were holding a hearing on Russell Vogt. And I said, you know, that's already been adjudicated by the Supreme Court. There was an effort in 1996 to do a line item veto and allocate to the president the ability to say these programs go forward, these programs fail. And the Supreme Court said, hell no, you can't do that. The Constitution assigns the responsibility to the legislature to decide what gets funded, and the executive has to implement that plan. And when the question of impoundments came up at an earlier date, we're on a different strategy. Nixon said, hey, I think I'll just not forward the funding. I will impound it so certain programs won't get funded. Again, that had gone to the Supreme Court. And again, the Supreme Court said no. But Mr. Vogt sat in my office, and he said, well, I believe that we will get this issue to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will back the unitary executive, strengthen the executive powers in this country. And I just shook my head. I like, that can't possibly happen. But what happened just a short time ago? A piece of this went to the court, and in their shadow docket, and the question was, could the administration slow walk funding to the last 45 days of the fiscal year, then bring over a request for us to undo that funding, it's called a rescission, and then because there's a 5-day grace period pause, the fiscal year expires and the funding authorization goes poof, and suddenly the president has killed the program. And the court, on their preliminary response, said, yeah, we think you can do that. So Russell Vogt certainly seems to have a better grip on where the Supreme Court is, but I just feel like we have to do everything we can, therefore, legislatively, to stop that. Our spending bills need to say that if we have a bipartisan spending bill, that decision to undo that program can only be done by a bipartisan bill in the future, which is the way we do rescissions now. We have money that's left over from a program or this program, and we say that money can be brought back in, it's not needed, but we do it in a bipartisan manner, not in a manner that gives the power of the purse to the President of the United States. And this is a collective effort that all of our Republican and Democratic colleagues should be involved in. I mean, collectively, we need to be defending our role in the Constitution, and this is central to the separation between authoritarian power and a democracy. I've been on the Senate floor to ring the alarm bells for a long time, somewhere around 6:25 yesterday. And I want to thank people who have been here with me the whole time, people who made this happen. My team, Merkley staff, who I see a few of them, and quite a few of them are here. I'm so pleased, and I appreciate their support. The Capitol Police, who had to stay through the night. The Democratic and Republican floor staff, who had to stay and go forward without being, if you will, the center of attention. They had to, make sure everything went right, and they did. The Senate pages who have come and gone through the night, but I think it's pretty cool that you were here. Every now and then when I was a little lonely, I'd look over, I'd see some heads peeking around the corner over on this side. That was great. That page program is extraordinary. And I hope all of you will think about how you find a path in life to build a better world. There is no better mission for a soul on this planet to find a way to build a better world. A million ways to do it. The Senate doorkeepers, thank you. So appreciate you all. Senate parliamentarians, oh my goodness. I don't know what kind of flowers I can possibly bring, but I will be in your debt for a long time. Thank you. The presiding officers. So many of my colleagues from across the aisle had to come, and I know how hard it is to sit in that chair. I did my 100 hours in that chair, plus quite a few, and I know it's awfully hard to be there and not even be able to respond when maybe someone disagrees profoundly, and yet you are here making it possible that I could carry this conversation, ringing the alarm bells about authoritarianism. Couldn't have been done if you all hadn't come and held the floor. So thank you. And all of you colleagues who came to give a little dissertation and ask a question, and sometimes a longer dissertation. And I was like, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that so much. We are in the most perilous moment, the biggest threat to our republic since the Civil War. President Trump is shredding our Constitution. Our nation has spent 250 years striving toward a vision of equal justice. Of course, we had our Declaration of Independence. It took a few years to get our Constitution that we now have in place, 1787. But we have been striving towards this vision in which everyone is empowered in this country. And I always think about how the foundation of the law is carved into the facade above the Supreme Court pillars, and it says equal justice under law. You know, the very first political act I took was when I was a junior in high school. And I read an article in the evening paper, back when there was often a business paper in the morning and a labor paper in the evening, the Oregon Journal. And the article said that Agnew, Vice President Agnew, had been convicted of bribery, convicted of taking $100,000, the article said, and he had been given a fine of $10,000. And I was like, what? For the rich and powerful, they get to keep 90% of their proceeds? So I fired off a letter to the Oregon Journal and said, this is not right in a nation that values equal justice under law. And they printed it. They're long out of business. I'd like to get a copy of that, but long out of business. But the vision Trump is putting forward is unequal injustice. It's a huge assault on the foundation for our nation. And what we have is a nation in which the founders, and many of you spoke so eloquently to this, a nation in which the founders said, we do not want to have a king. We want to have government that flows up from the people, not down from a monarch. And so they put together their best ideas. They wrestled with it at the Constitutional Convention. They went through many versions of what the Senate would look like and even what our terms would look like. At one point, 12 years. At one point, lifetime. Right now, I'm wishing it was a little less than 6 years myself. But the challenge we have is that that vision of a separation of powers, of checks and balances, is being steadily destroyed by President Trump. In the book that I was using as kind of the framework for discussing these issues, it says most people, even today, think it's still republics die with men wielding guns. And it is essential we understand that that is not the way most republics die today. Most republics die because someone is elected who starts working systematically to reduce those checks and balances. And then perhaps they're aided by a rubber stamp Congress. And perhaps they're aided by a Supreme Court that vests more power in the executive with key decisions. And of course, it takes that aggressive authoritarian personality. And we've got all three. We are fully in the authoritarian moment right now. The president believes that he is the king of this country and that he can control everything regardless of what the law says or what we send him. And we have to collectively, and it should be a bipartisan effort, collectively say, Hell no. We took an oath to the Constitution, to the vision of government by and for the people, not government by and for the powerful. And we're going to keep fighting to restore that vision. And today, so many of you highlighted so many pieces of what's going wrong in our country in terms of the erosion. A president who wants to tell universities what they can teach and is using research grants over their head. A president who wants to tell law firms who they can give pro bono help to and has forced them to various firms to chuck up $1 billion to be done for pro bono work on the places, the organizations Trump wants them to spend it. A president who is using every tool available to try to get the court decisions that will allow him to use both the National Guard and the troops to be able to go where in the country he wants them domestically, even if there is no insurrection, no rebellion, and no invasion. A president who is weaponizing the judiciary to go after person after person after person, coming off his enemies list. And whoever it might be that's next, one of us may be next. One of our appreciate the comments of my colleague from Illinois about due process and all of the challenges regarding immigration and due process. And let's find a way to finally pass an immigration bill after coming so close so many times. And Senator Durbin, I know you are retiring, but let's get the immigration fix done before you leave us with all of your expertise. Your group of 8 that you put together before you did incredibly fabulous work, and this is way past due that we have that foundation of law with many of the pieces of improvements for justice. We saw on day one of this administration Trump down there in the rotunda with the billionaire standing behind him. And from that moment, it was apparent. That's what his government was about, by and for the wealthy and the powerful. And if we had any doubts, then it was resolved when he put forward his version of a bill, which he called the Big Beautiful Bill, and we often called, many of us, the Big Ugly Betrayal. Because only an authoritarian president who believes that the people answer to him rather than him being accountable to the people, would come up with a strategy of decimating the health care through the ACA to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Only an authoritarian president would say, let's demolish Medicaid, and between Medicaid and ACA, have 15 million people lose their health care, 235,000 projected in my state. Only an authoritarian would say, let's cut child nutrition to fund even more tax breaks for billionaires. And then, of course, on top of all that, put forward a plan that runs up $30 trillion in debt, additional debt over 30 years. Probably the most fiscally irresponsible bill ever to pass through this chamber. And that $30 trillion of additional debt will so compromise our efforts to take on the foundations for ordinary families, for health care, for housing, for education, for good-paying jobs. The 4 foundations that give a family a chance to stand on their feet and thrive. So we all have taken an oath to the Constitution. So let's all work together in every possible way to ring the alarm bells, because it is a fact that if we do not ring the alarm bells, well, the longer you are in an authoritarian state, it becomes more and more entrenched. And so we have to fight it in every possible way. I'm so proud of the 7 million Americans who took to the street in every one of our states at those 2,700 different locations all across the country to say no kings. They were ringing the alarm bells. They were saying that it is absolutely unacceptable to have an authoritarian government. And that is the largest demonstration in U.S. history. And for each one of those 7 million, they have families, they have friends who knew that they were doing this, who are becoming educated about the challenge that we're facing right now. And we have to recognize that the next election is absolutely critical if we're going to save our republic, because the strategy of an authoritarian is to rig the elections. And the more time they have, the more entrenched it becomes. And already here is Trump trying to do a national voter registration file that can be more easily manipulated for the elections next year. Here is President Trump trying to do massive gerrymandering in a whole bunch of states in order to offset the balance between Democrats and Republicans that are fairly represented in the House of Representatives. Here is President Trump saying he will do everything possible to stop the use of vote by mail across the country, because we know why. Because vote by mail has such integrity. It can't be manipulated on election day like the precincts can. In precincts, you can move their location. You can put them where there's no parking. You can understaff them. The machines can break down. You can send intimidators. You can proceed to put out fake information about their location. You can put out information the election was last week when it's really this coming Tuesday. Can't do that with vote by mail. And when we have the majority, we must pass the For the People Freedom to Vote bill and lock down the integrity of our elections, so we will not worry for a generation about the people having a fair voice in our government by and for the people. I'm proud to be colleagues with all of you in this effort. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, let me express the profound gratitude of all of us for his amazing tour de force over these many hours. Jeff Merkley has been the Paul Revere of 21st century America, literally, figuratively riding from one corner of this country to the other, alerting people to the danger our democracy is in with the would-be king as president. No one has done it better. No one has done it with more persistence. No one has done it with more passion. No one has done it with more effectiveness than Jeff Merkley. Not only this Senate, but much more importantly, all of America owes you a tremendous, tremendous debt. Thank you.
I recognize the Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Can the Senate in
one
order,
of our
please?
colleagues just spent over 22 hours. One of our colleagues just spent over 22 hours on this floor reading from a book, reciting poetry, one poem at least 4 times, and talking about renovations currently going on at the White House. It was 22 hours of what I can only describe as rubbish. I come to the floor today to ask a simple question. What did Democrats actually accomplish? The government's still closed. Capitol police officers and Senate support staffers who were here for the entire 22 hours are still not getting paid. So let me read, Mr. President, from the record and into the record, an article published today in the Daily Caller written by Adam Pack. The headline is this. It's entitled, "Democrat Forces Unpaid Capitol Police to Stay Up All Night So He Can Rail Against Republicans." Let me tell you the title again. Democrat forces unpaid Capitol Police to stay up all night so he can rail against Republicans. The article goes on. Democrats are refusing to pay support staff and Capitol Police during the government shutdown, but still force them to work overnight Wednesday so a lawmaker could rail against the Trump administration from an empty Senate chamber. Do we have order, Mr. President?
Can you please take your conversations outside the chamber? Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Thank you.
To repeat, Mr. President, I said Democrats are refusing to pay support staff and Capitol Police during the government shutdown, but still force them to work overnight Wednesday so a lawmaker could rail against the Trump administration from an empty Senate chamber. The article goes on. Democratic Oregon Senator Jeffrey Merkley took to the Senate floor for, as they wrote this, a 14-hour-long, now 22, and counting screed against President Donald Trump beginning early Tuesday morning. The article continues. His overnight talkathon, which was still ongoing at the time of publication, forced floor aides and Capitol Police to work throughout the night despite staffers missing their first full paycheck due to the funding lapse on Monday. And Capitol Police poised not to receive their salary later this week. Merkley blasted Trump's decision to deploy National Guard to Portland, Oregon over the objections of state and local officials during his marathon speech. It goes on. He also denied that violence had occurred outside an Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility in Portland, despite at least 195 rioters being arrested outside the building since June. Portlanders have responded in a very interesting way, Merkley said in the opening hour of his speech. They are demonstrating with joy and whimsy. The article goes on. They want to make it clear to the world that what Trump is saying about there being violent protests or a rebellion in Portland, Merkley continued, it's just not true. Democrat New Jersey Senator Andy Kim also joined Merkley on the Senate floor in the 10 p.m. hour, praising the Oregon senator for shining a light on the Trump administration's alleged authoritarianism. It's important that we don't underestimate the fragility of our democracy, Kim said. Senate staffers missed their first full paychecks on Monday after Democrats consistently rejected House-passed bipartisan spending bills to fund the government. A wide swath of federal employees will not receive their salary on Friday if Democrats do not supply the votes to end the shutdown. The article goes on. Merkley and Kim have voted with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on 11 separate occasions to keep the government shuttered during the 22-day-long funding lapse. Just 3 Democrat Senate caucus members have thus far crossed party lines to fund the government, leaving the spending measure short of the necessary 30-vote threshold to move most legislation in the Senate. Republicans blasted Merkley's overnight speech during the shutdown, arguing the move was unfair to floor aides and Capitol Police officers working unpaid because Democrats refuse to fund the government. The article goes on. The Democrats are going to make Capitol Police and Capitol staff, support staff, who they refuse to pay, work all night so they can give speeches patting themselves on the back for shutting down the government and hurting the American people, Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso wrote on X. How ridiculous is that? Senators whose pay is protected by the U.S. Constitution receive their salaries on Monday. The Senate is expected to vote on legislation this week sponsored by Republican Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson to pay military personnel and federal employees who are reporting to work during the shutdown. Democrats are expected to filibuster the bill. Several members of their caucus have argued that every federal worker should be paid during the shutdown, despite repeatedly voting against reopening the government. The article continues, Merkley's overnight remarks follow other Senate Democrats staging all-night speeches to protest the Trump administration this year. In April, the article concludes, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker delivered the longest Senate floor speech in history to attack the president and his policies. Mr. President, the facts speak for themselves. Americans deserve better than Democrats' rubbish. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I'm going to make some comments about my friend Bill Mercer. It's one of the judges will be voting for here in a minute. But let me just set the record straight on something. I'm tired of the lies being spread around the country.
Real quick. Thank you.
There's a lie being spread around the country now on social media and so forth about what's happening here in Washington. And the lie is this: Republicans control the presidency, the House, and the Senate, so it's on the Republicans for shutting it down. That is a lie. It takes 60 votes to get something done here in the U.S. Senate. We are looking for 5 Democrats to join us. It's already bipartisan. 3 Democrats have joined us. If 5 more join the Republicans, we've done this 11 times in voting for this clean CR, which Democrats have done repeatedly under Joe Biden's watch. If 5 Democrats join us, we'll open the government back up. But just want to set that straight at home. Yes, Republicans have majority control of the Senate, but it takes 60 votes to get an outcome here in Washington. We have 53 Republicans, 5 Democrats join us, we'll get this done. But, Mr. President, I rise today to speak in support of my friend, Mr. Bill Mercer, and his nomination to serve as the next judge of the U.S. District Court for the District of Montana. President Trump made an excellent choice when he picked Bill. I was thrilled to see him quickly approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee, and now today the U.S. Senate will vote in the next hour or so on his final confirmation, and I urge my colleagues to join Senator Sheehy and I in supporting his nomination. Bill is a lifelong Montanan. He was born in Billings. We've known each other for a long time. In fact, we went to rival high schools, and we actually competed against each other in speech and debate. He was a Billings West Golden Bear, and I was a Bozeman Hawk. This is what makes America great. 2 kids from Montana dreamed big, they worked hard, and now have the opportunity to serve the state we love together. Bill received his undergraduate degree from the University of Montana. He later went on to receive a Master of Public Administration from Harvard and his law degree from George Mason University. Bill served his state and country in various roles over the past 3 decades. In Montana, he served as a U.S. Attorney for the District of Montana from 2001 to 2009, and he represented Billings in the Montana House of Representatives for the past 7 years. Bill also worked at the U.S. Department of Justice, where he served as Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General and Acting Associate Attorney General during the George W. Bush administration. He's been actively engaged in his community, serving in 5 nonprofit boards of directors in Montana. Bill's been a member of the Montana Bar for 32 years. He's appeared in state and federal court in Montana and as lead counsel in numerous cases. He has represented clients in appellate courts, which resulted in oral arguments in 15 cases in the courts of appeals for the Ninth Circuit, the D.C. Circuit, and the Montana Supreme Court. Bill's been recognized by his peers in the legal community for outstanding track records, being rated among the best lawyers in Montana for environmental and commercial litigation. Throughout his extensive legal career and years of public service, Bill has represented Montana's interests very well. He is committed to the rule of law and the original interpretation of the Constitution. He understands Montana law and issues. His experience as a widely respected and effective member of the Montana House has helped him understand the needs of our state, our families, and our communities. I believe his time serving in Helena has given him an important perspective on the law and the importance of judicial impartiality. Federal judges play a critical role in our government. It's important that we pick servant leaders who are committed to our founding ideals and protecting the role of the judiciary. These are lifetime appointments. They will have a lasting impact on both Montana and the nation. I have no hesitation when I say that Bill is the top choice to serve as Montana's next federal judge. I've seen his commitment to our state firsthand. His time at the Department of Justice as U.S. Attorney, as the state legislature prepared him well. There's not a better pick to serve the state of Montana. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting favorably for Bill's confirmation. I look forward to seeing the profound influence that Bill will have in Montana and the nation as he steps into this new role. Thank you.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, following the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Lewis nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Lewis nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Meredith nomination. Further, if cloture is invoked on the Meredith nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Thursday, October the 23rd. Further, if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Finally, the mandatory quorum calls with respect to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, as well as the Meredith and Lewis nominations be waived.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask the Chair to execute the order of October 21st with respect to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, and I further ask that following disposition of that vote, the Chair execute the previous orders with respect to the Lewis, Meredith, and Mercer nominations in that order.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Thanks. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Thanks. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Crapo, Daines, Grassley, Haggerty, Marino, and Thune. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gallego, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Sheehy? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Curtis? Aye. Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. King? Aye. Ms. Rosen? No. Ms. Hassan? No. Ms. Baldwin? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. You thought Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Paul? No. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mr. Budd? Aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Not at this point, thanks. It's already done. We're going to be done in 2 seconds, so I'll just... Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. He didn't change it yet. He's going to.
All of it.
Is that right? No? Oh, yeah, it is right now. Let's change his vote. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. No.
You ready? I hadn't done this in so. On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
And Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the remaining roll call votes in this series be 10 minutes in length.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons,
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Kramer, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Moody, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Markey, Murphy, Reed, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, No. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
Okay. I just read this. The ayes are 60 on this vote, the nays 39. The motion is agreed to. Okay. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Bill Lewis of Alabama, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Chad Meredith of Kentucky to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Kentucky, signed by 17 senators.
President.
President, point of order. Is this a
Senator from
10-minute
Louisiana.
vote?
This is a 10-minute vote.
Thank you.
Okay. By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. I'll keep going. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Stephen Chad Meredith of Kentucky to be the United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Kentucky shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey,
Langford? He's already on it.
Mr. Marshall,
You need to add Sullivan to the Cruz bill. Okay, thank you.
Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Thank you. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt, Rochester, Booker, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Warner, and Warren. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. I do. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
Okay. Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 52, the nays 45. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report to nomination.
Nomination, Stephen Chad Meredith of Kentucky to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Kentucky.
Let me read. Go. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the next nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, William W. Mercer of Montana to be United States District Judge for the District of Montana.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Aye. Yes. Thank you. You're an aye. Yep. Reed.
Rish.
Yep. Thanks.
Rish, aye.
Tuberville.
Oh, I ran now?
So I think
Thank you.
Gillibrand. All right. Gillibrand.
I love it. Blackburn, aye.
Thank you. Not Rochester. Ralph Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. The residents, okay, that's it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, stop talking to me. Barrasso, Cornyn.
Yeah, thank you.
Daines, Cassidy.
Well, I've been standing there for 20 minutes.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker. Murray. Cantwell. I got you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capita, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Gotcha. Graham. Thank you. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Did Cortez Masto? Okay. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. I don't. Not yet. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Got him. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. I got. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Thank you. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Got her. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. I got you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Oh. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye. Hoven, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Warner, no.
On this vote, the yeas 52, the nays 45, the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, being a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Let's be in order. Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that, notwithstanding Rule 22 at a time to be determined by the majority leader following consultation with the Democratic leader no later than Friday, October the 31st, it be in order to discharge the Committee on Finance of S.J. Res. 88, and the Senate proceed to its consideration. Further, that there be up to 6 hours for debate only on the joint resolution, with the time equally divided between the leaders of the designees, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, the joint resolution be considered read a third time and the Senate vote on the resolution.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 3 bills at the desk and ask for their reading in block.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time.
S. 3030, a bill making continuing appropriations for military pay in the event of a government shutdown and for other purposes. S. 3031, a bill making continuing appropriations for essential Federal Aviation Administration and Transportation Security Administration pay and operations in the event of a federal government shutdown and for other purposes. S. 3032, a bill to extend the authority for protection of certain facilities and assets from unmanned aircraft.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and I object to my own request, all in block.
Objection is heard. The bills will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn until 7:03 p.m. today.
The questions on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No. All opposed, no. The ayes clear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 7:03. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., October 22, 2025. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable James C. Justice, a senator from the state of West Virginia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal proceedings be approved today, at the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for use later in the day, and that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 3 bills at the desk due for a second reading in block.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the second time.
S. 3030, a bill making continuing appropriations for military pay in the event of a government shutdown and for other purposes. S. 3031, a bill making continuing appropriations for essential Federal Aviation Administration and so forth and for other purposes. S. 3032, a bill to extend the authority for the protection of certain facilities and assets from unmanned aircraft.
Mr. President, in order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding in block.
The leader is correct. I'm sorry. Objection is heard, so the bills will be placed on the calendar under Rule 14.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, October the 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion in respect to the motion to proceed to calendar number 191, S. 3012, ripen at 12:15 p.m. Further, following disposition of that vote, the Senate execute the order of October the 22nd in relation to the Meredith nomination. find that cloture motion with respect to the Tableson nomination ripened following disposition of the Meredith nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.